Good morning, everyone. The hearing is hereby resumed. Committee Secretary, please acknowledge the members and the resource persons present here today, especially from the Department of Education family.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. May we acknowledge our guests from the Department of Education, Secretary Juan Edgardo Sane Angara. Morning, sir. Undersecretary for Office of the Secretary, Yusek Fatima Lip Panontongan. Undersecretary for Senior Personnel Oversight and Head of the Procuring Entity, Yusek Peter Irving Corbera. Undersecretary, Office of the Secretary, Government Relations, Yusek Traijib Olaybar. Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development, Yusek Wilfredo Cabral. Undersecretary for Strategic Management, EPP and ODA, Yusek Gerald Chan. Undersecretary for Administration, Administrative Service of the Teachers Camp, Yusek Mel Jan Versosa. Undersecretary for Strategic Management, Yusek Ronald Mendoza. Undersecretary, Office of the Secretary, Procurement and Finance Oversight, Yusek Rowena Candice Ruiz. Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs, Yusek Filimon Rey Javier. Undersecretary for Governance and Operations, Yusek Malcolm Garma. And OIC Undersecretary for Finance, OIC Yusek Edson Byron C. Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs, Service and External Partnership, Assistant Secretary Silet Liboroco. Assistant Partnership, Assistant Secretary Silet Liboroco. Assistant Secretary Operations School-Based Feeding Program, Assistant Secretary Roger Masapon. Assistant Secretary Bureau of Learner Support Services, Assistant Secretary Georgina An Yang. Assistant Secretary Bureau of Human Resource and Organizational Development, Assistant Secretary Aurelio Paulo Bartolome. And may we also acknowledge the attached agencies from the OIC of the National Academy of Sports, Ms. Sampaguita Quezada. Executive Director of the National Book Development Board, Ms. Cherise Aquino Togade. Chairperson, National Council for Children's Television, Mr. Luis Gatmaitan. Director General of the National Museum of the Philippines, Mr. Jeremy Barnes. Director, Philippine High School for the Arts, Professor Josue Greg Zuniga. Executive Director, Teachers Education Council, Ms. Jenny Hoxon. And may we also acknowledge the following regional directors. From Region 1, R.D. Tolentino Aquino. Regional Director from Region 2, R.D. Benjamin Paragas. I think they are at the holding room. And for the record, shall we acknowledge them? Regional Director for Region 3, R.D. Ronnie Malyari. Regional Director for Region 4A, R.D. Alberto Escobarte. For Region 4B, R.D. Nicolas Capulong. For Region 5, Gilbert Sadsad. For Region 6, OIC Regional Director Cristito Eco. From the Negros Island region, we have RD Ramir Oitico. For Region 7, RD Salustiano Jimenez. For Region 8, OIC Regional Director Ronelo Firmo. From Region 9, Ruth Fuentes. From Region 10, RD Arturo Bayocot. From Region 11, RD Alan Farnaso. From Region 12, RD Carlito Recaport. From the Caraga region, RD Maria Ines Asuncion. And from the CAR, RD Estela Carino. And may we also acknowledge the following members. Our former President, Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo of the 2nd District of Pampanga. Morning, ma'am. Deputy Majority Leader Jose Bong Tebes. Deputy Speaker Faustino Boji D. III. Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino. Deputy Majority Leader Wowo Cortez. Senior Deputy Minority Leader Edgar Erice. Deputy Speaker Bambi Mano. Vice Chairs Maria Carmen Zamora. Vice Chair Romel Angara. Vice Chair Ana York Bondoc. Vice Chair Francisco Lalo Matugas. Vice Chair Jose Alvarez. Vice Chair Monique Lagdameo. Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. Vice Chair Edwin Ongchuan. Vice Chair Roger Mercado. Vice Chair Johan Bautista. Vice Chair Jam Baronda. Vice Chair Dante Garcia. Vice Chair Mika Gonzalez. Vice Chair Jerry Boy Espina. Vice Chair Maria Isabel Sagarbaria. Vice Chair Tina Pancho. Vice Chair Cha Fernandez. Vice Chair Bella Swansing. Representative Rolando Valeriano. Representative Brian Recto. Representative Rene Co. Representative Antolin Oreta. Representative Solomon Siungalao. Representative Wilfredo Mark Inverga. Representative Eli San Fernando. Representative Oscar Malapitan. Representative Wilfredo Di Maguila. Representative Chel Jokno. Representative Agata Paula Aguilar Cruz. Representative Carlos Loria. Representative Joel Chua. Representative Nathaniel Adocado. Representative Diba Tuan. Representative June Hudal Shimura. Representative Ferdinand Beltran. Vice Chair Cristina Lopez. Representative Nelson Legacion. Representative Mauricio Dumogan. Representative Adrian Amatong, and Representative Roman Robalo. That's all, Madam Chair. And also Vice Chair Corvera. Good morning, sir. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ComSec. Again, good morning, everyone, and thank you very much to our Department of Education family, of course, headed by one of the people I look up to the most in public service, the Honorable Secretary Juan Edgardo Sunny Angada, and to all of our undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, all the directors, and the regional directors, and all members present here today. Full house po tayo, and this really just goes to show how important it is for us to really scrutinize and deliberate on the budget of the Department of Education. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, distinguished colleagues, and esteemed guests, good morning. We are here today to consider the proposed budget of the Department of Education for fiscal year 2026, the first budget cycle to be crafted and presented under the leadership of former Senator and now Secretary of Education Juan Edgardo Sunny Angara, who assumed office in July 2024, together with the senior officials and heads of its attached agencies. The President has recommended an allocation of 1.224 trillion pesos for basic and higher education, equivalent to 4% of the country's GDP, aligning with UNESCO's recommended spending level. Of this amount, 928.52 billion pesos is allocated to the Department of Education and its attached agencies. This 928.52 billion pesos is the highest ever budget for the Department of Education in history. This proposed budget represents a vital opportunity to address persistent challenges and advance long overdue reforms in the education sector by directing substantial resources to where they matter most: our teachers, our learners, and the learning environments that shape their future. It allocates 15.4 billion pesos for 65,184 new positions, 32,916 teaching, and 32,268 non-teaching positions. 10.3 billion for teaching allowance, doubling it to 10,000 pesos per teacher, while also providing 11.2 billion pesos for textbooks and instructional materials and 16.4 billion pesos for the DepEd computerization program, covering laptops, smart TVs, e-learning carts, and school-wide internet. To support learner nutrition and well-being, 11.8 billion pesos is allocated for the school-based feeding program, benefiting over 3 million learners. Furthermore, 41.11 billion pesos is set aside for government assistance and subsidy programs, and 28.1 billion pesos is earmarked for basic education facilities, including classroom construction, repair, electrification, and library hubs, together forming a comprehensive investment in empowering educators, enhancing learning materials and digital access, improving learner well-being, expanding educational assistance, and upgrading infrastructure. Yet, we must also confront the realities highlighted in EDCOM 2's Year 2 report, Fixing the Foundations, a Matter of National Survival. It found that many grade 3 students remain 1 to 2 years behind curriculum expectations. Textbooks and learning resources are still lacking, with only 35 out of the required 94 titles delivered as of January 2025. And classroom construction continues to face delays and inefficiencies. These challenges underscore the urgency for well-targeted investments and efficient implementation. In closing, this committee looks forward to a clear and comprehensive presentation of the department's strategic direction for this proposed budget. As we deliberate today, let us work to ensure that these allocations are not only substantial in size, but also effective in impact, delivering quality, accessible, and equitable education for every Filipino learner. Maraming salamat po. Before I yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary for the presentation of the Department of Education, I would first like to recognize and acknowledge the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, who will be sponsoring the budget of the Department of Education, the Honorable Maria Carmen Zamora.
Thank you, Chairperson Swansing. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished members of the committee, good morning. At this juncture, allow me to welcome our fellow government workers in the Department of Education, headed by former Senator, now Secretary Juan Edgardo Sani Angara. Today, as we convene to examine the proposed budget of the department, let us be guided by our shared commitment to improving education across the country. This year, we are working within the framework of the proposed 6.793 trillion national budget for fiscal year 2026, recently submitted by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. The proposal reflects the administration's continued commitment to education that aims to provide quality learning to nurture future-ready generations. As highlighted in the President's budget message for fiscal year 2026, the education sector budget includes the 928.5 billion allocation for the Department of Education and its attached agencies, an 18.7% increase from the 782.2 billion allocation in the fiscal year 2025 General Appropriations Act. This expanded budget is designed to strengthen and grow the teaching workforce, enhance learning through technology integration, and combat child stunting by ensuring that learners receive adequate nutrition to support their physical and mental development. It also aims to close resource and infrastructure gaps in schools located in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, bringing quality education closer to undeserved communities. As Vice Chairperson for Appropriations, having sponsored, defended, and advocated for the Department of Education's budget for the past 6 years. I'm on my 7th year this year. And in the last year's committee hearing, I remember saying that the future of DepEd with Secretary Angara is sunny and bright. But nature has its laws. Even the clearest skies gather storms. These past years did not spare the department from storms, such as classroom backlogs, widening learning gap, delays in school building and procurement, pressures on teacher support, and disaster damage facilities. Yet, we remain hopeful. After all, after a storm, there is a rainbow. I hope this hearing will provide us with a vital opportunity to ensure that our investments in education deliver a meaningful and measurable impact on the lives of every Filipino. Thank you. And at this point,
Thank you very much, Representative Zamora. As expressed by Representative Zamora, we entrusted the sponsorship of the budget of the Department of Education to the most capable, really, who has handled the agency sponsorship for 6 years. So she's very well versed in terms of the trends, I guess, and the persistent problems and how it could be best, you know, improved and for what potential solutions can be presented. So at this juncture, before we recognize the members of the committee who wish to interpolate the Department of Education, as well as the civil society organizations who wish to field their questions to the agency, I would first like to yield the floor to our Honorable Secretary for the presentation of the Department of Education. May I now recognize Secretary Juan Edgardo Sunny Angara for the presentation. Thank you very much po, sir.
Thank you very much. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Chairperson Micaela Sonsing. It's nice to be back in the House that I was a member of for 9 years and see some friendly and familiar faces. To our veteran chairperson in the subcommittee, Rep. Maricar Zamora, salamat po sa suporta. To the honorable vice chairpersons, I'd also like to greet my congressman in Aurora, Congressman Romel Angara, and our chairperson of basic education, Congressman Roman Romulo, who has passed a lot of reforms that we are currently implementing. To the honorable members of the House, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Thank you for giving us the chance to present the President's budget for the Department of Education and its attached agencies. I'd also like to greet, of course, our DepEd family. And just to inform the honorable members of the committee, Madam Chair, that across this room, our regional directors are present to address some of the parochial or local concerns that our honorable congressmen may have, congresswomen may have, especially with respect to maybe they're curious about the potential construction sites for classroom school buildings. We have the list of validated sites as well as teacher items and classroom allocations, anything of this nature, Madam Chair. They can inquire from members of our team, anyone here, and of course to the regional directors who may know the issues on the ground, just for the local concerns, Madam Chair. And we also have a short video presentation of 5 minutes. This will take care of the first 17 pages of the presentation. And after that, we have a short presentation which will perhaps take another 5 minutes with your permission, Madam Chair. Again, good morning to the honorable members of the committee. If we could play the video, Madam Chair.
Isa sa bawat 4 na batang Pilipino ay maliit para sa kanyang edad. Siyam sa bawat 10 mag-aaral ay hirap umunawa ng kanilang binabasa. At daan-daang libong silid-aralan ang kulang sa buong bansa. Ito ang kwento ng ating edukasyon. Ngunit bawat kwento ay may pagkakataong baguhin. Noong 2024 SONA, kinilala mismo ni Pangulong Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. ang bigat ng hamon.
Ito ngayon ang magiging hamon sa ating bagong kalihim na tiyakin ang pagbangon at pagtaas ng kalidad ng edukasyon sa bansa.
At dito nagsimula ang bagong kwento. Isang kwento ng tiwala, pag-asa at kinabukasang matagumpay. Sa unang pahina, ang ating mga guro.
Pinakamahalaga sa sistema ng edukasyon ay ang ating mga mahal na guro.
Kaya't pinagaan natin ang kanilang pasanin, pinalakas ang kanilang propesyon, at ibinigay ang mga benepisyong nararapat. Dahil kung ang guro ay may sapat na suporta, higit silang makakapagbigay ng pag-asa. Kasunod na pahina ay ang ating mga mag-aaral. Pinalakas natin ang nutrisyon at mental health ng mga mag-aaral at tiniyak na ligtas silang matuto at mangarap.
Naglaan tayo ng 1 bilyon para makapagtayo ng mahigit 300 barangay child development center at bulilit center sa buong bansa. Sa nakaraang 3 taon, halos 22,000 silid-aralan ang nabuksan na. Maglalaan tayo ng sapat na pondo para rito.
Nagbigay din tayo ng tulong at subsidiya upang mas maraming bata ang makapagpatuloy sa pag-aaral. Dahil bawat batang naaabot ay isang bagong pahina ng pag-asa. Sa ikatlong pahina, pinagtibay natin ang kalidad ng pagkatuto.
Malinaw sa atin ang tumambad na realidad tungkol sa ating mga kabataan ngayon. Ang kakulangan sa kaalaman at sa kakayahan. Kung tayo ay nagpupundar ng malaki para sa infrastruktura, mas malaki pa ang ipupundar natin para sa ating mga mamamayan.
Kaya naman, ipinatupad natin ang revised K-10 curriculum at inilunsad ang summer remediation programs na nakatulong sa maraming mag-aaral. Ngayong taon, papalawakin pa natin ito bilang aral program. Sinimulan na rin ang Strengthened Senior High School Curriculum. Kasama ng ating partners, isinulong natin ang makabagong paraan ng pagkatuto upang maging handa ang kabataang Pilipino. Sa ika-4 na pahina, isinulat natin ang reforma sa paghatid serbisyo. Binago natin ang proseso ng textbook procurement. Sa ilalim ng Project Bukas, bubuksan din sa publiko ang mahalagang datos ng edukasyon, isang hakbang tungo sa transparency. At sa Education Center for AI Research, sisimulan natin ang paggamit ng bagong teknolohiya para sa mga dating hamon. Ito ang bagong pahina ng ating kwento. Isang sistemang mas mabilis at mas malinaw. Ilan lamang ito sa mga pahinang nasimulan. At alam nating hindi pa ito ang wakas.
Puspusan nating inaayos at pinapaganda ang ating sistema ng edukasyon. Sa lahat ng mga pinahahalagahan ng administrasyon, ito pa rin ang nasa rurok.
Ang bagong kwento ng edukasyon ay patuloy na isinusulat. Hindi ng iilan, kung hindi ng buong bayan. Sama-sama nating ipagpapatuloy ang pagsulat ng ating kwento. Kwento ng pag-asa, ng pagkakataon, ng bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee. We now go to page 18 of the presentation, which hopefully all the members have been provided a printed copy, Madam Chair. So we are now proposing a total budget of 928.5 billion for the department and the attached agencies, the NBDB, the National Book Development Board, the NCCT, the National Council for Children's Television, the National Museum, the PHSA, or the Philippine High School for the Arts, the TEC, Teacher Education Council, and the National Academy of Sports, or NAS. Slide. Next slide, please. This slide, Madam Chair, shows the budget proposed budget for 2026, as well as the previous year's budget. And in summary, this represents an 18.7% increase compared to the 2025 General Appropriations Act, or GAA. This is the most significant increase in recent years. In absolute terms, the largest, but in percentage terms, one of the largest in the last decade, Your Honor. For the information of the Honorable Committee, the ECCD, or the Early Childhood Care and Development Council, used to be an attached agency of the department, but is now officially transferred to the DILG as the chair per Republic Act 12199. Yeah, next slide, please. Madam Chair, ito pong slide na to, pinapakita po yung breakdown ng proposed 2026 budget of 926.8 billion for the DepEd. So makikita po natin yung PSO natin is 114.3 billion. Yung MOOE is 181 billion. This is for the funding of our over 45,000 schools, the daily expenses. Yung capital outlay po ay suma total po ng 41.78 billion. So ito po yung breakdown nung in terms of expense class nung proposed budget, Madam Chair, honorable members. Next slide, please. Itong slide naman po, pinapakita po yung historical budget ho ng DepEd at as mentioned earlier, the 18+% increase is the largest in recent memory. And it shows the President's commitment to education, especially for the remainder of his term, Madam Chair. Tulad ng sinabi niya sa SONA, he wants to invest in human capital. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, itong slide naman po pinapakita ang aming performance or obligation rate. And as of August 14, our budget obligation rate stands at 54%. And what makes DepEd unique, Your Honors, is that it has the most number of implementing units in the bureaucracy, with close to 3,000 implementing units or mini agencies like schools, divisions, regions who do their own bidding, do their own purchasing, etc. So it is always a challenge to maintain efficiency and order across the various implementing units. Next slide, please. This slide now, Madam Chair, shows the obligation of the major PAPs or programs, activities, and projects of the DepEd. So you will see the Quick Response Fund, the School MOE, the Flexible Learning Options, School-Based Feeding Program, Last Mile Schools Program, the Basic Education Curriculum, the Textbooks Program, Learning Tools and Equipment, Basic Education Facilities, which is the infrastructure program of the department, Your Honors, the New School Personnel, and then the GASPE, or the Government Assistance and Subsidies to Private Education. And then finally, the rightmost column is the Computerization Program, Your Honors. Next slide, please. So some of the highlights of the 2026 National Expenditure Program are now here in this slide, Madam Chair, Your Honors. And this would include funding for nearly 33,000 new teacher items, 11,000 administrative officer 2 positions, to bring the ratio at the end of the year to 1 admin officer for every public school, which will, as the President promised to our teachers, allow them to focus on the very primordial and important task of teaching, Madam Chair. This will also include the funding for 5,000 lower-level administrative staff that will aid our teachers with program implementation, the so-called PDOs, or Program Development Officers, 10,000 school counselor positions to address student well-being, and nearly 243,000 laptops for our teachers to equip them for the digital age. Tulad ng sinabi ng ating mahal na Pangulo, bawat teacher sana mabigyan ng laptop before the end of his term. Next slide, please. This shows our investment in our personnel and our as well as in our training and our learning resources, textbooks, TechVoc equipment, science and mathematics equipment, as well as our ICT packages broken down per item to be purchased, Your Honor. So smart TVs, learning cards, laptops for our teachers, as well as the school-wide internet program, Your Honor. Our single biggest investment, Madam Chair, is in our teachers, with over 48 billion invested in our teachers, as the slide shows. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, ito pong slide na to is talking about the learning environment of our students, because we believe that students learn best when they are engaged, when they don't feel under threat, and there is sufficient freedom and excitement and enthusiasm on their part. So we're investing 41.7 billion to build better and safer schools, and over 19 billion of this goes directly to constructing and repairing classrooms to address the growing shortages. Next slide, please. Beyond infrastructure, this slide shows that we are also investing over 121 billion in direct support for our schools and learners. This is headlined by the school operating budgets. We plan to increase the budget for each school, and each of our public schools will be getting an increased maintenance and operating expense budget for 2026, Madam Chair, in line with the new formula for MOE. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, honorable members, this next slide is the matrix of, just shows the comparative between the 2025 NEP, the 2025 GAA, as well as the 2026 proposal for comparison for the using the program expenditure classification or PREXI framework of DBM. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, this slide now shows the program expenditure classification frameworks, again, net of the RLIP or the retirement, which is automatically appropriated. Next slide, please. Now for the attached agency's budget, Madam Chair, we'll tackle first the National Book Development Board. They're proposing a 156.6 million budget. And of course, the large event for the NBDB is this October in Frankfurt, where the Philippines for the first time is the featured country at the Frankfurt Book Fair, which is a huge event for the book publishing world, Your Honor. And we want to, I think it's really time for us to help the local publishing industry. So this is a great opportunity for the publishers. I think many of our local publishers and authors will be there to present. Because ang nangyayari po is authors, animators are sought all over the world, pero parang hindi nila nare-reap yung benefits, parang iba yung the branding ba, kulang sa branding yung ating yung Philippine publishing industry. But this event will take us a long way in terms of recognition, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. Madam Chair, the next is the NCCT, or the National Council for Children's Television, with a proposed budget of 72.6 million. Next slide, please. Next slide is the National Museum of the Philippines, who is proposing a budget of 840.9 million. It is a decrease from the 2025 budget because of a one-time 800 million capital outlay in the 2025 GAA, Your Honor. Next slide, please. Next is the Philippine High School for the Arts, who is proposing a budget of 160.7 billion, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. And National Academy of Sports, the proposed budget is 251.1 million, Your Honors, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. The Teacher Education Council is proposing a budget of 207.4 million. It's a significant increase over past years when, and for the first time, they have a functioning permanent secretariat, Madam Chair. Next slide, please. This is just the wish list of the agency and the attached, of the DepEd and attached agencies. Some of the items which were perhaps tier 2 and not given funding, but in case the fiscal space should appear, for the ARAL program, which is a new law, and for the flagship program to improve learning outcomes, we're asking for an amount for tutors compensation, 1.9 billion, for the overload pay, because we will be, some teachers will have to take on in areas where there are no available tutors. We're asking 1.15 billion. For human resource or ARAL tutors training, 1.7 billion. And then for support to learners and schools, an additional 3 billion for the feeding. This would add 25 feeding days. And this is a crucial component, I think, of learning. That's the administration also wants to focus on, Madam Chair. Then we have non-teaching personnel training and benefits, including overtime pay for 900,000 teachers. Next slide, please. There's also additional requests for school infrastructure, for inclusive education, for research, and 50 million, as well as for Baguio Teachers Camp improvement, Your Honor. And for the attached agencies, where's the wish list of the agencies? Wala. Where's the wish list? This is the wish list. There's a wish list of around 2 billion combined for the the 7 attached agencies of the DepEd, Your Honor. 192 million for NBDB, 83 million for NCCT, 950 million for National Museum, and so forth, as indicated on the slide, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, in conclusion, we thank the committee and the members for giving us the time to present our programs and proposals. And allow me to return to a simple truth in conclusion, that those who have less in life should have more in education. And this is the spirit behind every peso in our plans. Hindi ito para sa DepEd lamang, but for every learner who deserves the chance to dream bigger, and for every teacher who carries that dream forward, together with the families of our learners. So, maraming salamat sa suporta, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and the honorable members of the House. And we're ready to answer any questions from our distinguished congressmen and women. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Secretary Angara. Just wanted to ask, because as what was said and mentioned earlier with regard to the budget utilization rate was just for as of June 30, 2025. August. Would it be possible to put a request for the PUR for FY 2024 as well? If you may also share with the committee po, right now, would you be able to share with us the budget utilization rate for FY 2024?
It's 44%, Your Honor.
44%. May I know where the shortfall is coming from? What are the main drivers of the
shortfall.
56% shortfall?
It's across the board, largely, Your Honor, except for personnel services, of course, which, but infrastructure, also sa computerization. It's really a result of the attitude when we assumed office in 2024 was that because the GAA had allowed the 2-year spending horizon, parang nag-relax yung mga tao sa DepEd na we don't need to spend it in the year of obligation kasi meron pang isang year. So I had to tell them, pag hindi nyo ginastos yan, maaring bawasan ng Committee on Appropriations at Committee on Finance yan. So now I think the attitude in the agency or the culture is to really spend every peso appropriated by this honorable committee and Congress to us. So we have a lot of, I think that's why we will see a significant improvement this year in terms of obligation, Your Honor.
In terms of obligation po, out of the 56% shortfall from FY 2024, may I know po how much have been utilized? How much of that has been utilized in FY 2025? Out of the continuing appropriations po.
What's the figure? So 43. It's 43%, Your Honor. 43.2%.
43.2% out of the 56% continuing appropriations po.
Yes.
Okay. Sige po. So the 43%. So roughly 12 to 13% na lang po yung shortfall out of the continuing appropriations.
I think that's right. Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Mahina tayo sa math.
43 out of 56 po. Okay. Sige po. At least po, yun po, you still have the remainder of the year naman po to utilize the remaining 12 to 13%. So that's okay po. On top of course, the allocation for fiscal year 2025. And then perhaps among the wish list, in that list, among the programs that were mentioned in the wish list, maybe we'll also request from on the part of the Committee on Appropriations the prioritization. Just so, as you mentioned po, Secretary Angara, if we're able to find ample fiscal space, we know po which ones to prioritize first.
We'll be happy to provide that, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much po. Those are my main questions po siguro. I'm sure all of our members will be asking a lot of the questions. But before we recognize our House members who wish to interpolate the Department of Education, I would just like to highlight that as part of the House's commitment to greater transparency in the budget process and in line with the current leadership's initiatives in the Committee on Appropriations to foster a more participatory budget process, we shall read the questions submitted by the civil society organizations after all members have propounded their questions to the agency. So as of now po, as we committed on the part of the Committee on Appropriations to our civil society organization partners, they will be allowed po to field their questions to the agency. So a lot of the CSOs have actually submitted their questions. We requested them to submit it 24 hours before the scheduled committee hearing. So as of yesterday, and what we have on hand now, we have 18 questions from the civil society partners. So our vice chair, who will be handling the budget of DepEd, has also graciously allowed us, siya po yung magiging champion natin for today for the CSO. So Vice Chair Zamora will be fielding those 18 questions after all the House members have propounded their questions to DepEd. So to our CSO partners, I just wanted to reassure you po that we have your questions on hand and we will ask them to the DepEd family after all the House members have asked their questions. So, okay, with that po, I will yield the floor to Vice Chair Zamora to recognize our House members who wish to interpolate the Department of Education.
Thank you, Chair. The committee invites questions from the members, particularly on the utilization of the previous budget and the proposed allocation for fiscal year 2026. Secretary Angara and his team are requested to provide the necessary clarifications and to respond directly to the issues at hand to ensure that this committee and the public following this proceeding are fully informed of the anticipated impact of the proposed budget of the DepEd and its attached agencies. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is allotted 5 minutes for questioning or interpellation, excluding the responses of the resource persons. When you hear the first bell, it indicates that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your questions. The second bell signifies the lapse of your allotted time. In accordance with the long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members, followed by the independent and majority members in an alternating manner. And the chair now will start recognizing our colleagues.
We have about, as of now po, we have about 21 members listed for interpolation.
For majority,
Yeah.
21.
16? Oh, the number has increased. My apologies po.
20 for majority and 9.
We have 27 currently listed, 20 for the majority and 7 for the minority.
Okay, so at this point, allow me to recognize from the minority, Representative Rianico.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the Department of Education. My first line of questioning po is in relation to actually what you've also highlighted in your slides, yung mental health epidemic and its manifestation in bullying. Because you reflected naman sa slides, pero ito rin po yung findings ng PISA, no? 65% of Filipino students reported being victims of at least a type of bullying a few times a month, no? And 40% being bullied frequently. No, can you imagine, no? At malapit na sa kalahati ng mga estudyante binubully, no? And this is much higher than the global average of 20% na generally yun yung nabubully na girls and boys across the world. And meron din pong mga instances of killings, no? Trigger warning na lang po sa lahat. May pinapatay na mga teachers, may pinapatay na students because of yung manifestations ng mental health crisis. Meron po sa Lanao del Sur, may teacher fatally shot by a lone gunman. No, they've identified the suspect as a grade 11 student. No, there's also a 15-year-old female student shot in the neck by a fellow male student. No, the female is currently in a coma, but the male student turned the gun on himself at siya ay nagpakamatay. And a very young, heartbreaking case. August 10 lang po, a 9-year-old, no, a grade 3 pupil at an elementary school was allegedly mauled by 5 high school students in Iligan City. No, this viral social media post says that they remain in intensive care at the Northern Mindanao Medical Center. Even though meron po tayong mga laws, Anti-Bullying Act of 2013 and the recently passed 1280, no, Basic Education, Mental Health and Well-Being Promotion Act of 2024, we'd like to know po kung paano po siya na-implement. Madam Chair, Section 2D of the law mandates the creation of new plantilla positions and hiring and deploying of school division counselors, school counselor associates. May we ask po, ilan na po ba ang permanent positions na nakalaan para sa mga ito? Per position po, yung 3, and in total po.
Yes, we're retrieving the information, Your Honor, Honorable Congresswoman ko. Tama ho kayo, nag-increase ho talaga yung bullying incidents and one report even called us the bullying capital of Asia. So parang it's not a distinction that we take lightly. And we thank Congress for passing the mental health and well-being. So I think we're creating the position or pursuant to the law. For 2025, we are, kasi nga yung mga guidance counselors, hindi na-fulfill yung 4,000 dahil walang supply ho eh. Walang, as you know, the position of guidance counselor requires a master's degree. At wala na hong kumukuha nung, there are very few. The supply far outstrips the demand far outstrips the supply, Your Honor. So ang ginawa namin, nag-scrap and build kami. Screen up namin yung guidance counselor positions to create more for counselor associates. Tapos ito po for 2026, under the proposed NEP, meron tayong 10,000 student counselor associates. Ito po, mas madaling mag-hire nito dahil hindi na kailangan master's degree graduate ito. Kaya kahit may units na lang ho sa psychology, etc. and other relevant counseling, other relevant courses ho. Meron tayong nakabudget na ng 2.038 billion, Your Honor. So we're also trying to link up with other agencies as well as other civil society organizations to provide counseling. Nakita namin na medyo effective din ho yung peer counseling na instead of some students prefer to speak to their peers rather than a guidance counselor, mas nagiging bukas sila doon. So these are some of the methods we're trying to adopt, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, to follow up, ang sinabi pong 10,000 ay for this year na bagong hires. But in total, if we count yung mga currently hired, no, ilan po sila? And kamusta naman po yung counselors, given na wala nga pong bagong hires, lahat sila ay associates. Pero alin po yung breakdown ng 3 pa rin as of the moment?
Yung school counselor associates for 2025, we will be kasama dun sa scrap and build nung 4,400 guidance counselors. We will create 5,844 SCA or school counselor associate positions, Your Honor. Tapos gagawa tayo ng 218 school division counselor positions, Your Honor.
Thank you for clarifying because this is unfortunately very far from actually the stretched ratio na adopted by the Department of Education. The ideal global ratio is 250 to 1. No? For every 250 students, it's 1 counselor. We're stretching it to 500. And there are 27 million students in basic education. Dapat nasa 54,000 ang counselors. There's only 4,069 registered as of 2022. If we're going to lower it to 1 per school, dapat nasa 45,000. So these numbers are very far po from that, and it's also a cause for the worsening of the epidemic po, no. wala po ba tayong plans para patuloy na i-increase yung number of guidance counselors aside from this 10,000 na gusto nating idagdag dito sa through the scrap and build program that you're implementing?
Meron po. There's a long-term plan. But the full implementation of the mental health and well-being will cost over 1 trillion pesos, Your Honor. So obviously, it cannot be funded overnight. There is a plan to fund it. Tapos yung sinasabi nyo, kailangan ho ng over 50,000 filling up of positions. According to the psychology professionals, there's only 30,000 psychometricians in the country. So there is a supply problem also, Your Honor. So I think this is something that cannot be solved overnight, but we must solve over time, Your Honor. And we're working closely together with CHED also and the PRC. Kasi may mga requirements na medyo unrealistic na po eh. Like, yung guidance counselor na may master's degree, usually napapirate na ho yun. I-hire abroad. Kaya yung 4,400 na isa scrap and build, talagang hindi ma-fill ho yun in the next 5 years because there are no takers in the universities. There are no providers as well, Your Honor. There are regions where there are zero enrollees in these programs, Your Honor. So that's something that cannot be solved by DepEd alone, but has to be solved in conjunction with the other education agencies, Your Honor.
Nag-reflect na po ba sa staffing summary for 2026 yung 10,000 additional positions or not yet?
This is for creation, Your Honor. These are new positions to be created.
My next question, Madam Chair, is magkano po mula sa 3 billion budget ng learner support programs yung nakalaan ng implementation of mental health programs?
You repeat the question, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yeah.
In the NEP po, there's 3 billion po for the learner support programs. Dito po kasi nakalista sa NEP na ito yung budget for implementation of RA 1280. So may we ask for a detailing po, alin po yung sa 3 billion ang nakalaan for the mental health programs?
Yung learning support services, it's a large program ho. So kasama ho dun yung ibang programa, yung sports, yung medical. So we'll try to retrieve we'll furnish your representation with the figure for the mental health programs, Your Honor. Kasi nakalump together siya.
Yes po, we really appreciate yung detailed na breakdown po nito because dito natin naaasahan or makikita kung ano po ba yung steps na ite-take natin to resolve the mental health crisis, which is, worsening at the foundational levels of children. So, 3 billion ang nakalaan dito. If nakalump siya with others, hindi natin madedetalye kung paano ba yung steps na ite-take ng Department of Education. Can we get po a list of programs or projects or activities under this program? At kung magkano ang gagastusin para sa bawat isa?
Yes, Your Honor, we will provide.
Okay, and then maybe last po na question before because my time is going to be up. Meron po bang capacity building for public school teachers para maging equipped sila regarding psychosocial first aid?
Meron. Go ahead, ma'am. I just consulting pa. Sorry.
That's my question po.
Yes.
Meron po bang programs na implementation right now to support our public school teachers for providing psychosocial first aid? Bali po, this is asked because marami pong mga teachers yung syempre na-alarm, nagpapanik kapag may mga mental health crisis, emergencies ang kanilang mga estudyante. Paano po sila nakakapacitate na magbigay ng first aid?
Yes, Your Honor. It's part of the training of our teachers through the National Education Academy of the Philippines, or NEAP. And tinuturo ho doon yung mga programa tulad ng positive discipline, yung hindi na yung pagagalitan ng gusto nung guro, pero also to reinforce and to encourage children. It's a positive reinforcement dito po sa pagdidisiplina sa bata.
But last follow-up, when we say first aid po kasi, ito po yung kung may emergency na nangyari, paano nag-respond si public school teacher. Yun nga po, pag may shooting, pag may bullying na nangyari, pagka may trigger warning, may naglaslas na student or something, paano po nagre-respond yung ating public school teachers? Paano nasusuportahan na makasuporta accordingly?
Well, we have a number of trainings to dun sa binanggit nyo, Your Honor, to for our teachers, even for our students, to recognize signs of abuse, trauma, mental health distress among our learners. Meron ho tayong capacity building activities on learner rights protection. Meron tayong functionality trainings for the Child Protection Committee to be activated. May training on psychological first aid rin ho. Yung immediate needs, especially after a crisis or a disaster. Meron din tayong child protection e-learning course for educators. Ito pa ay para sa ating lisensyadong mga teacher on various learner rights and protection related laws. Tapos nina-roll out na rin po natin yung Learning Action Cell session guide on positive discipline as alluded to earlier, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
We'll look forward po doon sa kopya ng mga list of projects and activities in relation sa paano in-implement yung mental health programs from the learner support budget po ng 3 billion. Thank you.
Thank you.
We
Thank
will
you very
furnish, Your Honor. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Ko. Next to ask question is from the majority, Representative Ryan Recto. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary and the DepEd team, thank you for your time today. I just have a question po about the medical health and dental health of students. Nakapag-meeting po ako sa DepEd ng distrito ko po, and one of the dentists there brought up the fact that a lot of elementary students in my district, sumasakit po ngipin nila pag pumapasok sila sa eskwelahan and everything. At alam ko naman po that DepEd has an Oplan Kalusugan program, and the school dental healthcare program has been subsumed to that Oplan Kalusugan program. I'm just curious, is that a concern nationwide, dental and medical health of students with regards to checkups? Last data I was able to find was from 2022 pa po. If the department can enlighten the committee with regards to current data.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Congressman Ryan. It is a concern, definitely. It's a big concern for us. But unfortunately, the capacity of the department is quite limited because many of our medical professionals, when the DepEd had a RAT plan a decade ago, napunta po sa DOH at natanggal po sa DepEd. That's part of the rationalization plan many years ago. So if you go around the schools, you will see some clinics that are not being manned. But what is promising now is the push for our president to really implement universal health care in a serious manner. And not just reactionary, but also preventive. That's why they're expanding the Consulta program of DepEd. And we signed a MOA with PhilHealth to expand the Consulta program to cover all our learners, their teachers, and even the families of the teachers and the families of the students, Congressman Ryan. So I think that has the potential to be scaled nationwide, more than relying just on the DepEd in-house machinery of doctors or dentists.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On another note po, second question, I would just like to commend the department for taking the initiative to address our 165,000 classroom backlog. In the briefer that was provided to us, 105,000 classrooms are now being constructed through public-private partnerships. I would just like to inquire if the department can enlighten us, how are these partners chosen and what incentives do they get for helping in the building of classrooms?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Actually, just to clarify, the 105,000 PPP proposal is still a proposal. It hasn't cleared the ICC of NEDA, DOF. Meron pang regulatory stages ho yun. So I think it will be, given the amount of time needed to prepare the feasibility study and the regulatory hurdles, baka next year na po talagang makikita natin yung signing of contracts and actual breaking of ground for these 105,000. But kung magawa ho natin ito, maumpisahan, malaking bagay ho ito para maibsan yung problema natin sa classroom shortage. Kasi between 3 packages that we are proposing, it will construct 105,000. Yung first package is 15,000, second package is 40,000, and yung third package is 50,000, Your Honor. And we're committed to learn from the previous experience with PPPs kung saan maraming failed bidding, maraming inabandon na contracts because of the difficulty, because many of these were in remote areas, in last mile schools. We're trying to make it, one advantage of the large shortage is that nagkukumpul-kumpul na po yung shortages. So it's easy for instance, for a builder or a contractor to construct if the shortages are within a certain distance from each other. Mas madali na po, mas mababawasan yung gastos. So we really want to make it as attractive para wala na pong failed biddings dito. So that's our thinking on the matter, and we welcome any ideas you would have, given that you've built a lot of classrooms. You and your father and your mother have built a lot of classrooms in the province of Batangas, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And yeah, po, looking forward to working with you in the department on that end po. Thank you. Another
Thank you, Your
question
Honor.
lang. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Another question lang po with regards to artificial intelligence. Nabanggit po sa presentation that, and in the briefer, that DepEd is harnessing AI to address persistent challenges in education. Again, would the department mind enlightening us about specific projects relative to AI in this matter?
Yeah, gladly, Your Honor. We last December we launched the Education Center for Artificial Intelligence Research, or the ECARE, and it's composed of some of the brightest data scientists in the Philippines to incorporate AI. And I think AI will have really a huge impact, the way it's impacting on businesses and organizations and jobs worldwide. It's the same in the education sphere. So from an organizational and efficiency standpoint, we're using AI to manage our huge data. I was informed by these brilliant young scientists who are all your age, Your Honor. They're all brilliant young scientists who are all your age, Your Honor. They're all half my age. That there are methods in AI because they have data sets which cover millions of children. So isang tingin lang, pipicturean lang po yung bata. More or less, they know if that person is with a certain degree of statistical certainty, if that person is stunted or wasted. So that saves time, and it saves a lot of effort for our teachers. And they, again, as our president wants, he wants the teachers to concentrate on learning, Your Honor. So this is one of those things. And of course, we want the e-care to eventually also mainstream AI in our curriculum at some point. Of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, and they say that's really the mainstay of AI because it's constantly changing. There's a lot of uncertainty, and this is something DepEd has to adjust to as an institution because, you know, academics are used to stability, are used to predictability, Your Honor. So there's that built-in uncertainty with AI. And we also have some schools who are using AI. Unfortunately, if you've heard of Khan Academy, it's the biggest edtech, one of the biggest edtech providers in the world. I think there's close to 200 million users in the world for Khan Academy. The first licensee of Khan Academy outside of the United States is Khan Academy Philippines. So the first licensee in the whole world is the Philippines, and they provided AI or Kanmigo, their app, which is now being used in over 1,000 schools nationwide, Your Honor. Of course, with the advent of AI, there is a need for greater bandwidth, greater capacity. They require 100 Mbps. So the challenge for us is to scale up the capacity of our schools quick enough so that we can avail of the wonders of technology, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Wonderful, exciting applications for AI, and a lot of I could speak for a lot of our colleagues who are interested in cooperating and helping with the department with that, with regards to that, sir. And last question lang po with regards to technical vocation and education training. It was mentioned in the briefer provided to us that TVET now is being integrated in senior high schools as part of the curriculum. However, I would just like to clarify, this integration, does it result in NC 1 and 2 qualifications?
Yes, Your Honor. But I think one of the big criticisms as unearthed by the EDCOM against, chaired by Kong Roman, was that one of the big findings, we were wondering why a lot of our senior high school graduates who took up the TVL or the TechVox strand were not able to get jobs. We found out, hindi pala kasama sa budget yung assessment and certification nila. So maraming graduates, walang NC1, walang NC2. But I think we began 2 years ago. I was still in the Senate, and we funded the budget insertion to provide it for free. Kasi 1,500 per learner ho yun eh. So with the help of Kong Roman, Senator Sherwin, we were able to come up with budget insertions in the hundreds of millions to fund all of this. So itong, as of July 2025, we've now certified 146,526 of our learners with a big help, of course, from TESDA headed by our former colleague, Secretary Kiko Benitez.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are there any plans in the current 20 could achieve NC3 or NC4 status? Could the department enlighten?
Question, Your Honor, and that's the direction that Chairman Romulo has been pushing us to, because he wants higher paying jobs for our learners, and that's really the direction we should be headed in, Your Honor. That's why we'll be providing some NC3s and NC4s, and perhaps we can start the NC1s and NC2s even at a younger age than grade 11, Your Honor. Baka grade 9, grade 10, pwede nang umpisahan yon, so that they can work their way towards NC3s and NC4s, which are more demanding in terms of resources required, as well as in terms of the time required. But be that as it may, the investment is proven to be well worth it, Your Honor.
I yield the floor, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, thank you po for your time at looking forward to working with you po and Chairman Romulo on that. Kung ano po may tutulong. Salamat po.
Many thanks, Congressman Ryan. We look forward to the interventions from your end. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Recto. Next to ask question is from the minority, Representative Eli San Fernando. Not around. We can proceed to the next member of the minority, Representative Chel Jokno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions for the Secretary. First of all, I'd like to commend the Secretary and his team. I can imagine how difficult it to the previous administration at the DepEd. A lot of my questions pertain to problems actually that came up during that time that you inherited. And I just want to know what you have had to do to address those problems. For example, in 2023 and 2024, disbursement rates were and 17% in 2024. May I know how you have been able to address this big problem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for the kind words and from your end, Dean Congressman. Madam Chair, some of the innovations we've tried to put in to speed up the procurement of textbooks is to shorten the process, because in previous years, they divided it to 3. Bid yung pag-create ng manuscript, tapos binibid yung pag-print ng textbooks, tapos separate bidding pa yung delivery, Your Honor. So we've tried to shorten that process and combine it include the delivery in the supply of the textbooks. Kung sino magsusupply, siya din magdi-deliver po ng mga textbooks. And we are seeking to take advantage also of other innovations like early procurement, Your Honor. Kasi nakita namin, hindi naman kailangan taon-taon i-procure yung or we have to do the same cumbersome process kasi now we want to pre-accredit titles. We're learning from the private sector where they just buy the available titles, Your Honor. Kasi dati, ang gusto ni DepEd, yung mga libro niya ay laging just curated by DepEd itself. Meaning now we're acknowledging that it's not only DepEd who can create books for our schools. Even there are so many authors in the Philippines and the private schools use their books. So we've widened that. We've have a system of pre-accreditation already. Procurement Reform Act where there are I think close to a dozen new modalities for procurement. And we also want to empower a lot of our divisions, regions, to be able to buy also the books. Hindi na overly centralized, Your Honor.
Thank you for that. Yun din kasi yung mga reklamo na natatanggap namin sa mga mag-aaral. A lot of the student organizations have been asking about that. The similar question as far as school-based feeding programs are concerned. In 2024, the disbursement rate was only at 48%. How is it doing now? And what have you done to address this problem?
Is that for the textbooks, Your Honor?
School-based feeding.
As a school-based
Yeah.
feeding? Yeah. Well, the school-based feeding, by definition or by its nature, it's back-ended, Your Honor. Kasi ang bayaran niyan sa dulo po ng school year. So at this stage in time, mababa ho talaga yung obligation rate. But and then many of the divisions who bid it out, they do a one-time, big-time payment. Meaning, nagpag-feeding muna yung supplier, pero yung bayad sa dulo ho. So minsan yung bayad sa sunod na taon ho. Kasi yun yung katapusan ng school year, Your Honor. In an ideal world, perhaps you can have progress billing. Para that would definitely improve the figures or obligation. But that's the reality we have on the ground right now, Your Honor.
What assurances can we have that given those figures, we will be able to increase the actual feeding programs for our students? Napakalaki kasi rin problema yan especially among the poor of our students.
Well, we're trying all means and we have a system where we've assigned each member of or each USEC and ASEC to have an assigned region to him. So ang trabaho nyon, if pag nakita niyang mabagal yung obligation, ipa-follow up niya yung regional director at saka yung mga divisions, how they can speed up their allocation, Your Honor. So for last year, you asked for the obligation rate. It's 81%, Your Honor. And we're trying to improve on that.
Thank you, Secretary. Another matter, this pertains to student representation in local school boards. May I have your view on this, as well as not just the local school boards, but other local special bodies?
I think that would be a very progressive step, Your Honor. I think in the more progressive local school boards, they are invited, although the law does not provide for it. I think it would be a very positive direction because yun, malalaman talaga yung punta de vista ng ating youth, ng ating kabataan, ng ating estudyante. And of course, as we know, in the progressive cities, the local school board is a very powerful tool for advancing education reform.
That's good to hear. A separate matter entirely. I know you have so much on your plate. You have so many people to manage. Sino po nagpupulis sa DepEd?
Well, we have the usual suspects, Your Honor, like the Commission on Audit, the Ombudsman, Congress, of course, both houses. And now we have the EDCOM. Chaired by Kong Roman, and in the Senate, formerly chaired by Sen. Sherwin, now chaired by Senator Bam and Senator Alan jointly, Your Honor, and Congressman Jude as the chairman of the House. So they keep us on our toes, Your Honor.
May I know what proactive actions have been taken by the Office of the Ombudsman in particular, insofar as curbing issues of corruption or other similar issues with respect to your department?
Your Honor, I think what has hit the headlines lately is the case filed against the former secretary and high officials of the government for the laptop scam, which was investigated by the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee as well, Your Honor.
Yes. May I have your opinion on the possible creation of a deputy ombudsman who would look after concerns of the Department of Education and Social Services? Kasi para sa akin, of all the kinds of corruption that we could ever have in government, the worst is when it comes to education and social services. Yan yung dapat no touch at dapat wala talagang makikialam dyan pagdating sa corruption. Unfortunately, from where I stand, I don't see much initiative in that respect.
Well, I think that would be a great, it would entail an amendment of the Ombudsman law, Your Honor, Dean Chell. But I think that would be welcome because I totally agree with you with your statement that that's the worst kind of, because you're stealing money that's intended for the poorest members of our society.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No more questions.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Jokno. Next to ask question is Deputy Majority Leader Bong Tevels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Department of Education family, headed by Secretary Sani Angara, officials, fellow colleagues, a pleasant day to all of us. Madam Chair, this is not an interpellation, rather just a short manifestation from this representation dahil alam ko naman na nasa magandang katayuan ngayon ang Department of Education under the leadership of Secretary Angara. First of all, I would like to extend my appreciation and thanks to Secretary Angara for visiting to our province of Catanduanes, particularly in my hometown of Baras, and for providing my hometown a typhoon-proof school building in Baras Central Elementary School. This is a realization in testament to this representation's appeal every budget season to construct typhoon-resilient school buildings, especially in typhoon-prone provinces like ours in Catanduanes. Maraming salamat po, Secretary.
Thank you.
Based on records, we have a shortage of approximately 165,000 classroom nationwide. Itong shortage na ito ay nagre-resulta ng overcrowded classroom na nagiging sanhi ng hindi magandang learning environment sa mga estudyante. Nakakalungkot dahil dati ay nababalitaan natin na ang mga estudyante ay nagkaklase sa ilalim ng puno. To close this classroom shortage gap, this representation fully supports the initiative of the Department of Education through the leadership of Secretary Angara to allow the local government units and non-government organizations in partnership with the Department of Education to build classroom aside from the Department of Public Works and Highways. A former local chief executive, this representation welcomes this development in the school building program of the DepEd by allowing the LGU to build classrooms. And lastly, I express my full support to the proposed budget of the Department of Education and for the inclusion of the special provision in the General Appropriation Act 2026, allowing the department to enter into memorandum of the agreement with the LGU for the implementation of the school building programs of the DepEd. And in this proper time, move for its approval. Likewise, I encourage my fellow colleagues to support the budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, if I may respond, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat kay Deputy Majority Leader Teves, and we thank him for welcoming us in the beautiful province of Catanduanes. And we want to thank him, Your Honor, because actually the classroom built there that we inaugurated was his initiative, Your Honor. Napakagandang proyekto. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank also our representatives who do their own classroom building programs in the district, as well as the local governments who work with our representatives. Malaking tulong po ito sa departamento. And thank you for making mention of the provision we are advocating in the 2026 National Expenditure Program, kung saan hindi lang na po si DPWH, kasi sa nakarang taon, 2024, 2025 GAA, may special provisions po tayo kung saan si DPWH, tanging si DPWH lamang ang makakagawa ng classrooms. And tingnan natin na parang doon po bumabara ang ating school building program, and we're not able to make inroads into the deficit. So pag binuksan po natin yan, I've spoken to many chief executives, I've spoken to many of our honorable members of the committee, and they welcome the entry of cities, of provinces, even municipalities, even civil society organizations who have a track record in building classrooms all over the country, Madam Chair. Thank you po, Congressman Teves.
Thank you, Representative Teves. Next to ask question is Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Marami po tayong tanong, so bibilisan ko po, no? Good morning, Secretary. Good morning to the DepEd.
Gandang umaga po.
Una po sa lahat, yung performance-based bonus, yung DBM po, sinabi na granted daw yung appeal nyo for PBB. Ano na po ang status nito? Actually, ang gusto malaman ng mga teacher, kailan na po ito ma-release?
We have a pending appeal, Your Honor, sa the interagency body that decides on the appeal. So we've appealed that, and we're awaiting the decision, Your Honor.
So hindi pa nakakarating sa inyo na granted na yung appeal nyo?
There is no formal resolution, but may narinig ho kami na
Okay.
nag-grant na daw ho.
Okay, so that has to be followed up. Sige po. Next po ay overtime pay. Sa SONA ni Pangulong Marcos, sabi niya, at ngayong school year na ito, makatatanggap na kayo ng kabayaran para sa inyong teaching overload at para sa inyong overtime. So we take that as a commitment by no less than the President na babayaran ang overtime at overload pay ng mga teacher. Pero ang tanong, may pondo ba? No? So nakita po natin, actually, walang pondo o kapos ang pondo. So, ano nga po ba ang status ng pagbayad sa overload pay, overtime pay?
For 2026, it's lodged in the miscellaneous and personnel benefits fund of the government, Your Honor. For 2025, it's also lodged in the MPBF. So, as you know, the MPBF is shared across different agencies, Your Honor. So, it's hard to say ahead of time kung sasapat ito. Kasi it's competing, or it's also on the same level as other requests by other agencies for similar benefits, Your Honor.
So, Madam Chair, so I fully support the wish list of DepEd here. Overtime pay for 967,096 teachers, 4.88 billion. No? Katulad ng sinabi ko po, kinumit ito ng Pangulo. So, dapat pondohan po ng sapat. Okay. Next po ay yung sa accreditation, ito po yung PRC requirements for teachers. Matagal na po to. 2020 pa po, may kasunduan na the DepEd through NEAP will accredit the in-service training of teachers. At ito na yung mabibilang bilang PRC credits for their renewal of license. Pero hanggang ngayon po ay pag nagpapalisensya ang mga teacher, they have to sign parang IOU, no, na we will still have to comply with 45 units of PRC kasi hindi na kailangan kunin sa private providers kasi hindi pa po accredited yung mga in-service training mismo ng mga teacher. So, ano po bang problema?
according to Yusek Cabral, who heads our HROD or Human Resources Division, we have divisions who are already accredited by the PRC. So yun, makikredit ho yun. So I think it's an ongoing process, Your Honor.
Ongoing process pero 2020 pa po ito. I just came from a division at sabi nila the bottleneck daw is with NAIAP accreditation. So, Madam Chair, we expect that DepEd will find a way to facilitate this kasi nagpapatong-patong na po yung utang sa PRC licensing or renewal of license ng mga teachers. Can we get that assurance na
Yes, yeah. We want to assure his representative. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, Your Honor, and we'll definitely work on it on speeding up the processes, Your Honor.
Okay. Sunod po tungkol sa okay, ito po, meron pong this has been brought to our attention. Meron pong nilabas na internal memo Hello. Okay, thank you. So as I mentioned, meron pong DepEd memo na nilabas complying with an NTF LCAC request, no, na mag-submit daw kayo ng kompletong listahan ng mga ALS learners in more than 700 cleared barangays, no? Madam Chair, I register my strong objection. Bakit po hiningi in the first place at bakit ibibigay ng DepEd yung kompletong listahan ng mga ALS enrollees ng DepEd sa NTF LCAC. Lalo pa meron pong history na kahit po yung mga minor de edad nare-red tag at pinapatay, no? At nasa likod nun NTF LCAC. Can we hear an explanation?
Well, we don't really know the motivation of NTF LCAC, but when we received the request, Your Honor, you're correct in your narration of facts. We cleared it first with our privacy officer. Each agency has a privacy officer because we were concerned about the privacy of our learners and our legal. And apparently, it was cleared, so we furnished the information requested, Your Honor.
Well, Madam Chair, no, kinukondina po natin yung ganito. Unfortunately, kinlear po ng DepEd pero patuloy na tinututulan po natin. Bakit po hinihingi ang listahan, particular sa mga so-called cleared barangays, no? Pati ba naman mga minors ay kasama pa rin sa tina-target at pinoprofile ng NTF LCAC. We will continue to raise this issue, Madam Chair. Kaugnay naman po sa classrooms ng DepEd. So, pwede pong maipaliwanag, first of all, bakit apparently, nung panahon ng earlier administrations, the DepEd was able to report annually around mga 10,000 or so classrooms and even more annually. Pero starting with this administration, parang biglang became a trickle, no? Nung under the previous secretary, may 2023, 193 classrooms lang daw po ang napatayo nyo. Ano ba nangyari? At paano nyo ma-address well, may binabanggit na kayo na PPP, pero bakit po lumiit bigla ng ganun ang kapasidad ng DepEd na magpatayo ng mga classroom?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Well, first of all, just to clarify that unlike when I was a congressman, it was really DepEd who was building the classrooms. I think starting in the late 2010s or around 2017 onwards, DPWH na po ang nagko-construct ng classrooms. And I think there was a time when it was concurrent, meaning both DepEd and DPWH were building the classrooms. But in recent years, 2024, 2025, there have been provisions in the General Appropriations Act or GAA that say that DPWH will do all of the new construction as well as the repairs, Your Honor. So tama ho kayo. I think we're looking at the macro figures regarding construction. Medyo bumagal din ho, and I surmise one of the reasons also is the growth of our infrastructure budget. I remember a time when we were aiming for 5% of GDP, and we were only at 3 to 4% in terms of infrastructure. And now I think we're at 5 or 6% already. So there are also capacity issues with respect to the agency in charge of construction, which is the DPWH or the Department of Public Works, Your Honor. At nakita natin, ano talaga, there's a lot of time consumed by that agency because they're also tasked to build bridges, build roads, and
Flood control.
yes, Your Honor, among others. So, eto po, tingin ko nahihirapan din ang Department of Public Works. So, that's why we are proposing for the first time that we have this sort of out-of-the-box solution where we allow DepEd budget to be downloaded to cities, to provinces, in addition, without depriving the DPWH, because it is the agency in terms of capacity, it has the most number of engineers, it has the boots on the ground, so to speak, Your Honor. Pero siguro hindi niya kaya mag-isa. Yun ang tingin namin. So really, to fulfill the promise of the President, you mentioned the PPPs, that's one way. It was mentioned during the interpellation of Congressman Recto. If we get that going, we will be able to build in the next 5 to 10 years, 105,000. Pero dito, yun, next year pa po talagang sisipa yung mga PPPs. Pero yung immediate effect ng ating special provision can be felt as early as January. When the DBM releases the budget to DepEd, we will just download it to the cities, the 150 cities, the 81 or 82 provinces, and the municipalities who are capable of building. Dumaguete City, I think, can build. Iloilo City, I think, can build. Butuan City, maybe Nabunturan or Moncada, San Fernando, and all the cities whose capacity has grown, and because of the Mandanas Doctrine, the financial and fiscal space of our LGUs has also grown. So it's a practical solution to a years-old problem, Your Honor.
So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
Parang ang sagot ni DepEd Secretary ay naging mas iba ang maybe na-deprioritize yung classroom construction because of all these other infrastructure projects ng DPWH, including itong ang flood control. Ano? I wonder why. But anyway, okay.
Thank you very much.
So, yes,
Your
Madam
time
Chair,
is
may
up.
mga tanong pa po ako kaya magsi-second round na lang.
Yes,
Thank you po.
we will take note of your second round reservation, Representative Pino. Thank you very much. Next to us question is from the majority, Representative Valeriano. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning po, Mr. Secretary.
Magandang umaga po, Kong Ron, and thank you to Kong Tonchi for the questions.
Congratulations po din for a job well done mula po nung maupo kayo. Hindi po dahil sa katabi ko si Congressman Angara, pero talaga po nasa puso ko yun.
Salamat, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, nasa NEP natin, DepEd will build at least 165 classroom, tama po ba?
Yung shortage po is 165,000. So, hindi ko alam kung makakaya ho natin yung,
Ano
yung
po,
165,000.
ano po ang ratio nun between the classroom and the student? If ever, mabuild natin yun.
Pag nagawa ho natin yun, we will meet the ideal ratios. May ratio, may iba-ibang ratio po kada grade level ho. So, usually divided into 3. For elementary, it's 1:25. That's for the lower, yung key stage 1. yung kinder to grade 3. Tapos for hindi, yung key stage 2 and 3. Yeah, it's 40 to 45 for the higher grade levels, Your Honor. So, yun yung tulad ng junior high at saka senior high, Your Honor.
At least, Mr. Secretary, up to 2028, sa tingin niyo po, mamimit natin itong gap na to, yung 165,000 classroom?
Maumpisahan ho, pero I think looking at the history of our school building program, baka mahirapan ho tayo na maibsan because that's only a matter of 2.5 to 3 years, Your Honor. So if we want to meet that, we'll have to build 55,000 classrooms a year. And that's never been done in our history, Your Honor. But yun nga, pag nagsabay-sabay po yung ika nga yung mga kabayo natin, baka makaabot tayo ng maybe 10, 20,000 a year. Is kind of an optimistic goal, Your Honor. But ang importante ho dyan, ma-front load ho natin yung investments at ang kagandahan ho ng PPP, hindi mo pa binabayaran pero nagawa na po yung classroom kasi parang inutang mo yung pere. So, yun ang ginawa ho in previous administrations, nakapag-construct through 2 rounds of PPP ng around 13 to 14,000 classrooms. So, kinonstruct yun from 2013 onwards, pero yung bayad nun, I think the last payment was last year, kung di ako nagkakamali. So, na-stretch po yung payment. So, hindi masyado mabigat sa bulsa ng gobyerno, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Tungkol naman po sa mga new teachers na plano nyong i-hire, 27,080 po ang backlog natin when it comes to teachers.
Mga 30,000. We will be hiring 32,000 teachers next year, ho.
So, halos mamimit na po natin yung target natin pagdating sa teaching.
Opo, yung sinabi niyo pong backlog established in 2024, Your Honor.
Sa laptop po, magpa-purchase kayo ng 242,000 plus na laptop this 2026. Tama po ba, Mr. Secretary?
At tama ho yun.
Ano po nangyari doon sa mga nakaraang laptop? Yung laptop scam na yan?
Yung finding ho dun is overpriced ho yung mga laptops na binili na Intel Celeron na nakapresyo ng 54,000 kung di ako nagkakamali, Your Honor. So kaya nga nakasuhan sa Ombudsman at inimbestigan ho yun ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee.
Pero nagagamit naman po yun, yung mga nakaraang laptop.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, plus 242,000 laptop, okay na po to. Halos lahat ng teacher magkakaroon na sila ng laptop.
Hindi pa po. By 2028, kung nag-budget ho tayo ng around 9 to 10 billion a year, which is what the outlay is for, yun ang proposal for 2026, pag ginawa ho natin yung similar amount for 2026, 2027, 2028, lahat po ng teachers natin mabibigyan ho natin.
Thank you po. Medyo lalayo naman po ako ng tanong. Nung nakaraan pong budget hearing 2024, kayo na rin po ang secretary nun, di po ba? Natatandaan niyo po ba, nasa constitution po natin na ang Department of Education dapat may biggest chunk sa budget. Sila yung pinakamalaking budget po. Tama po?
Tama po. Yung hindi naman naka-specify yung Department of Education, but it just specifies
Education.
that education must receive the highest budgetary priority, Your Honor.
At nung nakaraan po, natatandaan ko rin na sa NEP natin noong 2024, bali pang 2025 budget, mas malaki po ang Department of Education budget compared to DPWH. Yung NEP po ng 2024. Tama po?
Tama ho kayo, Your Honor.
Nung matapos po yung EDSGAP, nung matapos na rito sa House of Congress, mas malaki pa rin po yung budget ng Department of Education compared to DPWH. Kung natatandaan nyo po.
To my recollection, yes, Your Honor, kasi dinagdagan niyo pa yata nun dun sa HGAP, Your Honor.
Pero nung matapos na po yung GAA, yung General Appropriation Act, mas malaki po ang budget ng DPWH compared to DepEd. Tama po?
Tama ho.
So, ang ibig ko lang po sabihin, Mr. Secretary, kasi pag uwi ko rin ho ng lugar ko, tinatanong din ako ng mga constituency ko kung bakit at ang feeling nila ang insertion o ang pagbabago ng galing dito sa Congress. Safe ko po bang sabihin na pagkatapos ng EDSGAB dito sa Congress, mas mataas ang budget ng DepEd compared to DPWH at nung lumabas na yung GAA, wala na po sa Congress yun, mas mataas na yung budget ng DPWH compared to DepEd?
Yun ang naging resulta, Your Honor. Tumaas talaga yung budget nung DPWH after the BICAM committee,
So
Your
pwede
Honor.
niyo pong i-confirm, Mr. Secretary, na after the EDSGAB, paglabas ng budget sa Congress, mas mataas ang budget ng DepEd.
Tama po yan, tama po.
At walang nangyaring masyadong pagbabago rito sa Congress. Kung meron man, mas nadagdagan pa ang budget ng DepEd compared to DPWH.
Ang nalala ko, nadagdagan ho yung budget ng DepEd pagpasa ho nung
HGAB.
HGAB. Oo.
Thank you po. Yan lang po. Salamat po, Mr. Secretary.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Valeriano, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative Valeriano. Next to ask question is from the minority, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Edgar Erice.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the DepEd family.
Morning, Your Honor.
I have 27 questions, but I'll just ask for and I'll just give the ibigay ko na lang po sa inyo, Secretary, para siguro masagot later on ng inyong mga staff. Anyway, first question. Nagkaroon po kami ni Dr. Nene Guevara ng Sinergia. We conducted an education summit in each school in my district. And we found out that the number one problem of education in my district, siguro similarly in highly urbanized districts, ang number one problema ay magulang. They are no longer interested in managing the education of their children. So, nag-iisip po kami ng mga programa kung paano ito mabibigyan namin ng karagdagang kaalaman at kakayahan yung mga magulang. At ang isa sa mga dahilan, because of poverty, alam niyo naman sa kalungsuran, maraming bisyo. So, meron po bang efforts on DepEd para po dito sa problema na ito?
Yes, Your Honor. First of all, I congratulate you for all the efforts in your district. And you mentioned Ma'am Nene Guevara. We actually invited her to join us in the department para mas gusto niyang tumulong sa Caloocan at sa ibang lugar, Your Honor. But we have, you're absolutely correct that the intervention of the parents is a crucial component. And we've seen that in all successful communities, localities, usually very engaged. Like I mentioned, Khan Academy. Dun sa mga schools natin, mismong yung parents ang nagbabayad ng LTE or yung data plan ng mga estudyante. They're willing. At kita mo, yung ibang estudyante naka-iPhone, yung iba naka-Huawei or yung iba naka-iPad. So talagang depende sa kapasidad ng magulang. Pero nakita mo, dahil successful sila, dahil binibigay talaga ng mga magulang yung anong kinakailangan ng mga bata. They're willing to walk the extra mile. But during our summer remediation programs, one crucial component, we would start them with meeting the parents, Your Honor. At very successful siya in the sense that we were over 90% of the kids moved up to the higher level of comprehension and reading, Your Honor, in just 20 days. At crucial component dyan yung sinabi niyo po, yung participation ng mga magulang. And another component was the feeding. Kasi pinakain ho namin yung mga bata. As an incentive also, kasi kung hindi, minsan nag-absent ho. So, these are some of the interventions that perhaps are not strictly speaking under the DepEd, but if we could make them work in conjunction with the local governments and other actors, civil society groups like Sinergia, malaki po ang magagawa.
Yes, alam niyo po yung mga school administrators, malaking magagawa. For example, we conducted a Wanted Mabubuting Magulang program wherein nag-counseling po kami doon sa mga problematic parents. Kung ma-incorporate po siguro ito sa trabaho ng mga school administrators na may patawag nila yung parents, at least may counseling, may module on how to help them, baka mas mabigyan natin ng solusyon yung problema na ito.
Well, under the ARAL law, which Congress passed, meron pong kasama doon yung parental readiness dapat siguraduhin ho. So, Yun kasi ano yun out of parang after school intervention so yan eh. So kailangan maintindihan ng mga magulang kung anong gagawin, ano yung importansya nung parang tutorials na yon, Your Honor.
Aral program po is with the Department of Labor.
No, that's the DepEd ho. That's yun yung parang it will take the place of yung mga catch-up Fridays, yung mga national
Okay.
reading program, national math program. Parang siya yung magiging catch-up main catch-up plan ng DepEd under the aral law, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Second question, we have conducted also a coordination with our local Chamber of Commerce. Nagkaroon po kami ng database ng mga pangangailangan nila na workers at lumabas po na napakalaking bagay po sa kanila yung AI kasi nagkakaroon ng multitasking. So naghahanap sila ng mga interns na may AI knowledge. So ang ginawa po namin ay through local initiative, tinetrain po namin yung ilang mga kabataan at ilang mga teachers na willing. Hindi ba po pwede magkaroon ng initiative ang DepEd na lahat, at least kahit po yung mga grade 11 at grade 12, matrain natin yung mga teachers in AI para po maturuan din nila at magkaroon siguro ng additional sa curriculum ng AI subject sa grade 11 at grade 12.
At tama sila, Madam Chair, Your Honor. At talagang we're trying to integrate it in the curriculum, Your Honors. Dito sa grades 1 to 3, yung 21st century skills and technology. Sa grades 4 to 6, yung computational thinking, coding, algorithms. Sa grades 7 to 10, yung multiliteracies naman ho. So yun, tama ho kayo. Dahil babaguhin ho ng AI ang lahat ng larangan, lahat ng areas, lahat ng occupations. So it's absolutely essential kung ayaw natin maiwan.
Salamat po. Third point, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair. Meron tayong 158,000 na kakulangan na classroom. Siguro po, ang makikinabang dito, kung magagawa ito lahat, ay mga 10 million na student. 10 million students. At meron na po tayong crisis pagdating po sa daming mga stunted nating mga kabataan. So, napakahalaga na ma-implement ito. Kung absorptive capacity po yung problema, sigurado ko po, kung nakarating na tayo sa buwan, maraming solusyon. Nakarating na ang tao sa buwan eh. Ito, classroom lang. For example po, can we not consider, sa China po, isang araw nakakagawa ng isang building? Can we not consider procuring construction of school building from other countries like China who can deliver sa lalong madaling panahon? Kaysa po tayo mangutang sa flood control, mangutang na tayo sa classroom. Di ba? So, can we not consider that in pwede ba nating pagsimulang i-consider po ito?
Yes, Your Honor. I think you're correct. Makabago na ho yung mga teknolohiya. So dito sa PPP, may freedom ang yung mga bidders or contractors, potential builders of the classrooms. Anong teknolohiya? As long as na-meet nila yung specifications po, yung minimum specifications, yung size ng classroom, yung ability to withstand earthquakes and winds of a certain degree, pwede hong depende na ho yun sa galing nung contractor. And we know their incentive, syempre, is to may profit motive sila. So they will try to do it efficiently dahil kada araw may babayaran sila sa labor. I'm sure they'll try to do it in the shortest amount of time possible at with the most cost-effective technology, Your Honor. Tama ho kayo.
Do we need to amend the procurement law in order to facilitate this kind of or no more?
Hindi naman ho. Kasi under the new procurement law, there is a concept whereas the old procurement law, kailangan talaga lowest bidder. Dito po, maraming additional modalities. Yung inintroduce natin yung most economically advantageous bid or responsive bid o yung MEARB, MEARB. So doon, titingnan mo ano yung pinaka cost-effective na pwedeng i-justify ho. So, for example, bibili kayo ng sasakyan, hindi lang titingnan yung cost ng sasakyan, pati yung maintenance cost, yung pagkuha ng parts, yun ay pwedeng i-incorporate sa bid. Unlike before, to justify such kind of bidding, you would have to say that it failed, the first bidding failed. So kaya tumatagal ang mga bidding. Kaya makakatulong itong bagong procurement act dito sa ating mga procurement with classrooms and other goods and services, Your Honor.
Salamat po. And for my last question, may foreign assisted loan program ang DepEd for fiscal year 2026 from the World Bank amounting to 9.1 billion. May final listing na ito for sure kasi kasama po sa loan agreement with World Bank kung sino yung mag-procure, sino sa World Bank, sino po ang magpo-procure at mag-implement nitong 9.1 billion loan na ito. Paano po i-align ang foreign assisted loan na ito sa locally funded na basic education facilities?
Tama ho kayo, Your Honor. This is the ISRS project funded by the World Bank. Naabutan na lang ho natin to when we came into the department. But it's the first year of implementation ho next year. Kaya may outlay ho sa GAA. I think ang konsepto nito is pagka complex repairs, DPWH ang gagawa. Pagka simple repairs, it can be done by DepEd. So this napili na ho nung DPWH yung 1,282 disaster-affected schools. Kasi yung concept ho nito is to make our classroom safer and more resilient. Kaya ISRS, safety and resiliency po yung pamantayan di ho dito. So, yun, napili na ho yung sites and yung division, yung simple and complex repairs, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Congratulations. At napakataas po talaga ng expectation namin sa leadership nyo sa Department of Education. Salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Kong Egay, and we hope to live up to your expectations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Arize. Next to ask question is Vice Chairperson Ana York Bondok.
Thank you so much and good morning to Secretary and the DepEd family. First of all, magpapasalamat po ako sa inyong bisita sa amin on a one-day invitation po. We just came the day before and Secretary po and his team, si Yusek Try, they got a helicopter on the spot and pumunta po sa amin to look at our flooded schools. And si Secretary ay nagbangga pa po and held a press con wearing boots in the middle of the high tide. So malala po talaga yung problema namin dito po. Not only, this is not a parochial concern, but this is a concern po of all coastal schools, especially po those located along the coast po of Manila Bay. So my question po, thank you for visiting us. Thank you for being able to see firsthand po yung problema po namin. So that's our school. Nakita nyo naman po, kompleto sa gamit, kaya lang surrounded by water. So my question for the DepEd is, how ready is the DepEd for the #1 challenge facing the world today? What is the #1 challenge facing the world today? Climate change. So yun po, no? So because of climate change po, I would just like to share, this year alone, we have been 2 months na po tayo into our school calendar. And classes po sa amin, 3 weeks na pong walang klase. And we have had to shift to alternative modes of learning. So my first question is there a specific agency for budget or plan po to address flooding in the way that we build our classrooms? And how would we adjust to that? And my second question is, I am very worried that the current system po of classifying classrooms in the DepEd is missing po the flooded rooms. Kasi po, the way we classify classrooms in DepEd, tinatanong natin, no, are the classrooms existing? Tama? So they exist. And then how many students per room? But there is no question like how many months of the year are the classrooms not being able to be used. Kasi po dati, we used to classify them as either black, walang classroom, or red, may problema. Tapos green, may classroom. So kami, technically, pag lumalabas po, green. Eh pag may tubig, ano na po yung kulay nun? Blue na siguro dahil blue po yung tubig. So what I'm worried about is that we have a classroom listing. But I am worried that we are not capturing the issues po of floods. Kasi nandun yung classroom. Pero the question is, nagagamit ba siya and how many months? So my first question is, can we adjust po the way that we classify the rooms to correctly capture po the lost days?
I think you're absolutely correct, Your Honor, and thank you for inviting us to your district. At just to tell the body that si Congresswoman Bondok, Madam Chair, hindi po takot sa leptospirosis dahil kami nakabotas pero siya nakachinelas lang po dun sa baha. So believe ako sa kanya. Pero she's a doctor so she knows what she's doing. But you're right. I think we need to incorporate these metrics in our... Kasi nga sabi nyo, 7 months of the year not usable yung classrooms ninyo. We saw similar situation in Bicol when we went there, and I'm sure the situation is the same in many coastal areas, kila Congressman Plato sa Bulacan, even maybe some of in our province or some of the coastal areas. So definitely that has to be factored in the count, Your Honor. So kumbaga dadagdagan dapat yung allocation ng mga flooded areas na yon. And of course, we should also provide for the hardship that the teachers experience. I remember during the open forum we had one of your teachers raised the fact that they have to spend every day just to yung may namamangka at susunduin ho sila sa if you remember that, Your Honor. So that's something we need to incorporate in our hardship index, Your Honor. So we're working on that, and we're happy to work with you if you have any other ideas, Your Honor, to really do better with respect to climate change. One of them is, of course, the solarization of our schools. I think that's one thing that is more environmentally friendly, less of a carbon footprint, and also reduces the costs of maintenance of our schools. And it's also a solution to the warmer climates because proven now cooler climates produce more optimal educational outcomes. So again, we'd like to reiterate our willingness to hear you out because given your experience, there's nothing like someone experiencing it firsthand and proposing solutions, Your Honor. We're happy to work with you on that, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and good Secretary. Salamat po. So I would like to work po closely to include these metrics po dun sa classroom shortage. Kasi hindi naman siya shortage pero hindi po nagagamit. And then secondly, I would also like to, along with including these metrics, siguro po we need to adjust our design. Kasi yung dati pong tambakan, after 5 years, inaabot na po ng tubig. So I think I have a picture of a classroom. Ayan po flag ceremony po yung mga bata, no? And I think I have a picture of a classroom on stilts. So ayan po. Wala pong picture ng classroom on stilts. Could you show it po? So, ayan, nakatayo na po kasi ganyan na po talaga kailangan. We have been advised by architects. So, I hope that we will adopt this for all coastal areas. But then my next question immediately comes to funding. Kasi po, we are targeting 3 million per classroom, if I am not mistaken. Pag ganito po yung we have to adjust our funding and also how much funding per district. Kasi po, we cannot give the same amount because the same amount that you give other districts we can't build 3 million per classroom sa ganito. So we need to adjust po our funding and our costing po ng buildings for the flooded areas. Kung dito po tayo pupunta, then we need to adjust.
Yes, you're correct, Your Honor. We need to adjust that because obviously this will cost more. And I've seen it in your district and I congratulate you for building this type of school building. And it's really ideal setup because during the flooded months, hindi talaga magagamit ho yung first floor. At ang experience namin dyan sa schools namin sa Region 5, for instance, nasira ho lahat ng gamit nila. So it's an investment that is worth making, I guess is the point I'm trying to make, Your Honor. You're absolutely correct because you save in the long run. Maybe you spend more in the short run, but you save in the long run because like dun sa mga pinunta namin school, lahat ng binigay naming smart TV, lahat ng binigay na laptops, nasira, hindi na na-recover lahat dahil yung baha po lampas ulo ho, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Mr. our good secretary, Madam Chair. I would like to bring up kung ano po yung binanggit, dagdagan ko lang po yung kay Kong Erice. This is, sa amin po, no, we are already experiencing po, we have 996 rooms flooded all the time. And that's approximately costing 5B para ma-replace po, no? I just like to inform you that if you're thinking about climate change today, huli na po kayo. But again, there's also no better time to start than today. I just like to inform, kailangan po talaga natin ng foreign loan. Kami po ay nag-apply ng isang foreign loan from Korea 15 years ago. This is called the Integrated Disaster Risk Reduction and Climate Change Adaptation in the low-lying areas of Pampanga Bay. So, kami po yung first climate change loan ng Pilipinas. I do believe that we need to have a foreign loan for to replace the classrooms kasi hindi na po talaga kaya ng ng local budget alone because yung sa amin 5B na and that's only one district. So I'm sure the others in Bulacan, Bataan and other areas na mababa, malaki din po yung problema nila. So naka-foreign loan pa po kami and I hope that you would support that. And kung hindi po matanggap ng Korean Exim Bank, sana po tulungan nyo kami to find another funding source. Kasi po, nalalakihan na rin po yung Korean Exim Bank. But we started this problem 15 years ago. Kasi we need to look forward eh. The climate change is just going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So we need to prepare for this ngayon pa lang. So, tulungan niyo po kami sa aming foreign loan po. And tama po si Kong Erice na hindi na po talaga kaya ng local budget. And lastly, my last question, or second to the last, assuming na walang class.
May I respectfully remind you?
Ito na po. Assuming na wala pong klase, nagpapunta po sila sa alternative learning methods. Kaya lang, ito pong alternative learning methods, parang kailangan ho natin, we need also a budget to support this. Like, for example, baka siguro po every child must have a device and every teacher must have a device. And sana po kung mabayaran po yung Starlink or whatever na kailangan po. Kasi kung nagtatagalan na po ng months, kailangan na po natin and we are still looking for the foreign loan po ng classrooms and we need to do something today. So ito po yung kailangan po i-strengthen po sana natin yung ating alternative methods of teaching. Now, the moment wala ng school and I'm kasama na rin ho ang Quezon City dito, dapat ho ready na po tayong lahat kung ano po ang mangyayari. Kasi ang dalas na po this year has been worse than last year and I'm just really afraid. So sana po suportahan natin, gumawa tayo ng plano kung ano ba talaga yung alternative learning systems at mag-ready na po tayo. Kasi ang dami pong problema and it's really just cobbled together right now at this point.
Yes, if I may respond, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kong Ana Bondok. And we're happy to work with you and support you on this. Your Honor, we see the needs. We've seen it for
Education family. I have a short manifestation, Madam Chair, if you allow me. Again, this representation wishes to express its full support for the proposed budget of Department of Education for fiscal year 2026. We have always believed that education is the foundation of nation building. And we are very fortunate to have Secretary Sani Angara at the helm with his strong leadership and clear vision for the future of our students. In particular, Madam Chair, I want to highlight one crucial component of this year's proposal, the electrification of unenergized schools, off-grid schools, and the modernization of on-grid schools' electricity systems. As noted in the NEP for fiscal year 2026, a total of 1.2 billion has been allocated for these initiatives. This is a timely and necessary investment because no matter how comprehensive our reforms in education may be, their success ultimately depends on the presence of electricity in every classroom. Madam Chair, let me share a story that shows us what this budget truly means on the ground. In Sitio Tagpangi, Barangay Simbalan, Buenavista, in Agusan del Norte, the Datu Saltong Domino Elementary School used to struggle with dimly lit classrooms and teachers doing their best with limited tools. Just this June, however, that same school became the first to be energized under the last mile electrification program with the help of DepEd, DOE, and NEA. Solar power now lights up their classroom, connects to the internet, and digital devices are finally in the hands of their learners. I'm told that the students there, many of them from the Higanuan tribe, are now more eager to attend classes. Children who once hesitated to go to school now look forward to it. This program brings hope, opportunity, and dignity for communities that have long been left behind. Madam Chair, this is why the allocation for school electrification and modernization is so important, as more schools follow the example in Sitio Tagpangi. We move closer to the day when no child, wherever they may live, is denied the chance to learn under the same light as any other Filipino child. We commend Secretary Angara and the entire DepEd for recognizing that access to electricity is a basic requirement for learning in the 21st century. In fact, Madam Chair, last year, we brought up this very concern during the plenary deliberations of DepEd's budget, and it is encouraging to see that the department has taken this to heart and acted on it. Once again, Madam Chair, this representation strongly supports the budget of DepEd, especially the allocation for school electrification. We express hope that the department will pursue these projects with urgency and efficiency, giving them the necessary government funds to support this objective will redound to the benefit of the entire nation and building future that our children deserve. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations to our Secretary of DepEd.
With your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank Kong Presley and, of course, the movement or the organizations he represents, the Electric Cooperative Movement, and of course, Kong Dale, kasi yung nabanggit na eskwelahan nasa distrito niya. Hindi lang kami sinabihan na magbabiyahe ho kami ng 2 oras at tatawid ng 2 ilog. Kaya nagulat ho kami. Pero tama ho kayo na talagang iba yung epekto po sa komunidad na dating walang kuryente, ngayon may internet. In fact, we were able to have a Zoom with the President and other schools at kasama si Rep Dale, si Gov Angel, and si NEA Chair Nani Almeda. So I'd like to acknowledge their efforts. Also the DOE now under Sec Sharon, but previously we signed the MOA with the Sec Popo. And we'd like to acknowledge the role of the electric cooperatives dahil sila po yung, kumbaga, yung boots on the ground. Sila yung talagang nagtatrabaho ho nito. At malaking bagay ho at talagang, it's no exaggeration to say that it transforms lives. And sabi nyo nga, yung mga estudyante ay ayaw pa nga umuwi actually dahil natutuwa sila nasa eskwelahan. At hindi lang sila po yung masaya, Madam Chair. Pati yung principal kasi single ho siya, hindi ho siya umuwi. So nakaka-zoom na ho niya yung kanyang kasintahan, Madam Chair.
That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you very much, Kong
Thank,
Presley.
thank you very much, Representative De Jesus. Next to us question is Representative Salvador Plato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sa ating esteemed guest, Secretary Sani Angara, sa DepEd family, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Tatlo yung tanong ko, Secretary, kailan nasagot na po yung dalawa, yung tanong ni Congressman Recto at ni Congressman Jokno. Ito lang siguro, hindi ko pa narinig kung natatanong na po ito. Gusto ko lang tanungin, Secretary, yung update ng paghahabol natin sa mga private schools ng mga ghost students. Napakaganda kasi ang layunin ng programang ito, ngunit naabuso naman ng mga kababayan natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Your Honor, Kong Plato and Madam Chair. Just sa updates, naging masigasig po ang aming legal department. Kilala nyo yung ibang miyembro niyan. Kung saan nag-file na ho kami ng kaso laban sa 7 private schools na may ghost beneficiaries ho dito. So, final na ho sa fiscal office yan. At may demand letters ho tayo dyan. So, may criminal cases ho tayo with the total amount involved of 61.9 million, Your Honor. Tapos meron pa tayong pending investigation sa legal department regarding similar situations, Your Honor. So, we will update you as we go along. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary, for that response. Salamat po, Madam Chair. Sa dami po na nakikita kong balita na ginagawa ng DepEd sa pamumuno ni Secretary Sani Angara, mag-aantay po ako sa inyo po sa mga susunod pa ninyong accomplishment. At asahan po nyo ang full support ng representation na ito. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat. We welcome the manifestation of the Honorable Plato. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Representative Plato. Next to us question is from the minority, Deputy Minority Leader, Percy Sendenya.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the DepEd family, to the good Secretary. Let me first congratulate the Secretary for the steady leadership of the department and taking on this gargantuan challenge.
Thank you, Your Honor, to my chairperson at UP, Congressman Sendanya.
That was 5 years ago, Your Honor.
Sa law school, klaruin ko lang, kaya baka akala magka-age time, mas bata ko si Congressman person.
Opo. In my previous life po, maliban po sa Student Council sa UP, I was also a commissioner of the National Youth Commission. And during our term in the NYC, it was the time that Congress passed the Reproductive Health Law, which eventually mandated the teaching of comprehensive sexuality education. Naging bahagi po ako ng grupo that developed the curriculum standards for CSE. And I understand that 7 years ago, DepEd released Memorandum Order Number 3118, Policy Guidelines on the Implementation of the CSE. Pwede po ba kaming mahingi ng updates, Mr. Secretary, kung ano yung naging o magiging implementasyon nito pong ating CSE education?
Thank you, Your Honor, Congressman Percy, Madam Chair. Meron ho kaming bagong issuance. I don't know if it is, but we will furnish you a copy. Well, I just signed it a few days ago, Your Honor, so I will furnish you a copy. So we have a new, kasi nga malaki ang demands ng ating mga civil society organizations regarding this. So we, under the CSE or the Comprehensive Sexuality Education issuance, we want to focus on the reproductive health or RH law, which Your Honor was involved in advocating for. So number one, we cover grades 5 to 12 and we'll focus on adolescent health. So age, we ensure that the CSE will be age and development appropriate, Your Honor, kasi ang naging reklamo dyan masyadong maaga, introduce yung sexual terms and concept, Your Honor. Pangalawa, yung we also speak of topics outside the RH law. So, or we don't speak of topics outside the RH law, rather, tulad ng activism, etc. That's left to the personal beliefs of the learners and individuals, Your Honor. Pangatlo, yung we make sure that we also educate our youth about the dangers of unwanted pregnancies. And in fact, we are asking for funding for teenage, yung nabubuntis ho na estudyante. Kasi yun ay, alam nyo naman po yung kahalagahan ng first 1,000 days in the formation of the brain and the health of the newborn has effects many decades later, Your Honor. So, importante yung mabigyan ng linaw ang ating mga kabataan dyan. Pangapat po yung we try to not make the content so explicit para yung mga mas konserbatibo hindi ho ma-offend. Tapos yung we also, so this is the part of the new framework, Your Honor. Also how to prevent STIs. Yan. Tapos yung ibang rights ho ng kabataan with respect to CSE and reproductive health, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the good secretary. This is much appreciated, and we're looking forward po to the copy of the curriculum standards that the DepEd will be implementing. Aware naman po tayo na ang Pilipinas ang isa sa may pinakamataas na incidence ng adolescent pregnancy in the region. At ngayon po, sa totoo lang, ang Pilipinas ay gold medalist, no? Pero ito pong gold medal na ito, hindi nakaka-proud. This is the gold medal when it comes to HIV/AIDS infection. Sa ngayon po, isa tayo sa may pinakamataas, if not the highest, rate of infection among young people in the whole world, not just in the region. Sa palagay niyo po, Mr. Secretary, kasi while we appreciate the efforts now of the DepEd under your leadership, kung mas maaga po kaya natin napatupad ang CSE sa ating mga eskwelahan, will we be in this position now?
Well, Your Honor, I think if we had an RH law a decade before we had it, it would have been much better. But of course, as you know, we cannot turn the clock back, Madam Chair, so we try to look prospectively. And that's one of the aims of our CSE, or reproductive health education, to encourage a responsible behavior when it comes to sexual practices, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm raising this point because itong nakaraang January po, may nirelease na video ang Project Dalisay. Ang title po ng video nila ay Unmasking the Perils of CSE. At sabi po sa video na ito daw ay, ang CSE daw po ay magtuturo ng childhood masturbation at anal at oral sex sa eskwelahan. For the record, Madam Chair, naniniwala po ba ang ating Secretary of Education na ito ang laman ng ating comprehensive sexuality education modules?
No, Your Honor. I think the materials they were quoting from, Your Honor, Madam Chair, were not DepEd materials. So I don't know what the source of the video was, but definitely we do not promote, we do not teach those practices.
Marami pong salamat. Sumasang-ayon po ba ang ating DepEd Secretary na ang mga pinapakalat ng Project Dalisay tungkol sa ating CSE ay masasabi natin at maituturing natin na fake news?
Baka nakuryente lang ho na dun sa nilagay, at baka kaala nila kasi galing sa public school ho yung video na yon. So sometimes we have to discriminate, we have to be discriminating pagdating sa items ngayon, because it's so easy to, you know, with the advent of AI, madaling gumawa ng deep fakes and the like, Your Honor. So kami sa DepEd, we'd like to promote really critical thinking so that you know, our countrymen, our youth will not fall prey to yung mga scam, yung mga fake news. Hindi bago paniwalaan kaagad, maybe when they watch something online that's fairly controversial, they will ask themselves, is this a credible source? Is this believable, etc.? And they will not buy everything they see 100% wholesale, Your Honor.
Marami pong salamat. Na kuryente man o fake news peddler sila, sa dulo napakahalaga po talaga ng CSE. At itong pagpapakalat ng fake news is a great disservice to the rights and welfare of our young people, especially now that again, we have one of the highest rates in teen pregnancy and we are the gold medalists when it comes to HIV/AIDS infection among young people. Yung pong aking second set of question, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, ay tungkol po doon sa isang pangangailangan na marami nating mga kababayan na kapag inavail nila through the private sector, talaga pong napakamahal. Ito po yung usapin ng special needs education. Alam po natin that our inclusive education programs still have a long way to go. Kulang na kulang tayo sa facilities, sa teachers, especially for SNED. Pero sa 2026 na po, napansin namin na may 194 million pesos or 18.6 na budget cut sa SNED kumpara sa 2025 GAA. Bakit po binawasan ng budget? Tumataas ang enrollment ng ating learners with special need ng 10.9% nitong nakaraang school year.
Salamat sa tanong, Your Honor, and sa concern sa SNED. It's also a big concern of the department. Yung pinabanggit niyo pong decrease na 18%, it's comparing the 2025 GAA to the 2026 NEP or National Expenditure Program. So sa GAA, 1.04 billion ho siya at dito sa NEP, 849.9 million. Pero pag tiningnan mo yung history nung 1.04, yung dagdag doon mula sa 2025 NEP is from 843. So doon nagmula ho sa 843 million siya. So if we compare NEP to NEP, the 2026 budget is actually higher. Pero yung increase doon na nakita natin sa GAA was actually internally sourced sa DepEd. So we'll be happy to work with you for any possible realignments within the budget. Dahil sa tingin namin, tulad ng sinabi nyo, dapat mahalaga at bigyan ng pansin ito. At ito ay isang area where the DepEd could really use some improvement. Dahil mahirap po mag-recruit ng professionals, there are resource gaps, kung meron mang pasilidad, wala rin yung personnel. So there are so many issues that need to be addressed, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Indeed, there are so many issues that need to be addressed, and we hope that we can work with DepEd, especially on the issue of making SNED more accessible to many Filipino families na merong mga neurodivergent na mga anak. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Secretary, and maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We assure you of our willingness to work with you, Congressman Percy. Maraming salamat to, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next question is Deputy Majority Leader Mika Gonzalez. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to DepEd family for coming here to defend your budget. I just wish to support the budget of DepEd, of course, because I know that the main beneficiary of the budget is the children or our children. So I would like to commend Secretary Angara for being here, being present, and the whole family of DepEd. But I also would like to raise a concern, not really a concern, but like an inquiry regarding the use of social media platforms by our teachers. I'm not against it, but I would like to know, or if you can just submit to my office a position paper or an explanation if you have any regulations on teachers using platforms, because I know I'm also what do you call that, entertained by teachers using TikTok or Facebook after school. So yun lang po, Madam Chair, would like to ask if they have any regulations on this matter. But aside from that, I'm here to support the budget in the increase of budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We will submit, Your Honor, Congresswoman Gonzalez, and thank you for the kind words and support, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next question is from the minority, Representative Eli San Fernando.
Sorry po, ma'am. Sorry po. Good morning po, Madam Chair. Good morning, Secretary. And
Magandang umaga po, Congressman.
To the DepEd family. Umpisahan ko po muna sa mga concern ng mga manggagawa. Ang DepEd po ay isa sa pinakamalaking burokrasya sa ating gobyerno. Tama ho ba?
It's the biggest, Your Honor, at 1.05 million.
Ngayon po, ayon sa datos, merong
Overall government contract of service, 178,320, of which there are 18,781 contract of service in DepEd. That means 10% of the total JOs and COS ay nasa DepEd. Tanong ko po, bakit po nagpo-proliferate ang JOs at COS sa DepEd, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Well, it's an issue of budget at saka yung limited plantilla items din ho. But I want to assure you, Your Honor, that Madam Chair, na we have a long-term plan to reduce the number of COS by, of course, it will cost a lot of money at saka, pero yung school-based organizational plan ho namin, sana mabigyan ho ng future kasi yung iba talaga ad hoc yung creation ng position na yun. Walang position na yun sa mga eskwelahan, Your Honor. So we had to meet the exigency, nag-create tayo ng contract of service for that, Your Honor. Pero even in our legal department, there's a lot of contract of service. Abogado na nga ho yun, Your Honor. So we'll be working closely with the DBM, with our Human Resources Department to address this going forward, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, at sa Mr. Secretary. Maganda pong commitment from DepEd and to our Secretary. Just for the record, ang Secretary po ay nagko-commit na gawing regular ang mga manggagawang JOs at COS sa DepEd. Tama po ba to, Mr. Secretary?
Yeah. Yes, of course. Of course, that is a commitment, Your Honor, subject to the CSC policies, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. Marami po nanonood na JO at COS ngayon. At sisingilin po kayo sa inyong pong pangako sa ating mga kontraktual na mga manggagawa.
Sana ipakita yung mukha ni Yusek Willie Cabral ho, dahil siya po ang head ng
Yan po.
HR.
Yan.
Siya yung nagre-recommend ho sa amin. So, sana yung camera, i-focus sa kanya.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Secretary. Second po, Mr. Secretary, sa Article 14, Section 1 ng 1987 Constitution, nakasulat po doon, right of all citizens to quality education at all levels. So the word that was used was all. Ngayon po, patungkol sa dekalidad na edukasyon, kasama ho dito ang pagpo-provide ng dekalidad na edukasyon doon sa mga marginalized, excluded, and vulnerable sectors. Tama po ba to, Mr. Secretary?
100%, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Ngayon po, kabilang din dito yung mga indigenous peoples. Tama po ba, Mr. Secretary?
Oo, tama ho yan, Your Honor.
Okay po. Kung naniniwala po ang ating DepEd family at sinusundan natin kung ano nakasulat sa saligang batas na dapat maatim ng lahat ng sektor ng ating lipunan ang dekalidad na edukasyon, bakit po, Mr. Secretary, na bawasan ng halos kalahati, more than 50%, ang indigenous people's education o yung IPED na tinatawag from 154 million to 74 million, Mr. Secretary?
Magandang tanong ho yan, Your Honor, Madam Chair. But similar to what I answered to the earlier question of Congressman Sendanya regarding the SNED, tama ho yung figures ho ninyo that pag kinompare ho natin yung 2025 ang budget nun is 154 million to the NEP proposal 74.8. Pero yung initial proposal dun sa NEP ng 2025 or this year is 74.3. So roughly the same ho siya. So again, ulitin ko na lang yung willingness ng department to work with you for any, kasi yung increase nun was internally sourced from the DepEd budget. We worked with the legislators who wanted to increase the budget and source it internally. So again, we'll be willing to do the same since we are early on in the budget cycle. Alam naman ho natin na maraming pagbabago pa mangyayari. Pagpasa ho ng HGAP, pagpasa ho ng Senate version, pagpasa ho ng BICAM report. So we're very happy to work with you and the other members of the committee, of course, Chair Maricar, Chair Mika, to improve the appropriations for these items, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Again, maganda pong commitment ulit ito mula sa ating DepEd family na talagang ilalaban yung budget natin patungkol sa special needs education tsaka sa IPED. At muli po, napapanood tayo ng ating mga kapatid kasama mula sa mga sektor na ito. At meron po uling sisingilin ng ating mga kababayan patungkol dito. And we are one with you, Mr. Secretary, and to our DepEd family, na ilaban yung pagpapataas ng budget patungkol dito sa mga programang ito na nakapartikular sa ating MEBS na tinatawag, Marginalized, Excluded, and Vulnerable Sectors. Now, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, allow me to just register some of the questions coming from our CSO partners, yung INET Philippines, which has been a good partner of DepEd. This pertains to the transparency, CSO participation, and policy alignment. So, can DepEd commit to publishing disaggregated budget execution reports by program and region?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we have a similar or parallel effort. I think by the end of the month, yung sila Yusek Ron Mendoza, they've talked to the civil society organizations, and yung matagal nang hinihingi ng ating CSOs na i-publish yung performance ng mga eskwelahan at the school level, not just by the regional or the division level. Para makita po, malaman na rin nung madla, marami na malaman ng mga parents, how are their schools performing, the schools of their children. Kasi minsan tinatago ito ng DepEd in the past. So, I don't see the purpose of this. I think sabi nga, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So, we'll really shine a light on all of these figures and make it publicly available, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Now, what are the existing mechanisms po for CSO feedback on budget utilization and performance?
Well, they contact us directly. Nagda-dialogue ho kami. It's part of our program of our external partnerships group. And we regularly meet CSOs and NGOs, as well as, and of course, at the regional level, there are similar mechanisms, Your Honor, to meet or to discuss any budgetary issues. They have their own yung regional development councils and other similar institutional setups or mechanisms, Your Honor.
This one, again, I don't know if this has been answered already. So how does DepEd align its operational plans with the commitments under RA 1150, RA 11650, and the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers? Mr. Secretary.
What was the question, Your Honor? Sorry.
So how does DepEd align its operational plans regarding po dito sa mga commitments under RA 1150, ALSTO, RA 11650, Inclusive Education, and the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers?
Well, bukas nga, we were having our first, under the Inclusive Education Law, may requirement them to convene the civil service organizations. So tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we have our first meeting under that law. Doon naman sa ALS, we have our program to, well, tamang-tama pagpasok ni Congresswoman Crisel because we just inaugurated a ALS center in her district, Your Honor. So, ang nakalagay ho sa ALS law is bawat region, bawat locality or city ay dapat magkaroon ng, bawat probinsya, dapat may alternative learning center, Your Honor. So, this is one way of reaching out to the marginalized, yung mga hindi naman kaya magbigay ng oras sa full-time schooling dahil sa kanilang sitwasyon sa buhay. Maaring nagtatrabaho sila pero this gives them an opportunity. In fact, even domestic helpers sometimes graduate from our ALS programs and they get their elementary, they get their high school degrees. And I know there are also other programs to enable our marginalized sectors to attain educational milestones in their life, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Mr. Secretary and Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po sa DepEd family. So allow us lang po if baka may mga pumasok pa na ibang tanong from our civil society partners. Pero we are one with the DepEd family in supporting the budget of the Department of Education. At makakaasa po kayo sa aming suporta. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary. Thank you.
Salamat po, Congressman San Fernando. And please, we're bukas po ang aming opisina pag may mga ideya po kayo sa implementasyon. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Representative San Fernando. Before we proceed, the Chair declares for a 5-minute break, for a bathroom break for each and everyone. Just for information, so far we have already accommodated all members of the minority. So as soon as we resume, we will proceed to the questions of the members of the majority. And so far we still have We still have 23 more. Committee briefing resumes. Next to ask question is Vice Chairperson Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good noon, DepEd family and colleagues in public service. First, I acknowledge again the efforts of the department with the good Secretary Angara, as well as our good chairperson here in the House for Basic Ed Committee, Representative Romulo, for advancing and pushing for reforms. And yet, as we all know and acknowledge, again, other than the harsh reality of facing shortage of classrooms, we have an overworked and under supported teaching force, and it's one of the factors, and it results to millions of learners who struggle with the basics of reading, writing, arithmetic, among any other factors. So the challenge before us is, with this historic budget increase, how will it translate to real improvements in the lives of our vulnerable the teachers' lives and vulnerable sectors, especially our children. So based on the presentation, I want to just focus and zoom in on the support ecosystem around teachers and students. And based on the presentation, administrative officer 2 positions in all public schools will be filled up by next year. So this is a big step to unload our public school teachers of admin works. But with that in place, what plans are also in place to reduce the teachers' workload so they can focus on teaching? And second, with the proposed budget, how much is allocated for hiring new teachers and for upskilling current ones, particularly in math, and especially as well in science and ICT, if it may be mentioned. And third, we have found another important concern, which is the position of registrar in our public schools. They're the ones who manages staff and student records, learner information system, etc. And this is one particular request from our superintendent in our district, and it's a parochial concern, and maybe others would relate. Maybe know po if how many schools don't have yet their own registrars, and if you have plans in filling this position too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Congresswoman Hernandez. Kind words, and we thank the Committee on Basic Education led by Cong Romulo for setting directions. Ito po yung, at binanggit niyo po yung admin officers, yun po makakatulong ho sa principal, sa administrative staff. We're just retrieving the information you seek regarding the schools without registrars. Pero dagdag ko lang po, Your Honor, Madam Chair, bukod dun sa 10,000 or 11,000 AOs or administrative officers, meron din pong 5,000 project development officers na i-hire ho under the directive of the President to deload our teachers. Nakita natin dun sa video na pinakita ho natin na yun ang sabi nga ng Presidente, at the heart of our education system is yung mga mahal nating mga teachers. So we have reduced the reports kasi nakita natin ang daming palang kailangang report na i-file ng mga teachers. So I think by 57%, if I'm not mistaken, pinawasan na po natin yung reports na kailangan i-file. And we've made it possible to file this digitally, Your Honor. Kasi malaking bagay pag nasa isla po ang isang teacher, malaking bagay yung kailangan niyang personally bigay yung mga reports. So, I was told that it's only the senior high schools who have the registrar, Your Honor. So, pag hingi na lang ho namin, Madam Chair, kay Congresswoman Hernandez, yung name ng school na nangangailangan para matulungan ho natin, Madam Congresswoman.
Thank you, Secretary, Madam Chair, and may this be addressed, and I trust that this will be addressed. And I would also like to manifest and mention that with the support ecosystem as well with our students, it is as also mentioned earlier, sobrang kailangan po talaga yung mental health professional service providers, even school nurses to be required na magkaroon sa bawat public school facility, as well as even nutritionists, I would say, even yung mga guidance associates. So we would like, for this representation, we manifest that it will be addressed and tackled. And for my last question, Madam Chair, we have students and teachers both in public and private schools who are winning or joining and winning different international academic sports or extracurricular competitions and even citations. And all of us here siguro would relate na nilalapitan po tayo ng mga constituents natin who will compete and who are asking for support dahil halos it's lacking currently. And does DepEd have any programs that can incentivize them, especially pre-competition, such as transportation and airfare subsidies? And of course, incentives after winning, because I think this is a real concern for many of us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Meron po tayong mga programa, yung Project to Class. Yung magagaling na estudyante sa sports, sa ibang larangan, bibigyan po ng scholarship. May mga ganong programa ho. But tama ho kayo, we'd like to also have more wherewithal. Okay sana kung may pondo na ibibigay dun sa magko-compete sa ibang bansa. So minsan bumubunot din kami sa sariling bulsa para dito because there is no institutionalized funding for these types of competitions kasi I guess maybe hindi rin alam kung sino who will win beforehand, di ba? So you don't know how much to provide. But it's something actually we proposed, but unfortunately it was not granted, Your Honor.
I see.
So
Thank you for the response. We will try our best to make sure this will be addressed. But at the outset, I wish to again to express my strong support for the proposed budget or increased budget for the education sector because we believe that education is the great equalizer, and it is and it should be. And again, thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's it.
maraming salamat ho sa suporta from Congresswoman Hernandez, Madam Chair. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairperson Hernandez. Next to ask question is Vice Chairperson Belia Swansing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the DepEd family, to our very active Secretary, Sunny Angara. Just a couple of questions po. First, actually related to the inquiry of Congresswoman Hernandez. Yung ano po, special programs in our national high schools. Not just national high schools, but all of the high schools. From my understanding, these special programs were established through Department Order 46, series of 2012. I don't have a comprehensive list of these special programs, but from my knowledge, we have one in journalism, robotics, and the performing arts and the like. We just wanted to inquire about the funding for these special programs. Would these fall under the MOEs of the schools? Or is there like a special fund under the Department of the Bureau of Special Curriculum?
Yes, Your Honor. It falls under the MOE, which we are seeking to increase because we've received an increase in the MOE. So, and we have a new formula for school MOE that takes into account the various peculiarities of various of schools all over the country. So that's one source. But for science high schools, for instance, they get a slight budget increase. But looking at it, it's very slight. And we've also one thing we've learned also is that there used to be a budget in previous years for equipment for TVL, for science and math. So very schools had greater freedom. So that's something we want to return to going forward, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sec. Also, these special programs, does DepEd prescribe particular curriculums for these programs, or is it up to the schools to create their own special program?
Wala pa tayong national, no? We leave room for local. What do we prescribe for? May freedom din sila, di ba? They also at the reading level. Yeah. Well, it's a bit of both, Your Honor. There is a curriculum from DepEd, but there is also adequate room for the schools and the regions to localize and to have more specialized offerings, Your Honor, depending on their ability to provide these. So we also depending on the interest of these students. So they have considerable freedom in that regard, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary. I just wanted to raise this particular concern with the good secretary, because one of the pioneering national high schools for the special program in journalism in Region 12 is Bagumbayan National High School, which is in my district, Bagumbayan, Sultan Kudarat. What we found, because I met with the students and the head teachers in charge of this program, they're asked by the region to pilot to pilot this special program in journalism, but we found that they don't have like a particular curriculum. So now they're asking us, like my office, to help them with that, and we're helping them with that. So I just wanted to raise that to the good secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Your Honor, for that. We can look into that and see what other assistance we can provide to capacitate the school, Your Honor. But I'm sure there's no need to reinvent the wheel. I'm sure there's other programs in different jurisdictions that perhaps have done that. So we're willing to lend capacity and perhaps see what resources can also be put towards that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. My next question pertains to the child protection policy of the DepEd. Because I met with like our teachers in in my district, and most of them are actually sila po yung unang sumbungan ng mga abuse cases ng mga estudyante nila. I just wanted to inquire the DepEd family as to whether we actually have like trainings and seminars for teachers. Is this lodged under the trainings and seminars fund of the Department of Education in terms of how they can handle these kinds of abuse cases?
Your Honor, I think I mentioned some of these earlier. We have the capacity building activities on learner rights protection, which trains the educators and DepEd personnel, not only the teachers, but non-teaching. Then we have the Child Protection Committee functionality trainings. This is for the regional and division representatives. And we have, again, training on psychological first aid, child protection e-learning course. This is online for our licensed professional teachers. And we have learning action cell session guides. So this is where the teachers come together and it's credited towards. It's not something on top of their teaching duties, but it's something they do to compare their experiences and best practices, Your Honor. And we also have a hotline for this, Your Honor, for those who need help.
Thank you, Sec. Yeah, I was going to ask about whether we have an interagency coordinating mechanism, because it's good that, because I know that the DepEd and the teachers, their only responsibility is to monitor and report. So kailangan may sasalo po kasi.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, I sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Sa IACAT ho, that's the Interagency Against Trafficking. That's headed by PNP and DOJ, if I'm not mistaken. But DepEd has representation there, and we get a lot of information from that body, of course, of a very sensitive nature, because it pertains to minors, and we have privacy rules here. But it's a big help, Your Honor, to be on that committee, because they have access to information that we don't, and they're able to feed us information regarding our teachers, regarding our students, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Secretary. My last question po actually is related to like a question of Congresswoman Anna York Bondok about our readiness for like climate adaptation. Does the DepEd does the DepEd plan to include, like within the curriculum, something about, or at least teaching our students the causes of climate change, or just climate education in general?
Yes, Your Honor, there's a law which requires it, actually, environmental awareness. So we were trying to comply with that, and at various stages in Araling Panlipunan, in MAPE, they're taught some of these concepts, and we're trying to maybe move it to an earlier age, so it's really at the core of the curriculum, and it's really it's a value that is really downloaded to them at an early age. So we have some partnerships also with DOST, and they're taught some disaster risk reduction mechanisms even at kindergarten level.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Sec. Just a short manifestation po siguro. I the DepEd family, particularly Secretary Angara. We have a learning crisis in the Philippines. We have to address gaps immediately, and our good secretary has been working extremely hard to address those gaps, not just sa yung collaborative program natin with the SWD, with Tarabasa, with Secretary Rex, but most importantly po, and I can attest to this, the EdTech program of DepEd and Khan Academy Philippines. Very, very, very happy po ako. Ako talaga yun. Very happy po ang Congress. And we would just want to commend the good secretary. It's really, really hard to find people in government who are willing to go beyond their mandate. And we have that in the Department of Education. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm really very touched by the statement, Kong Bella. Thank you. And any way we can advance these programs you mentioned in your district, we'll be happy to assist you, Your Honor. I think we have a meeting of the minds in that respect. So thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kong Rufus, for the applause.
More will be coming.
Thank you very much, Pong Bella. Next to ask question is from the one who clapped his hands, the Vice Chairperson, Rufus Fulgencio.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and distinguished colleagues who are still with us this noon. And of course, to my dear Secretary, outstanding Secretary of Education. And I say that with a superlative tone. So we have seen the achievements we have here, the achievements and accomplishments of the DepEd, and together with the USEC, ASEC, the directors, our regional director, outstanding also, Art Bayukot is there. She's just recovered. So we're very happy, and of course, Trigiv is always there, Trigiv. So we are really here, Madam Chair, to support the budget. We are very happy with the full trust and confidence of the President, President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos. We can see here that, the increase of no less than 146 billion added. In 2025, they only got 782, which is now the combined, only 782. But now we are very happy to note that because of the trust and confidence of the President, and of course, the more so with our trust here in the House to our fellow former outstanding member, no less than your secretary now, and of course, being my god brother, disclosure because his father, the late, great Edjo, Edgardo Santo Angara, was my ninong in my wedding. That's why up to now, I'm still happily married because of the father. And so, ninong ko San Agustin Cathedral, my goodness, that was just a few years ago. So, we have here 928 billion, almost a trillion. And probably next year, Secretary Angara, this will reach because of the increasing number of students, of teachers. So I'm just here, Madam Chair, to thank the Honorable Secretary. The good thing is that we had a pre-consultation before this hearing. And we saw the Secretary with the USEC, and we were able to give already the request of our second district of Cagayan de Oro, the city of Golden Friendship, the gateway to Mindanao, including the province of the chairperson. Yes. Oh. We therefore would like to thank him first. We thank the Secretary for the school buildings that he has pledged to give. I will not mention the number because it's just quite large, so the others may complain. Second, our request to the Secretary of our teaching personnel. The next request, the third request to the Secretary, these are all the needs of our district, the schools there. And these are based on studies of the most felt needs of our classroom and then teaching personnel, and then especially the non-teaching personnel. That is what Superintendent Roy Gaso, another excellent Superintendent of City Schools, Superintendent Roy Gaso, has listed And we had always conference. And then the fourth one, the fourth request, the request is the books, Honorable Secretary. So these are the four things that our city would need. Again, classrooms, teaching personal items, non-teaching personal items, and the books that are needed. And so with that, Madam Chair, I will not take long to have this because I am here just to really support. I would have, if I came earlier, I would have moved for the termination of the discussions because he is a fellow member of Congress. But I will not do that because I've been advised by Chairman Mika not to do it anymore. I did it just recently with Secretary Sharon Garin because it was his first year. So when I said I moved to terminate only for the office of the Secretary Sharon Garin, DOE, but then my attention was called. And so I cannot anymore say that to my dear Secretary. But anyway, I think we're on the last members going to ask. So once again, let me state, Madam Chair, for the record, that in the proper time, this representation of the 2nd District Cagayan de Oro will move for the approval of the budget of the DepEd and attached agencies, and even to increase it to 1 trillion already, so that we can be able to provide the services that our youth would need, our learners. Thank you very much, mga ngayong hapon, Secretary Angara and the DepEd official doon. Dagan, salamat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Kong Rufus. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for your help also to the Department of Education. And we assure you of our willingness to work with you on the 4 items you mentioned, Your Honor. And salamat na hindi ka na nag-move this year to terminate. Kasi ginawa mo last year, kaso 12 hours ho kami after your motion, no, Your Honor. But thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Next to us question is Congressman Tony Roman.
Magandang hapon po, Secretary Angara. How are you?
Good afternoon, Kong Tony Boy.
Just a disclosure, kung si Kong Rufus, ninong si Sedja was my mentor at Accra. And as we were taught in Accra, if a question is asked and it is repetitive, asked and answered, Mr. Secretary, just tell me, but I won't pursue the question.
I'm sure it won't be, Your Honor, with your training.
Well, first, as you all know, based on the EDCOM 2 report, we have a learning crisis. And so the recommendation was to go back to basics. So that will be my line of questioning here. Given that the budget is 928.5 billion, how do you ensure that every child can read and do math by grade 3?
Well, the focus is really, tama ho kayo in citing the EDCOM report and recommendations, Your Honor. And the recommendation of EDCOM is really to focus on foundational learning, Your Honor. And when we say foundational learning, it's not just what happens inside the classroom, but also outside the classroom. So talking about feeding, talking about the interventions in the household, reading as much as possible. So these are the things that we're focusing on, Your Honor. And some of the changes we've made are putting some of our best teachers at what they call Key Stage 1. This is kinder to grade 3. So some schools have not yet done it, but some schools have already put master teachers in charge of Key Stage 1, meaning master teachers, those who are acknowledged to be the best at their profession because of their experience, because of their trainings they have received over the years. So this is a practice adopted from some of the world's best jurisdictions, Your Honor. So ito po yung, tapos yung feeding, dati-rate, we would feed only wasted and severely wasted children pursuant to the feeding law. But one tweak we made, Your Honor, Madam Chair, is to really feed sa kinder level, because the finding of the experts is that the brain is fully formed at that level at 5 years old. So if anything you lose, you don't feed, the child is not adequately fed at that age, then the brain does not fully develop, Your Honor. So rather than have equal treatment of kinder, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, where the results will not be the same. We decided to front load it to kindergarten, where for the first time, we're going to have universal feeding of kindergarten students for 120 days. And one of the items on our wish list is an additional amount to expand it to 145 days, which is basically the whole, practically the whole school year, Your Honor. Kasi nakikita natin, kahit nag-feed ka ng for a certain number of months, usually during the summer, during the days where you don't feed, there is some regression, or yung timbang ng bata nababawasan pa rin. So nadadagdagan yung timbang niya, and maybe his performance improves, but it does not. It returns to his the previously undernourished or malnourished levels, Your Honor. So again, yung sa performance naman in the classroom, we have the Aral Law, which is also sponsored by Chair Roman, and passed another recommendation of EDCOM, based on the best practices of some localities where the tutorial system really helped. So now those students needing help will have practically a tutor dito po sa Aral program. This is done after school, and the initial part will focus on the reading, but in the next year we'll be doing math and science as well, Your Honor.
I agree with that feeding should be prioritized. Which you prioritize basically grades, the early grades, no, grades 1 to 3. Is there any ongoing talks with DSWD to see if we could expand the Walang Gutong program of the DSWD, so that way we can feed more students?
Yes, Your Honor. There's an ongoing, we signed the MOA with the SecRex and DSWD actually. So yung Walang Gutom program, we're actually beneficiaries of that because yung mga learners namin belong to the recipients of the Walang Gutom program and the food stamps program of DSWD, Your Honor. Tapos yung additional funding from the Office of the President, approved by DBM, to create, I think, 300 child care development centers. Those will be under the auspices also of the DSWD. The daycare workers, etc. Tapos may trainings din from TESDA for our daycare workers, Your Honor. That's another EDCOM recommendation. So all of these taken together are addressing yung sinabi po ninyo, yung early stage learning ng ating mga kabataan. So I think although the budget for education has been increasing over the years, for the first time we will really focus on those who need it the most, which is the key stage 1, and that's something emphasized by EDCOM, by our chairperson, Kong Roman, and other experts, Your Honor.
Speaking of the Aral Law, RA 12028, is there a budget allocation for that under the proposed budget?
Yes, Your Honor. It's about 4 billion. This is to pay the tutors, for the materials, etc.
And then, is there a budget allocation how much is the budget allocation for the Teachers Education Council?
It's about 203 million, Your Honor.
And I understand that the mandate of the Teachers Education Council is basically capacitate teachers. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. Under the law, the Teachers Education Council will straddle basic education, higher education, vocational education, and train our teachers. So some of the problems identified by EDCOM, like the skills mismatch, meaning non-science teachers teaching science, non-math teachers teaching math, those will be addressed because previously DepEd and CHED did not communicate, meaning DepEd did not communicate to CHED the need for these types of teachers, Your Honor. So now one of the innovations of Teacher Education Council, headed by ED Jenny Hoxon here on my left, is to develop the new in-service training. And many of them are specialized. So may specialty for early child education. There are programs for science, for math, whereas before it was just more of a general teacher education program. So now it's very targeted to the needs of the system, because 90+% of the graduates of the higher education institutions, or HEIs, providing for education graduates are absorbed by the DepEd, Your Honor.
And if I'm not mistaken, if I was fed the right information, there are 875,000 teachers. Does it sound right?
Yes, Your Honor, thereabouts.
And with a budget of, you said 203 million for the Teachers Education Council. If you break it down on a per teacher basis, that would be about roughly about 220, 237 pesos per teacher.
Yes, Your Honor, but the council is really a coordinating body, a policy body, Your Honor. So it provides for the recommendations, but if you look at the programs that are or the resources devoted to trainings, to other emoluments that the teachers will be receiving, it's much more, Your Honor.
I commend your honesty, Mr. Secretary. I thought you would say that's why you want more for Teachers Education Council.
Well, Edie Hoxton is nodding her head. She also would like more, especially for scholarships, I think, for our teachers.
When it comes to modernizing teaching, is there a program to basically introduce like digital technology in teaching, and how much of that is reflected in the budget? I'm talking about the pre-service and in-service teaching.
I know for the in-service, Your Honor, we've made AI available actually to teachers. And how does this make life easier for our teachers? It's because they're able to focus on the students perhaps who don't do as well, because there are AI tutors who can help guide the more independent learners in a class, for instance. But that's not possible in a class of 50 or 60 if the teacher is acting alone without the help of a modern technology, Your Honor. So as mentioned earlier, we have about 1,700 schools using Canmigo, and there are maybe a few more who are using other educational technologies like Canva, which helps them, which incorporates AI and other technology, Your Honor. But for in-service training, maybe Edie Hoxton would like to share if there's any move to use technology to help train our teachers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair, sir, yes, for the pre-service curriculum, we've now added and we've strongly added the pedagogical content knowledge, including technology, to support our teachers. What's happening in the current program, Your Honor, is that our teachers are made to use technology in a general sense. Now we want technology to teach mathematics, for example, science, for example. So it's directed to the use of technology is directed to a particular learning area, Your Honor.
But perhaps would it help to have sort of to offer digital micro-credentials in the continuing professional development of teachers? Is that something that the DepEd is considering?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, we signed partnerships in the last year with LinkedIn, which has an educational component, and Google Education also has an educational component, because this is something that the teachers can do in their free time to get upgrade their professional credentials. And we're looking at other possibilities here. And of course, as I mentioned, the education technology also enables teachers to see the results of quizzes in real time. They're able to do their lesson plans in an hour or two, whereas it would take them a whole weekend in previous years to do so. So the time-saving element is quite substantial with the use of technology, Your Honor.
Where does the DepEd stand on tying teacher evaluation to student performance, in particular standardized tests? Just for context, in the United States, in Washington D.C., there was the Chancellor Michelle Rhee, who what she did was basically she tied teacher tenure and teacher pay to student performance in standardized tests. Where does the DepEd stand on that?
Well, maybe it can be a factor, but it should not be the only factor, Your Honor, because the reality is that in our country, there are many factors which contribute to student performance, and teacher training or teacher inputs are just one of them, Your Honor. Because, of course, there's also the household, there's also the funding from the community, the locality. But if you have any ideas on how we can improve in that respect, Your Honor, we'll welcome it. But certainly, it shouldn't be the only factor in reviewing the teacher's performance. And that's the feedback also from the teachers, Your Honor.
Yung no read, no pass.
Well, there's no formal policy regarding that, but we've looked at maybe there are other policies which operate like a formal policy. So, meaning, what do I mean? To give an example, kapag bumagsak yung bata, ang magre-remediate o yung mag-tutor sa bata, yung teacher din niya. So what is the human nature being what it is, yung tendency is hindi niya babagsakin yun dahil ayaw niya pahirapan yung sarili niya. So that's what I mean by informal policies operating as a disincentive to give an accurate result. So we've tried to address some of these dysfunctional factors in the system, Your Honor.
Yes. Thank you. Now, learning tools and equipment funding was cut by 18.5%. Does it sound right? Including tech walk labs.
1 billion. For 1 billion. I think it was cut by 1 billion, Your Honor. But if the concern is textbooks, the textbook budget is still intact, Your Honor.
Tech walk labs.
Yeah. We're just checking on the numbers, Your Honor. 650 million was cut.
Yeah, I raised a question for one reason. One of the findings of the EDCOM 2 was a misalignment between the sort of the education, the training received, and the industry goals, right? So if we want to bridge that gap, I would think that there should be more funding for tech walk labs because that facilitates that will actually promote the alignment between the industries and the training received by students.
Sure, Honor, I think we should really provide it. And in my rounds with the schools, talagang kulang ho tayo ng equipment. But I was told that the tech book is di naman nag-decrease. It's the science and math. But that's something we can address going forward. And maybe perhaps we can make some readjustments before the GAA comes out.
Yeah, and it's reason to increase the budget of DepEd.
Thank you, Your Honor. We will not object.
Yun ho gusto ni Kong Rufus. Few more questions. You mentioned earlier that one of the goals of DepEd is to promote critical thinking. And I would imagine problem-solving skills, as we know, based on the last two PISA in 2018 and 2022, our performance was dismal. How does a budget proposal actually address that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Well, we were rolling out the revised K-10 curriculum. And in the revised K-10 curriculum, there is a streamlining of the competencies, Your Honor. So from the previous curriculum, which taught 10,000 competencies, it's down to 3,000. And we would say, aside from the focus on reading, math, and science, one of the focus really to teach 21st century skills like critical thinking, problem solving, more practical skills, Your Honor. So all of these trainings in the implementation of the curriculum, we could say promotes critical thinking, Your Honor.
Is there a specific initiative to actually capacitate teachers to learn and use critical pedagogy in teaching? And also, that way, by capacitating them, they can actually employ critical pedagogy in teaching students to promote critical thinking.
Well, we have a training called HOTS, which is higher order thinking skills, Your Honor. And part of that would be the ability to think critically. And of course, we're also, we have a bureau on assessments, which develops the exams. So the reason why we did so poorly perhaps in the PISA and the other international assessments is because our local exams did not mirror these. Meaning, yung local exams ho natin, pag math, it's just knowledge-based, fact-based. Whereas these exams like the PISA, they're interdisciplinary, the questions. Yung question is not attributable just to math or science. It will involve various disciplines. And it will ask the examinee to solve a practical problem and come up with a solution. So we're trying to adjust our, not only the pedagogy, but even the exam taking towards that end. And to link it with your points on digitalization, for the first time, we will be administering these exams by computer. Kasi nakita namin, matagal masyado yung resulta. Minsan yung resulta ng achievement test, 1 year bago lumabas sa paper and pen, Your Honor. So dito sa digital, it'll be a matter of days or weeks before the results, and the intervention can come in a timely fashion. Kasi pag 1 year, hindi na po relevant yung resulta dahil marami na nangyari dun sa isang taon na yon.
The last question. Does the present budget reflect to any extent the recommendation of EDCOM 2 to decentralize education. And by decentralization, I mean not deconcentration, but actually devolving education to LGUs, i.e., that is empowering local school boards.
Yes, Your Honor. That is one of the thrusts of the administration and DepEd right now. And that's reflected in the budget in the form of the increased MOE, Your Honor, to schools with the new formula adopted. 100% of schools will be getting increased MOE, and this will enable them to buy the equipment they need, to have more freedom in charting their own destiny and making investment decisions, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I have nothing further. I reserve the rest of my other questions for the second round.
Thank you very much, Congressman Roman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kong Roman.
Next to ask question is from the minority. The chair recognizes Congresswoman Christina.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary. First and foremost, would like to thank you for your visit. You personally came with your team to inaugurate one of the first ALS Community Learning Center in the whole Philippines, and we are fortunate for one of the buildings to be constructed in the largest high school in Bicolanja, the alma mater of my father, Edsel Lagman. So thank you so much for that visit. And I heard that your MANCOM was very productive as well. I heard from Congressman Roman about the ARAL program, and it has a budget for 2026 in the amount of 4 billion. When I was mayor of Tabaco City for almost 15 years, after the pandemic, we found that the learning, our learners really had a difficult time, not just comprehending, but also reading. In fact, during the first day of when we started again the face-to-face classes, the number of non-readers for Tabaco City Division alone was close to 39%. 39% were non-readers. And so we took it upon ourselves to create a program. And I think the ARAL program is quite similar to what we have started, the Community Learning Hub, which is an offshoot from Vice President Leni Robredo's Community Learning Hub. We call it the Community Literacy Hub. I heard earlier that in the ARAL program, the students who are have difficulty reading have remedial classes after the regular classes. But in our program, our SDS agreed to pull out students for 1 hour for our more focused tutorials. So can you tell us more about the ARAL program?
Similar to what you mentioned, Your Honor, and schools have the flexibility to adjust their curriculum because the ARAL program is really a catch-up program, and it's meant to be not a one-size-fits-all, but something that's tailored to the needs of the student. If his weakness is in reading, in mathematics, numeracy, in science, that's the intervention that will be provided for him or her, Your Honor. So it's something that has been proven to work in many localities, in many jurisdictions. So that's why I think it was legislated by Congress in the last year.
I'm just taking up from what Congressman Rufus just said. He was asked, how do you choose the learners? How do you choose the learners in the ARAL program?
We have some exams. The Carla is a reading literacy exam, the ELNA, and then at the beginning of the school year, there are exams given, and at the end of the school year. And the low emergent readers, which is the lowest type of reader, are required to participate, are prioritized in the interventions, Your Honor.
I think USEC Malcolm is familiar with the rapid literacy assessment tool utilized by ABC Plus. Is that the one? Oh, okay, okay. Because that's the same tool that we utilized in 2022. And magyayabang lang ako kay Rufus kasi katabi ko. Alam mo, when we started in 2022, start of a school year, 39% non-readers. End of school year, 3% na lang ang non-readers. So we deployed only 107 volunteer teachers. So I'm glad that we have the ARAL program, because the problem with us local governments is we do not know where to source the funding for our volunteer teachers. And dadagdagan ko pagayabang kay Rufus. They are let passers. Yes, but hindi nakakatuwa ito, but we're only giving them 5,800 pesos. Very small, but that is from our CEF funds. And sometimes GIP, or sometimes we source out from other, LGU funds. But with the ARAL program, can you tell us more about how we can compensate our volunteer teachers? Or are they considered volunteer teachers?
Budget. It's a budget for that, Your Honor. If the tutor is a DepEd teacher, there is overload pay, Your Honor. But if it's a non-DepEd employee, there is how much for? There's a DOLE. The DOLE DepEd is providing for the initial 100 or 150 million, Your Honor. But it's part of our wish list to have the additional funding for the non-DepEd tutors and for the honoraria to be paid them, Your Honor.
So do I get it right, Mr. Secretary, that the 4 billion for the ARAL law would only cover teachers, but the non-teachers would be sourced out from other programs like the DOLE's TUPAD program. But TUPAD is so short-lived. It's just, 10 days, 12 days, and it's emergency employment. If we need a more sustained program for our volunteer teachers, then we need a fund that is not just for 10 to 12 or even 15 days.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we're requesting it
Most
as part of our
probably
wish list, Your Honor.
Kung GIP naman, additional funding for this. Okay. Okay. For the ARAL. Okay, then I would fully support the additional funds for the ARAL program. Another po would be, you have visited Albay and you have visited the Bicol region, and we know that it's not a one size fits all, particularly when you design buildings. I would not recommend a 12-story building nor a 6-story building in an earthquake-prone area. No? And then we still have comparatively more land compared to the more centrally located schools. The design for the school buildings, can you give us an idea if there is like a prototype for typhoon-prone areas like the Bicol region? Kung yero po kasi at GI yan, sigurado mas mataas pang kagastusin natin for the maintenance and repair. Can someone tell us more about the designs?
Well, some of the learnings, Your Honor, Madam Chair, is that in the typhoon-prone areas, it might pay dividends to cover the windows, because that's where the wind enters, and the roofs, in what we've seen, the roofs are removed by that. So the recommendation of the engineers there is to strengthen the roofs, to have a concrete roof. And we've also observed that roofs with solar panels, they tend not to get blown off because they're heavier, Your Honor. So these are some. And then if you were here earlier, may picture pinakita si Kong Ana York Bondok regarding the stilted design for classrooms. Kasi in her district, for 7 months of the year, they're underwater. So hindi nagagamit po yung first. So the intention is not to have a full-blown classroom on the first floor, but to have a open area which can serve as a classroom during the 5 months that it is not flooded. But during the 7 months, doon na sila sa second floor, Your Honor. So we actually also saw a similar situation in Camp Sur when we went to the district of then Congressman El Ray. And yun talagang nabaha ho yung mga gagamitan nila. Nasira lahat ng TV, nasira lahat ng... so I imagine the situation is the same or similar in your district. And we thank you for warmly welcoming us to the beautiful town or city of Tabaco. So I think the stilted design is something that can help mitigate the hazards of climate change, Your Honor. And it's a practical design, but also still usable. And it will preserve, nasabi ko kanina, it may be more expensive in the short run, but it is an expense that will pay dividends in the long run kasi it protects your investments in other educational inputs.
So, Mr. Secretary, you mean that we are flexible in designing our school buildings? Because when I spoke to DPWH, the designs come from the DepEd, and then they cannot deviate from the standard design. But but your statement gives me an impression that we are flexible to adjust and adapt to our own.
Yes, Your Honor, we will have that flexibility going forward. We will provide them with alternative designs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Congress.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Thank you, Madam.
Congresswoman Lagman. Next to us question, Representative Dibo Tan. Here, Representative Amatong, Representative Roman Romano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sec Sunny to the DepEd family, welcome and congratulations for many reforms. But, while I was seated here since the beginning of this budget deliberations, there was an exchange that sort of caught me off guard, including your response. There was a query about comprehensive sexuality education. And you said that fake news yung dalisay. So everyone who opposes comprehensive sexuality education, you are saying, Secretary, fake news lahat. That was in response to the query of Congressman Sendanya.
Your Honor, well, anyway, thank you first for the leadership under your chairmanship of both EDCOM2 and the Committee on Basic Education. What I remember, Your Honor, is that when asked by Congressman Percy if this was fake news, I said baka nakuryente lang ho. So I mean,
yung part na nakuryente, Secretary? Because I will show you papers coming from the Department of Education itself, which was taken down when we had a hearing on this matter, describing what should be taught from K to 3, which already is not age appropriate. So what exactly was, ano yung nakuryente na nakuha?
Well, the information I received, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, is that these were not DepEd sanctioned materials.
I have with me DepEd's sanctioned materials, which I showed. I think Director Joyce Andaya should be familiar with these things, as she was a big part of the CSE. And then earlier, I was surprised when I heard that there was nakuryente, as you said. And I will give you and the DepEd a chance to clarify before saying to the public that you are calling us liars or fake news peddlers.
Well, no, Your Honor. Just to put on record that we're not calling you liars or fake news peddlers, Your Honor. It's just that I think yung sinasabi nilang DepEd materials I was informed that these are not DepEd materials. And I guess the more important thing going forward, Your Honor, is that we issued a new policy that is more in line with the RH law and more culturally or context appropriate, meaning we are not as liberal perhaps as the Western countries. So we will adopt something that is culturally appropriate, Sir Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you, Sec Sunny. But can the DepEd now deny or confirm that you had earlier issued for K to 3 core skills, intimacy, and reproduction for K to 3? I have before me, I think you brought it, this was taken down already, but we were able to print it out before it was taken. Look, Director Joyce and I think, is one of those who is primarily pushing for the CSE. So maybe she's in a position to be able to confirm or deny
I'll be
if
happy
this
to let her
document
answer,
in
Your
fact
Honor.
exists.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll be happy to let her answer, Sec Joyce.
Yeah.
Permission of the chair, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as I can remember, the words described by Congressman Percy were not the words that were found in the curriculum, specifically for K to 3.
What I am asking is that the curriculum that I got, that we were able to download, in fact, we have more na na-take down yun na, and we will mention the names. We will call a special committee meeting for this. It says here, clustering K to 3 core skills, my body, myself. Under K, intimacy and reproduction. So you deny the existence that this ever existed?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but those were not, Madam Chair, but those were not the words that I recalled that were found in the curriculum. But that I do know that what was written there were the words age appropriate.
So you're saying that I am lying, that this is a DepEd document?
That is not correct, Mr. Chair.
So you deny this is a DepEd document?
I have yet to look at
We
the
showed this to
document.
you during a committee meeting. We have minutes on that. But anyway, so you're denying this, that this is a DepEd document?
Madam Chair, I need po to see the document for me to say that.
Come
it
on,
is a-
Madam Chair, can she take a look? 1 minute.
1 minute recess. Committee hearing resumes. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, if we may respond to the
Yes, please,
concern raised by
Secretary.
the Honorable Chair of Basic Education, Congressman. Well, upon perusal of the document, Your Honor, I was told it's not part of the curriculum, but it looks like a document purporting to be a DepEd document. And even my chief of staff verified that perhaps it could have been the subject of a lecture. So I'd like to place on record that we do not consider some of the claims made by the advocates, that it is fake news. We never said it's fake news. We hope we clarify that with our very supportive chairperson. And I think the fact that Chair Roman had a hearing on this, it really prodded us into action and to have to review the curriculum and to ensure that it's culturally appropriate and not just a blind conformity to standards, international standards, because even the UN framework acknowledges that there can be localization. They respect the cultural and local context, Madam Chair. So I hope that clarifies some, that we never said it's fake news or that they were making fake claims. In fact, we're appreciative that they raised some of this because we're also concerned about the appropriateness and the morality of what we're teaching, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Secretary. And to be fair, I think this was way before the term of the Secretary. But unfortunately, I was just here earlier and the topic came up. But let me clarify further. I heard earlier from the Secretary that they are coming up with some department order on CSE. Grade 5 moving up, is that correct? Grade 5, 6, 7? Is that correct? It's called CSE?
It's meant to replace the CSE also because we feel CSE perhaps maybe as a term is already something identified with certain types of teaching or lessons. So we'll just call it the RH policy, so it's more in conformity with Philippine laws, Your Honor.
That is correct. Because, so we have the assurance that the Department of Education will not use the term CSE or Comprehensive Sexuality Education or Comprehensive Adolescent Sexual Education. Is that correct?
100%, Your Honor.
Yes. Because there are certain groups that keep on repeating the term comprehensive sexuality education, but making reference to the reproductive health bill. They are way different. They are not the same. In fact, in fairness to members of Congress, there are numerous bills filed this Congress, again, defining comprehensive sexuality education, comprehensive adolescent sexual education. That is evidence enough that that term should not be used officially because there is no such term. Do we have the Secretary's full support on this?
Yes, Your Honor. You can be assured that that's not a term we'll be using going forward, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the committee, the Congress will be provided with a copy of this department order that you will be releasing soon or that you have released?
We'll provide it to you as we speak, Your Honor, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Again, just to be sure, para clarify tayong lahat, wala naman talagang fake news, wala nagpedal ng fake news. I think may basis talaga yung concern nung ibang organizations, and I am very happy that the Secretary, the good Secretary, has assured us that the whole DepEd family will not be using this term because there is no such term existing in any Philippine law at present.
Yes, we'd like to reiterate our assurance, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, since I already have the mic, Madam Chair, let me go on to a different topic. Because earlier, there was reference to this 165,000 classroom shortages. Could we know from the Department of Education, what is the reason, or what were the reasons for the ballooning of this 165,000 classrooms? To what does DepEd attribute this ballooning of this shortage?
Well, there's a number of factors, Your Honor, Madam Chair. I think there's no single factor that caused it, but I think population growth is one of them. Maybe urbanization. That's why you have a lot of the shortages. The biggest shortages are in highly populated regions, in Region 4A, in our cities, like Cagayan de Oro, Cebu City, in certain provinces like Cavite, where we have a lot of our relocation sites. So another factor exacerbating the shortages is the I think EDCOM looked into this, no? The housing relocation, where there was no provision for school sites. So, like we have that school in Naik where they have to study in tents. This was looked into by your committee and EDCOM too. So now we're trying to avoid that by coordinating with NHA and even the private actors who are building these houses, because we think it will continue over time. So ito po yung, I think also maybe some years perhaps we didn't allocate as much funding as we should have for the classroom program. Because if you look back to a decade ago, the shortage was not of this magnitude. It was only maybe 50 or 60,000 according to official figures, Your Honor. That was...
Yes, Secretary, could the reason really be, but I agree, because when we introduced grades 11 and 12, when we passed the K-12, we knew that there would be additional classroom needs. But then not many classrooms were built. In fact, what they did was to expand the voucher system to grades 11 and 12, and we know what happened after that. You yourselves found out meron allegedly ghost students kasi hindi naman talaga nag-build ng classrooms enough for the coming of grades 11 and 12. So could we say it's really a budget issue?
And I don't think it's just purely a budget issue, Your Honor, but maybe also a management and efficiency issue, but partly a budget issue. But
How could it be a management efficiency issue?
Meaning we did not foresee the needs. So in a year, we were not efficient in building our classrooms, Your Honor.
Yes. So how will the PPP solve this issue? Because the point is, right now, under procurement laws, there is a bidding procedure. Even if we go through PPPs, there will still be a bidding procedure. Even if you say that you will give it to the local governments, there will still be a bidding procedure. So the issue on funding and bidding will still be there, no matter what mode that you are proposing under the PPP. So please enlighten Congress on how this is the panacea for the classroom shortage.
Well, from what we learned when we studied the first two batches of PPPs, Your Honor, about a decade ago, bulto-bulto po yung pagbibid. So the difference will be that rather than bidding just 10 classrooms or 20 classrooms, you'll be bidding 1,000 classrooms, Your Honor. So yun yung package for bidding. So you'll be building 1,000 classrooms in NCR, you'll be bidding 1,000 classrooms in Region 4A. So yun, there's scale, Your Honor.
Yes. But to the good secretary, correct me if I'm wrong. What you're referring to was the scheme adopted, I think, during the time of Secretary Luistro. If I recall correctly, the classrooms built at that time were not the regular classrooms that we see now. Those were container vans that they made into classrooms. Unless I am referring to a different arrangement that was done, but that is what I remember. During that time, what they constructed were container vans which were not suitable, especially for Central Luzon. Napakainit po nun. Is this the scheme, or is there another scheme that was adopted previously that we can take a look at?
It's a similar scheme, Your Honor. In fact, we're trying to learn from that experience with a few variations regarding the location of the packages to make it more attractive to bidders. But tama ho kayo. I remember we were in Congress that time, and some of the representatives were complaining about the materials used. Dahil hindi yata nilagyan ng insulation. So I think we've learned from this experience, and then we will not allow these types of construction methods that will not be conducive to learning, Your Honor.
Yes, so good secretary, it will not be container vans. It will be the regular type of DepEd classrooms that will be bidded out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, but again, it will still go through the same bidding process, and it will also go through the same funding requirements.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
But
What about the LGU?
if I may just add, Your Honor, it's in yes and no, because it's not the same funding requirement, because rather than just rely on the GAA funding, which has to compete for fiscal space with other departments and programs, this one is a programmatic loan. So, meaning, uutang ka at para sa classroom lang ho yun. So, that's how you're able to scale it up, Your Honor. That's why what we're proposing is 3 sets of PPPs, which will construct 105,000 classrooms, Your Honor.
All subject to bidding.
Oh, of course, yes, that's a legal
So
requirement.
again,
Your Honor.
that bidding will still remain.
The bidding, but again, as I said earlier, you're not bidding 10 classrooms, you're not bidding 20 classrooms, you're bidding 1,000 classrooms,
Except,
Your Honor.
and the reason for that is because there is a loan component.
Yes, Your Honor, and the advantage of the loan component is you get the construction, but you've not fully paid for it. So, in the case of the ones you mentioned during the time of Brother Armin, they were bidded out in the 2010s, but they were fully paid only by 2023, if I'm not mistaken, Your Honor. So, yung financing, again, it departs from the conventional GAA financing framework, Your Honor.
Sige. What about the LGU arrangement? How will that improve? Because they will also be subject to bidding rules. They will also be subject to the funding requirements or funding to be provided by the national. So how will that be able to accelerate?
Siguro, my best analogy, Chairman Roman, Congressman Man, Chair Maricar, is parang EDSA. Kasi sa ngayon, umaasa lang tayo sa EDSA para tumawid ho sa Pasig River. Pero kapag napasa ho yung proposal namin na pwede nang magtayo ang mga local governments, mga probinsya, mga syudad, ng mga lungsod, then you have other pathways. So you have Capitolio, which is in your district. You have Rockwell Bridge. You have Manila bridges in Manila. So you're opening up rather than just passing all the vehicles passing on one avenue and relying on that thoroughfare. You're opening up theoretically at least 150 different city roads, 80 provincial roads. So that's the analogy I'm trying to make, Your Honor. I hope it makes sense.
But good Secretary, I will not belabor the point. I think what you should also consider is that for the highly urbanized cities, they have the funds. And they are the more technology savvy and they've built experience-wise. So when you are going to download these funds, this probably will be to the 4th, 5th, 6th class municipalities. Will they have the experience that you earlier referred to? Will they have the capacity to do so on the scale in order to double, triple the production size? I think you should take a look at that, Mr. Secretary. I won't belabor the point. I will go for my second round. Just one last, connected to the CSE. Because there was also earlier a reference to peer counseling will now be done. Is this similar to the terms used in the bills on comprehensive sexuality? Is this a mature minor doctrine, evolving capacities of minor doctrine, except that you are using a different term so that it becomes more palatable?
I just want to clarify, Madam Chair, Your Honor. When I mentioned the peer counseling, I mentioned it in 2 contexts earlier. One was in terms of teachers exchanging best practices. That's the LAC or the learning action cells. At pangalawa, yung bullying in the context of bullying, Your Honor. Meaning some students are not comfortable talking about it with the guidance counselor or their teacher, but they will open up to their peers. So I'm not sure about the...
Yes, so how will, I hope you, in my next round, I hope you will be able to explain that or clarify that further. Because under the comprehensive sexuality bills, they've put forth certain terms which will allow peer counseling in order for certain operations to happen. Again, it puts to ease. So maybe you should be very strict in the way you will, the parameters to be used when you implement this peer counseling. But I will wait for my next turn so that we will be able to clarify further this peer counseling.
Yes, Your Honor. But just also to clarify, we did not mention peer counseling in the context of CSE or RH, Your Honor. It was in a different context.
Okay, noted. Thank you very much, Chair Roman. Next to us question is from the minority. The Chair recognizes Representative Audrey Subiri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Congresswoman Zamora, to our esteemed colleagues, committee members, and of course to our DepEd family, most especially to our dear Secretary Sunny Angara. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to our former First Lady in the Senate.
First of all, I would like to commend Secretary Angara and the entire Department of Education for your unwavering commitment to ensuring that no Filipino learner is left behind. I especially want to commend you on your efforts, continuous efforts to increase the functional literacy rate in the country. In 2024, the Functional Literacy, Education, and Mass Media Survey, I was very happy to see that Northern Mindanao region achieved the highest basic literacy rate across our island of Mindanao, no? With a recorded functional literacy rate of 90.8%, ranking as 6th nationwide. And I would like to credit, of course, the very good secretary and our provincial, our regional directors of DepEd for that incredible result. So thank you very much. And so now, Madam Chair, of course, these are not just numbers, no, because behind all these numbers, I see symbols of hope. I see progress, especially for our beloved Mindanao. And so with this, Madam Chair, may I have a few moments to clarify a few things with our secretary about the agency's programs in the 2026 budget. If I may be allowed to proceed, Madam Chair.
I'll be happy to answer any questions from the distinguished lady from Bukidnon, and I congratulate them for the gains they've made in the education field. I know it's been a focus of the better half, the other half of Congresswoman's V.
If I may be allowed to proceed, Madam Chair. Thank you. Secretary Angara, I'm sure you know, I'm sure you've visited Bukidnon, and you know that we have it's expansive, no, with our vast plateau valleys, mountains. We are surrounded by mountains, no, and it just stretches endlessly. We have many far-flung communities, and in these far-flung communities, we are in dire need of last-mile schools. And so I was wondering, under the 2026 NEP, may I ask, what is the proposed budget? The proposed budget allocation for this program is 3 billion pesos. Secretary, would this be sufficient to address the gaps in resources and facilities of schools in our geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas?
It will enable us to make some inroads, Your Honor, but perhaps not wipe out the deficit overnight.
You know, if I may congratulate you, I would like to say na I was able to visit one of your last mile schools, and I was so impressed because you can imagine, Your Honor, this school is located in a barangay called Santa Filomena, Gamot, Santa Filomena. It's about 3 hours away from the main towns. And in that area, there's no electricity, there's no signal, but in the last mile school that we have there, Gamot Elementary School, may kuryente po kasi solar powered na po siya. So yung mga tao, doon sila nag-charge ng kanilang mga cellphone. And would you believe I was able to place a very clear FaceTime video call to my husband to show him the school because of the Starlink internet that DepEd had put in that last mile school. So I am a witness to the efficacy and really to the effect of these last mile schools. And so with that, I would like to ask the Secretary, the 3 billion pesos that you mentioned, you said it will make some improvements, but if it were up to you, how much do you think we should add? Because I think 3 billion might not be enough for our last mile schools.
Well, I think we have an estimate of around 3,000 last mile or GIDA schools. Tama ba? 3,000? 9,000, sorry.
9,000.
So 9,000. Yeah, so 9,000 times the indicative cost, if it's 3 million, then that would be the amount needed, Your Honor.
Okay,
I hope someone's doing the math because it's hard to speak and calculate at the same time.
Well, whatever it is, I hope we can really make sure that we have funding the last mile schools because I've seen really how wonderful they are and how helpful. Now, apart from our last mile schools, Your Honor, if I may also ask about some questions with regard to our basic feeding program. I seem to recall that during the last EDCOM, you mentioned that some of our students are suffering from stunted growth due to malnutrition. And so I was looking at your budget, and it looks like here we have about 11.8 billion pesos allocated for our feeding program. Is this correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So this 11.8 billion, around how much is this the budget per student per meal?
About 21 pesos per student.
21 pesos. Do you think this will be enough? Kasi a lot of our students are, quite malnourished and baka kulang ang 21 pesos per
It's
meal.
difficult, Your Honor. It's difficult to provide within the budget.
So, I mean, considering the findings of EDCOM, no, and the consequences of malnutrition on our students, around how much more do you think we should add for our feeding program?
Well, in our wish list, which we mentioned earlier during our presentation, Your Honor, Madam Chair, I think we're asking for additional 3 billion that will cover an additional 25 days of feeding, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, I would like to put on record that I would like to support the additional 3 billion pesos for DepEd for the feeding program, because I've seen, no, how our students really suffer. Some of their students in Bukidnon, they come to school and they have not had breakfast. They go there and they're looking for lunch, and so I think this will really help. Now, Madam Chair, if I may ask one last note, how can we help the department achieve its targets kaya in the next coming school year?
Well, supporting this year's budget would be a good start, Your Honor, and any augmentations from the chair, who's been very supportive, from you, Madam Chair. I know education is close to your heart, close to your husband's heart, so that would be a very welcome start, Your Honor, because next year's budget is an 18% increase over the 2025 budget, and that's the biggest increase in a significant amount of time. So it just shows the president's commitment to raising the quality of our educational system, Your Honor. So any support in that direction would be very welcome.
Well, congratulations on the increase and the coming increase. And if I may add, no, Madam Chair, I would also like to commend the Secretary on the work of his wife. His wife has been very active, Mrs. Tutsi Angara, in delivering connected computers, laptops, and internet connection to last mile schools as far as Pag-asa Island, if I'm not mistaken, no? And of course, I'm very happy because Bukidnon was also a recipient. And so I would like to commend Secretary Angara, and congratulations really on everything that you have accomplished this past year.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Congresswoman Zubiri. That's very kind of you to mention that. I will relay the message to my better half, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Manifestation of Congresswoman Zubiri for the support is noted by the chair. The chair declares for a 2-minute recess for toilet break. Wala naman yung iba. So I think ako kung ordering. Hindi naman, yung iba wala. Kung, pero kasi wala. Tawagin ko lang, pero pag wala, we can proceed na dito. So, isa lang, may na-even kayo. Then kung, Bernadette. Committee hearing resumes. Next to ask question from the majority. We have a Representative Shimura around. No, Representative Gonzales, Howard Quinto, Vice Chairperson Cristina Lopez. Wala. So, the chair now recognizes Congresswoman Bernadette Escudero.
Good afternoon, Secretary Angara and the whole DepEd family. First of all, I would like to commend the Department of Education for a job well done, no, for the past year. Isa po kayo sa mga pinaka nagtatrabaho, no, sa buong bansa, and I would like to commend everyone, each and every one of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Congresswoman Det. Maraming salamat. Nakakatuwa po yung sinabi niyo.
Madam Chair, based on the budget, ang classroom budget po natin ay 13.2 billion. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. That's for new construction. Yes.
Yes po. Dun sa 13.2 billion po, sino po ang under DPWH pa ba ito o dun sa LGU program na natin?
Under this year, for 2025, because of the GAA provision, it's DPWH who we transfer the funds to DPWH at sila po yung gagawa. Pero we have that proposed flexibility provision sana sa special provisions ng 2026 NEP and hopefully ma-carry over sa GAA na pwedeng payagan ho yung mga cities and other LGUs who have the capacity to also construct parallel building of school buildings para dumami ho yung gumagawa ng classrooms natin. So even maybe hypothetically Sorsogon City, Sorsogon Province, Naga City, Legazpi City, all of them could construct and we just download the funds to them, Your Honor.
With the 13.2 billion, Madam Chair, mga ilang classrooms po ang matatranslate ng amount na ito, more or less?
It's the indicative is 4,869, Your Honor.
4,869. Ano pong estimate natin na cost per classroom?
It's 5 million for a regular classroom and 3.15 for a kinder classroom.
Thank you very much for this, Madam Chair. Pero in total po, we have a total of about 165,000 na kakulangan sa classroom. So, ang mababawas lang is about 4,500. And narinig ko po kanina, na-mention nyo na rin po about the PPP na can translate to about 100,000 classrooms. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
That's the proposal, Your Honor. Although it, just to emphasize, it still has to undergo the regulatory approvals at NEDA and the other agencies, Your Honor.
Pero po dun sa 100,000 classrooms na kayang magawa through PPP, ano po ang time frame na tinitingnan natin dito?
The latest, kailan ma-complete yung 105? What year? Completion. How many years? Hindi, yung 105. Hindi naman 2 years. Yeah. Kailan matatapos? Our estimate is 5 years from the time we break ground, Your Honor. So, yung tatlong packages ho yun. So, yung PSIP 1, we're hoping to break ground by third quarter next year, third to fourth quarter. Yung PSIP 2, that's 40,000 classrooms that we hope to break ground. That's World Bank. We hope to break ground, if all goes well, including the regulatory approvals, by middle of next year, second, third quarter ho. Tapos yung PSIP 5, break ground by... Yeah, so you just count 5 years from the time you break ground. Yun ang target date ho, for the completion of all of them.
Nasa anong stage na po tayo sa programang ito?
Well, yung iba nasa feasibility study, that's the ADB funded one. And sa World Bank, still, it's also the same. So it's still initial stages because matagal talaga ang gestation period nitong mga PPP proposals, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, although mabilis lang natin ito magagawa sa ating mga highly urbanized areas. Do you think sa mga remote areas, makakayanan din to ng PPP?
Hindi po. Mas tingin ho namin ang PPP is better suited for yung nagkukumpulan ng mga classrooms. So maybe in urban areas where the needs are great ho. So because nakita namin sa experience mo nung first 2 PPPs, marami nagkaroon ng failure o inabandon nung kontratista kasi nahirapan siya. Na-realize niya yung budget was not adequate to cover his logistical cost, Your Honor. So ang policy direction namin is to make it more attractive to bidders, to encourage, given the magnitude ng problema, make it attractive and put them close together para yung costs, there are efficiencies on the part of those who will undertake the PPP, Your Honor.
So paano po natin masosolve yung problema ng kakulangan ng classroom sa mga remote areas kung hindi po natin magagamit itong programang ito?
The focus will be, that's what the department will focus on, Your Honor. So together with DPWH, kasi yon, we feel that kahit malalayong lugar, kayang gawin ng DPWH yung mga yon. And then usually pag malalayong lugar, the requirements are not that large, meaning it's usually a, di ba, maybe a 5 classroom school building, hindi naman siya along the lines of a 50 classroom school building.
Maraming salamat po. So, ang ibig sabihin po, mapaprioritize po yung mga remote areas po pagdating sa budget na ito ng DepEd. Salamat po. In addition to that po, may nakita po akong allocated budget ng 2.6 billion for school desks, furnitures, and fixtures under 2026 NEP. May I ask, how does the Department of Education ensure that the newly constructed classrooms are not left empty and unusable due to delays in the delivery of the chairs, tables, and other furnitures?
Well, we want to make sure we have early procurement for these items, Your Honor. So kahit hindi pa po pasado yung 2026 GAA, we'll be conducting early procurement activities for these items already.
So yung budget po na 2.6 billion, kumbaga 1:1 yan sa need or sa budget na binigay natin for the classrooms?
Not yet, Your Honor, but it will be a big help towards meeting there are some regions which really have a high need for them more than the others, Your Honor. But some regions will have as a 1:1, Your Honor.
Kasi po, yan po yung nangyayari sa distrito. And I think hindi rin parochial concern to. Tingin ko nangyayari din to sa mga ibang distrito na yung building, yung school building, yung classroom tapos na-inaugurate na, pwede nang magamit. Pero wala siyang upuan, walang desks na kasama. So basically, hindi pa rin natin na-solve yung problema dahil hindi pa rin nagagamit ng mga estudyante. So if I may suggest, no, na sana, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, na sana may equivalent, no? May equivalent na budget na ibigay for furniture sa tuwing may budget na ibibigay sa classroom. And may also ask, dun sa PPP po ba natin kasama na rin yung furniture and fixtures?
Pwede daw isama according to our USEC for Strategic Management, who is the one negotiating with World Bank, with the ADB.
If I may suggest po, dapat sana
We think that's
kasama
a
na
good
talaga.
suggestion, Your Honor. That's a good suggestion.
Opo.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maraming salamat po. And based po dun sa presentation kanina, 1:4 is undernourished. 1:4 ng mga estudyante natin is undernourished. Tama po ba? 1 out of 4, I mean. Parang ganun, no? 1 out of 4 is
That's the
undernourished.
figure for stunting, I believe, Your Honor.
For stunting.
Opo, opo.
And ang solution natin dyan would be
School feeding program,
the
Your
school
Honor.
feeding program.
Pero yun nga, sabi ko, although nagpapasalamat kami sa Kongreso because over the years, the budget has increased. Pero it still does not cover the whole school year, Your Honor. So what we're seeing in some areas is nasa-solve yung nutrition problem for the period while we're feeding. Pero on those days where we don't feed, nagkakaroon ng regression o bumabalik sa dating timbang yung mga estudyante. And it also, during the summer, it also happens. So one way of trying to solve this is in our summer programs, may kasamang feeding component din po. And it also acts as an incentive for the children na huwag mag-absent kasi alam nila. At saka sa mga parents kasi alam nila pinapakain yung mga anak nila. They will make sure na present yung mga anak nila dito sa mga programa ito, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, do you think isang rason din is because nung 2015 yung nagka-rat plan tayo, no? Nabawasan yung mga positions for nurses and doctors sa mga eskwelahan natin. Do you think that's one of the reasons, and would you think it can help solve the problem kung madagdagan natin yung positions natin for nurses and doctors? Because sa isang sa district lang namin po, 4 na doctors sa 21 na school district. So I think hindi talaga enough yan, no? Alam naman natin na sa mga private schools, may doktor talaga, no? At least 1 doctor per school, and I think 4 doctors in 21 districts na malalayo talaga will not be enough. Do you think it would help, no, kung ma-amend natin or maibalik natin yung mga posisyon na to under DepEd?
Tama ho kayo, makakatulong ho yun dahil yung ibang eskwela walang nutritionist ho. So sometimes the menu is not ideal. Definitely I think it cannot hurt, and it will be dagdag po yun sa benepisyo ng programa.
Kasi first hand po nakikita ko pag nag-iikot ako sa mga schools, yung mga 12-year-old kids, ang katawan nila and yung height nila is talagang pang 5 or 6-year-old kumpara dito sa Metro Manila. So I think it's something that we really need to address, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Yes, Madam Chair, tama ho kayo. That's why part of our wish list is the increase in the feeding program ho. Tsaka yung sinabi niyo po sa mga doktor, sa nurses, sa nutritionist, that would also be welcome, Your Honor.
Kasi po pag walang nagbabantay din sa mga bata, kahit anong ipakain siguro natin, maybe that would not be enough for some of the school children. That would be all. Again, you have our full support. Narinig naman po natin yung mga fellow representatives dito, talagang full support sa pag-increase ng budget ng Department of Education. Again, good afternoon and thank you very much to the DepEd family.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Escudero. Thank you, Madam Chair. We try to work with you to improve the feeding and the other programs sa distrito po.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Escudero. Next to Next to ask question is Congresswoman Joan Bautista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Secretary, for your presentation earlier, and to the whole DepEd family for being present here today. I just wanted to ask Secretary about regarding the report of, because yesterday there was a briefing given by the EDCOM, and one of the issues discussed was the over 60% issue on the over 60% of teachers, high school teachers, have specialization mismatch. Can we ask what are the programs or interventions being implemented or developed by the department to address this issue?
Kaya nangyari, tama ho sila. Good afternoon, Madam Congresswoman Bautista, Madam Chair. Tama ho sila, yun ang recommendation ng EDCOM talaga is to address this mismatch. At nangyari yan dahil sa, number one, sa lack of coordination between the CHED and the DepEd. Dahil kung sinabi ng DepEd na ito po yung kailangan naming science teachers, ito po yung kailangan naming math teachers, then perhaps CHED could have managed the supply of the teachers kasi nga 90+% of the products of our education programs in our higher education institutions offering education end up in DepEd ho. So that's one, to coordinate better and to say what the numbers are needed on a granular basis. Ibig sabihin sa region, we lack so many number of teachers in science, we lack so many teachers in math, etc. to make sure there's a pipeline na supplying the needs of the system, Your Honor. Pangalawa is, dati kasi pag nag-advertise ng DepEd, ang DepEd ng vacancy for teachers, you just say there's a vacancy for a teacher. You don't say that there's a vacancy for a certain type of teacher. So now we've tweaked it that the advertisements or the notices specify which types of teachers are needed. Tapos pangatlo, yung needs ng sistema, like we need teachers who specialize in reading, we need teachers who specialize in early child care, kindergarten, we need teachers who specialize in STEM, for instance. The Teacher Education Council is working with PNU, with a lot of the HEIs or higher education institutions offering education to offer these specializations. Kasi minsan merong mga rehiyon na wala po itong major, wala po itong specialization. So we're trying to approach it on a granular basis. Nagpapasalamat muli kami sa EDCOM, sa mga congressman na who are part of that to for working to address these deficiencies, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also still in relation to our teachers. Earlier during the presentation in the video as well as in the PowerPoint presentation provided to us, it was mentioned that there were benefits being provided for our teachers. May we ask, Madam Chair, if the department also has other programs or interventions for the continuing education as well as opportunities for career growth and advancement of our teachers, if the good secretary could share such programs with us.
Meron po, may mga continuing programs under the NAEAP. That's the agency charged with training our teachers. So yung continuing professional development po nila is a priority of the department. At we're trying to make it very convenient for the teachers kasi kung malayo yung lugar ng teacher, nahirapan siya mag-attend ng in-person seminar. So we're allowing online for certain locations, for certain teachers who may find it difficult to attend in person dito sa mga trainings. So we have an induction program for our beginning teachers. We have higher order thinking skills, or the HATS program. This is a package especially for our science, mathematics, and English teachers. Then we have a training on the matatag or revised K-10 curriculum for our teachers and school heads. Then we have a master class professional development program, the Kalayaan Kinabukasan Kasaysayan program. And then we have the TSEP program, Teacher Effectiveness and Competencies Enhancement. This is not just for teachers, but also for school leaders. Kasi the teachers of today are the school leaders of tomorrow. They will be the principals, they will be the division heads, etc. So it's not only teaching, but also on administrative tasks, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair and Mr. Secretary, because it just came to our attention because yesterday during the briefing of the EDCOM, most of the programs and legislative priorities mentioned in the recommendation of the EDCOM were focused on the giving assistance to the students. And I just raised yesterday and asked about the other programs that we are giving to our teachers because, of course, the goal is for providing quality education, and they are the ones are basically our implementers for this quality education. Now, on another matter, Madam Chair, I just wanted to ask if the proposed budget of the department, if there is an earmark budget for the digitalization of the schools, and does the department have data or target on the percentage of schools that would reach full internet connectivity by the end of the year? Madam Chair.
Well, the proposed 2026 budget has a 16 billion earmarked item for digitalization that includes the distribution of laptops for our teachers, for our schools, for connectivity as well, ng mga ibang school na walang internet connectivity. So ito, malaking tulong ho ito. I think under the laptop program, we'll be able to give over 240,000 laptops to our teachers, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one more item here. One of the items we noticed here is the Inclusive Education Program budget for 2006, which will decline by 3.2% from 5.92 billion to from 6.12 billion here in last for this year 2025. And one of the budget cuts here is the largest budget cut would be for the indigenous people's education from at 51%, 51.6%, from 154.4 million to 74.8 million. May we just ask Madam Chair from the Good Secretary the reason for these budget cuts for the inclusive education program, and how will this affect the inclusion of every IP in the appropriately designed education programs? Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yung sinasabi ho nila, Your Honor, is comparing the GAA of 2025 for inclusive education to the NEP of 2026. But if you look at the NEP of 2025, nag-increase ho yung NEP ng 2026. So the point there is, I guess, there is room for adjustments going forward, given number one, that we're very early on in the budgetary cycle. At number two, a lot of these amendments that your colleagues asked, like SNED, IPED, or Indigenous People's Education, they were also amended or augmented internally from the DepEd budget, which is something, again, we're open to. That's part of your power as legislators, Your Honor. So kami makikinig ho kami sa inyo pagdating dito.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Good Secretary for answering our questions, and just want to manifest as well our support for the approval of the budget of the DepEd. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman, at pinapasalamatan ka ng professor mo, Madam Congresswoman.
Thank you po also to Yusek Phil Ray Javier, our also from Accra, Senator, with the training of the good former Senator Edgardo Angara. Thank you po.
Thank you very much, Madam Congresswoman, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next question is Congresswoman Cristina Talavera Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank and congratulate Senator Secretary Angara and DepEd family. Alam po namin na lagi may kasamang puso ang pagtatrabaho po ninyo sa ating pong ahensya. Unang-una po sa lahat ay nandito po kami to support the increase of DepEd for FY 2026 And also napapanahon na po ito para po yung malaking pitak ng budget ng ating pamahalaan ay mapunta sa sektor po ng edukasyon, at ito po ay kailangan ng ating pong mga kabataan. So may concern lang po ako as a mom of person with special needs po. On DepEd Special Needs Education po, do we have an update on DepEd implementation of programs relative to inclusive education in adherence to RA 10070 or the Magna Carta for Disabled Persons, and also po the RA 10754, or known as the Expanding the Benefits of Privileged Person with Disability.
At salamat po, Congresswoman from Alona, Party List, and Madam Chair, salamat sa suporta. We welcome it very much. At tuloy po yung aming special needs program, prioridad din ho yun. At yung pag-construct ho nung ILRCs or Inclusive Learning Centers. Ito po yung isang center sa isang lugar na andun lahat ng pasilidad na kailangan ng mga children with disabilities. Yung mga swimming pool para pang-relax nila. Ang problema lang namin ho talaga is yung mga personnel ho. I think nahirapan kami sa pag-hire dahil there is a shortage of supply, Your Honor. So kahit nakita natin na merong mga lugar na merong sentro, merong equipment, minsan kulang tayo sa personnel ho. So ito yung isang problem, looking at their compensation also, and perhaps also providing scholarships, perhaps working with CHED to provide scholarships for this type of education, Your Honor.
Noted po, Secretary Angara. Another question po is, how does DepEd address the plight of our teachers assigned in far-flung areas, lalo na po doon sa mga areas na wala pong road access, clean water, and stable electricity? Some of which po kasi Sec, Anggara, hindi pa po nila natatanggap yung kanilang mga hardship allowance. So ano po ang ginagawa ng ating ahensya para po mapabilis itong mga ganitong kailangan ng ating mga DepEd personnel?
Salamat, Madam Chair. Your Honor, yung talagang address, yung programa natin para dyan, yung SHA, yung Special Hardship Allowance, kung saan may 25% augmentation ng sweldo. So siguro, pag nalaman ho natin yung mga eskwelahan na hindi natanggap, baka pwede namin pag-aralan kung bakit ganun ho yung case. But in theory at least, that special hardship allowance is supposed to, siya yung talagang sasagot dun sa mga nasa isla, nasa bundok, nasa malalayong lugar ho. And there's a lot of them all over the Philippines given our geographic location, Your Honor.
Thank you po. Last na po to. Actually po, ang dami ko po sanang questions. Kanina pang 10 o'clock, pero dahil natanong na rin po ng iba po naming colleagues, ano po. So this will be my last question. Kasama po sa inyong wish list kanina, present nyo po, naka-scale up po ang ARAL program with almost 4.9 billion. Tama po ba?
We're asking for an augmentation of 4.8 billion, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Kasi po, given na dati po, delayed po yung deployment ng para sa teachers at SLMS po, how will you guarantee the tutor are hired, trained, and deployed on time sa critical regions po?
Well, tinetest yung school readiness ho. Ina-assess yung abilidad nila i-implement yung programa ho. Pero bago lang ho yung aral, so hopefully we will start it the right way.
Do you think po may implement nyo po niyan kahit po hindi may bigay yung 4.9 billion, magkakaroon po kayo ng initial for that for 2026?
I think ma-implement naman ho namin, but of course, baka hindi ideal yung outcomes at saka baka may mga area na mahirapan kami maghanap ng tutors. But we believe we can start it kasi magagaling ang mga taga-DepEd at maabilidad din po.
Oh yeah, tama din naman po. Thank you po, Secretary Anggara, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman, Madam.
Thank you very much. Next to us question is from the minority. The chair recognizes Representative Leila De Lima.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the DepEd family. Good to see you.
Gandang hapon po, Congresswoman Senator Laila.
Sunny Anggara. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am told by my staff who was here at the start of this budget hearing, because I came from other committee hearings, that most of my questions were actually addressed already. So I'm now just choosing the few of them, still accordingly, allegedly, still not touched. Let's talk about the U.S. aid. Okay, we all know that in July of this year, the U.S. aid officially shut down and was merged with the U.S. State Department. And we also learned that the Goods Secretary, sometime in February 2025, actually wrote to the U.S. Ambassador, Mary Kay Carlson, conveying the serious implications of the funding freeze on the country's basic education sector. So, and requesting, you also requested, I understand, you say the USA, the proper turnover of project materials to efficiently use project resources. Number one question, was it done already, the transfer?
Thank you, Congresswoman, Madam Chair. Yes, they've transferred furniture, books, computers to us, and we're very grateful for that, Your Honor.
So what is the state now of the basic education projects and programs in our country that were previously funded by the USA?
Well, tigil na po sila because nag-pull out na ho, walang pangsweldo ho ang USAID. So, nag-withdraw na po sila. But we try to absorb some of their personnel. In fact, some of our ASECs and USECs were working with them previously, Your Honor. So they're familiar with the ABC Plus program, which is a very effective reading program. And we've mainstreamed that already. And we benefited from the material. So, although tumigil yon, ang kagandahan is many of them were already operational for several years. So, in a way, they were mainstreamed already into the DepEd.
So is there any data, Mr. Secretary, on the impact of this funding freeze on the state of the already underfunded and struggling education sector? Is there any data which shows the scope, the extent of the impact?
Well, we just know that we lost maybe, how much? Well, unfortunately, Yusek Malcolm, who knows the facts, is not here right now. But I think it's around $2 to $3 million is the figure that was discontinued, Your Honor.
So there were in fact steps and measures undertaken by the department.
Yes, Your Honor.
To address.
In fact, we try to pick up the slack in that respect. And we have the ARAL program. So a lot of the interventions. And it also dovetails with the policy of the department to focus on key stage 1 or foundational learning. So
All right.
that was also an emphasis of the USAID programs.
Okay, thank you for that. Next would be the budget transfers to DPWH. I know that your department is now exploring PPP, and I think that's a very good development. That is a good plan. But of course, there will still be certain budget transfers to DPWH. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that's because under the 2025 GAA and also the previous year's GAA 2024, DPWH was tasked to be the implementing agency for the school building and the repairs program of the department, Your Honor, which we're hoping maybe amended or tweaked for the following year, where we allow or we make it not an exclusive implementer of the infrastructure program, but to be a parallel implementer alongside our local governments and possibly even civil society and NGOs, Your Honor.
Okay, with a plan to adopt PPP, so can you tell us exactly what would be the percentage of the classrooms that would still be, that the funds of which would still be handled, transferred and handled by DPWH?
Well, if we're proceeding on the assumption of next year's budget, there's 4,800 classrooms to be constructed under the DPWH, which we're hoping will be expanded to allow other organizations or institutions to build alongside, to multiply the efforts, Your Honor. But with PPPs, 105,000 is projected. That's the proposal of the department in 3 tranches, Your Honor. So, but that's still undergoing regulatory approvals, Your Honor.
So still just a minor portion, 105 compared to 4,000 plus. I'm asking this because I'm actually concerned about the price differences. How do you reconcile now the price differences of millions per classroom? Correct me if I'm wrong, if my figures are not accurate. For DPWH, it's actually 3.5 million per classroom. DepEd, these are estimates of DepEd, 2.5 million per classroom. And then the Angat Buhay Foundation is only 862,500 per classroom. Now, so DPWH, as I said, 3.5 million per classroom, but and it's from 29,000 to 838 to 36,067 per square meter. But on the part of the private sector, it's only about 20,000 per square meters. So I suppose this is being considered, the difference in costs that may be gradually by tranches in the next few years, there would be significant defunding or declogging of the assignments to the DPWH for the building of classrooms. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's a consideration, the cost consideration. And also, I think we'll be able to accomplish more if there are more people doing the building, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, how about now I go to the huge unused funds. I know this was tackled earlier, and we all saw really how high, how great was the unused funds during the last leadership, under the last leadership of DepEd. Now, there is also a very substantial increase in the budget of the DepEd for this year, and we are happy about that. Now, how do you know what steps or mechanisms are to be applied by your department to ensure efficiency in spending to make the budget increase meaningful? Can we be assured, can Congress be assured that this time around there would not be any waste of time and also funds in order to address the priority needs of your department?
Yes, Your Honor, that's a very valid concern, and we're trying to make our procurement more efficient. Earlier, I was asked about the textbook. We've narrowed the timeline horizons. We've simplified the procedure, and we're, with respect to procurement of all types, we're engaging in early procurement activities. So an example is even during the pendency of the budget deliberations, we'll do all the procurement short of award, Your Honor, which is a practice in some agencies. So by January, when the GA is, with the passage of the GA, we can do the awarding already. And we've saved a significant amount of time in that respect, Your Honor. We've also instituted a procurement dashboard where we can see the region's progress in their local procurement. And of course, we've tried to adopt a certain degree of decentralization where rather than being a heavily central office procurement type of organization, there is a dispersal of procurement to the various implementing units, the regions, the divisions, among others, Your Honor.
Just last point, Madam Chair, just last point. On the students with special needs, I'm glad to learn that you're very open to increasing the funds because indeed there's need for this. May I just know what is DepEd's latest data on enrollment and dropouts for learners with disabilities, indigenous peoples, Muslim learners, and out-of-school youth? These are the sectors with special needs. So do you have the data?
I don't think we have the data per indigenous persons group, but we have the data in general for the cohort, Your Honor, meaning for the year. So and for region also. So perhaps we can generate the data that you wish at a more granular level if you give us a little bit of time, Your Honor.
Yes. So I would be requesting that, Your Honor, Madam Chair, that data.
We'll be happy to furnish the ones pertaining to the dropout rate for IPs and for special needs students, Your Honor. Thank you.
That should be all, Madam
Thank you
Chair,
very
and
much.
thank you very much, Secretary Angara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Dilma.
Thank you, Congresswoman, former Senator Laila.
Next to ask question is Vice Chairperson Brian Poe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, Madam Chair, may I say that the Department of Education is very lucky because it's not every day that you have someone who is both a technical expert, having been a part of EDCOM 2 as commissioner, and also a fiscal expert, having been finance chair. But that also probably explains why I believe the utilization rate from merely 40+% is on target to increase by maybe 10% this year. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Maybe more, Your Honor, because as of August 15, we're already at 54%. So that's already 10% increase over the previous year. So, and we still have 4 months of the year. So I think there's room to improve. And we thank you for your very kind remarks, Your Honor. And happy birthday to your mom also.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the reason why I brought this up is because they've already increased by 10%. By the end of the year, I'm sure they'll increase by hopefully another 10%. It's rare that you see an agency increase its utilization rate by about 20% in a single year. That speaks to the fiscal responsibility of the department, which means that the department has the capacity to absorb more funds and disperse it more responsibly. So any budget that we invest in DepEd, I believe will be used responsibly and will be used efficiently, which is important for any department. So with that being said, I want to ask a few questions about some programs that we want to support. One is the school-based feeding program. I believe you have about 2.2 million students under the program at the moment. What's the target for 2026?
We want to exceed 3 million, Your Honor. That's because the driver of that will be the universal feeding in kindergarten. And I want to acknowledge also the efforts of you when you were working for your mom. Every budget you would try to increase, you would do what you could to increase the budget for this, and I think you deserve credit for that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And that's exactly why I'm asking this question. Kailangan natin dagdagan ang pondo para sa school-based feeding program. I believe that this program has year-on-year increased, and that since it's been increasing, we have such a large sample set. Baka meron po tayong data on the success of school-based feeding?
Yes, Your Honor. There's a study that shows an increase, improved educational outcomes. Will furnish you a copy of it. But the finding is somewhat nuanced in the sense that the biggest improvements are at the early year levels, meaning the feeding, it shows more incremental returns at during the later years, Your Honor. So that's also a driver of our innovation to devote more resources to the early years, Your Honor.
Earlier, Congresswoman Audrey Zubiri mentioned that Northern Mindanao, I believe, had an increase in testing scores. Is this by any chance correlated to our school-based feeding programs?
I have to check on the disaggregated data, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is, Your Honor. And in addition, I'd like to add to your queries that attendance has also improved, Your Honor, because of the feeding program.
Well, that is to be expected because it gives students something to look forward to every day in going to school. Which brings me to another point, which is if in an ideal world, we were able to finance food for every student that attends school, at least on the grade school level, how much are we looking at? Do we have data on how much that would cost?
If you're talking about 21 pesos a meal did you mean the whole student population, Your Honor?
All students.
All
And,
students, you're talking about maybe 24 million public school students. So 24 million times 21, Your Honor, that would be the cost.
24 million times 21.
Times the days of feeding. So if you
Times
want to
the
feed,
days of feeding.
if you want to
Okay.
feed for 120 days, if you want to feed for 145 days, which is our proposal, or you want to feed for the entire school year of 180 days, that's the minimum school year provided by law, Your Honor. These are the figures to play around with.
Well, if we could get an exact figure, I mean, it's nice to have a target, a number to aspire towards na kung pwede sana natin pondohan, gawin na natin. Kasi kung titignan natin yung results, higher attendance, better test scores, walang dahilan kung bakit bawasan pa yung school-based feeding program. Kung di, dapat dagdagan yung pondo para dito. So I'll move on to my next question, which is regarding...
Sorry, with your
yes.
indulgence, Your Honor.
Yes,
I
of course.
just did some quick calculation. It'll cost 90.7 billion, Your Honor.
90.7
Yeah,
billion.
to feed for a 80-day cycle, to feed approximately 24 million at the cost of 21 pesos a day, Your Honor.
And how much is DepEd's budget for this year?
11.7 billion, Your Honor.
I see we have a lot to aspire for, no?
You're correct.
But we can continue to work towards even amounting portion of this. Moving to classrooms real quick. I know every Kong who has sat down here has asked questions about classrooms, but I want to ask on the level of the PPP. I hear that it's being studied by DepEd at the moment. May I ask what the holdup is? I feel like with the numbers I've seen, dapat klaro na we should include the private sector.
Your Honor, that's the intention of the PPP, is really to really expand the universe. That's why the proposal is for 105,000 classrooms over 3 different loan packages. So that's the intention, because otherwise, if we just proceed along the same tracks that we've been doing for the previous years, mukhang malabo ho na ma-meet natin or ma-close natin yung classroom gap, Your Honor.
But is 12,000 classrooms per year really attainable po?
I think if we tweak our policies a little bit, Your Honor, meaning yung proposal natin sana na DPWH will not be the sole implementer of the classroom program. If we open it up to the cities, I know San Carlos City is close to your heart, so the Gupan, these types of actors who have the capacity to do this, Iloilo City. So if we open it up, I think we can do that number, Your Honor.
Well, that's good to hear. Are we on track? Will we get DepEd approval on this PPP within this year?
That's the hope, Your Honor. It depends on also on the consultants, how fast they can do feasibility study because some are very meticulous in terms of wanting to cross the T's and dot the I's of all the proposals. So it's something we also have. But our point is that it's not new. It's not rocket science. It's something we've done before. So we're hoping for a facilitated processing, Your Honor.
Well, hopefully we can push those consultants to consult faster. Aside from that, I want to ask also about the quality of reading materials. There have been several news articles that have brought up questionable questionable material used in schools. Have we put in new safeguards since you've become secretary to make sure that the best material is being provided to our students?
Well, we have the department has its standards. We set the standards, although it's DPWH who implements. And those standards are meant to address the latest weather trends, like the strength of the wind, the seismic activity. But as you heard some of your colleagues, some areas are experiencing more difficulty than others. So there, I think we'll have to innovate a little bit and have an alternative design for those areas of the country where that are underwater for half the year, Your Honor.
And just the last question, Madam Chair, for those with special needs, no, maraming tao na hindi nag-enroll ang mga anak nila in a normal education program, but seek financial assistance to continue education outside of the traditional education programs. Is there any program within DepEd that provides them with funding to continue their education?
Yes, Your Honor. The program of alternative learning system is something that addresses the uniqueness of the individual, meaning there's a contract between the DepEd and the individual. And these individuals usually do not have they're not in the regular situation of the regular student, meaning they're either working or maybe they're a pregnant mother or as you mentioned, someone with disabilities, Your Honor. So we tailor the curriculum or the lessons to their capacities, Your Honor.
And how much funding does this get, Mr. Secretary?
$645 million, Your Honor. It's about the ALS covers about 2% of the student population, Your Honor.
Is that with an increase from last year?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that'll be all my questions, Madam Chair, but I just want to manifest again my support for the Department of Education, and I do hope that we can continue to increase funding as the department has shown the fiscal capacity to be able to use these funds and use them responsibly. Kaya maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Maraming salamat, Kong Brian Po, and again, we thank you for your continuing support to very worthy programs like the school feeding. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Next to ask question is Representative Maripic Copla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary. First and foremost, I want to commend you for just a short span of time. Through your determined leadership, we were able to improve the quality and accessibility and most especially the integrity of the Philippine education. Maraming salamat po, sir.
Maraming salamat
Sir,
po.
my first question is, the DepEd data showed that since 2021 to 2022, there was an increase of 4% or about 612,140 students who transfer from private to public school. May we have the update figures, sir, for 2025 to 2026?
You're asking for the figure of those who transferred from private schools to public schools?
Yes, to public
for
school.
this school year, huh?
For this school year.
Hingin po namin.
Because, sir, before, it's around 4%, which is 612,140 students.
Yeah. I think we don't have the complete data yet kasi yung iba late ho rin mag-enroll ho eh. So even into September, you see people enrolling ho. So I think that's why we hold off on getting the data because we anticipate that may mag-enroll pa ho. So
Sir, the reason why I asked that, kasi, di ba we have a problem with regards to classroom backlog, which is 165,000. If, kung ganun kadamay nag-transfer from public school, from private school to public school, how do the DepEd address this problem? Like, for example, sir, in my district, which is in Quezon City, 6th district of Quezon City, this is the actual experience. Because according to DepEd policy, you cannot, paano ba sabihin, deny deny the students if they want to enroll, syempre, in public school. Secretary, I have a school in my district na ang classroom, hinati lang yung isang classroom ng plywood. So the other teacher on the other right side and left side lang to right side, a lapel. Syempre may mga bata rin nakikinig. So yung dahil plywood lang yung pagitan, so yung isang teacher din may lapel. So yung mga bata, kung 30-30 yung per classroom, hindi nila ngayon maintindihan kung kanino sila makikinig. Dun sa right side, or right teacher, or the left teacher, which both, I mean, in front of them, parehong kaharap ng mga bata. That's why I asked the question, kung baka, sir, you want to review the policy na denying, kasi it also affects the learning skills ng mga bata, nalilito yung mga bata dahil may shortage nga tayo ng classroom. Although I am with you, I fully support. When in fact, if I've given the chance, I really want to solve the classroom backlog in my district. Pero sir, baka you want to review again the policy kasi ang apektado rin yung mga batang mag-aaral natin, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, we really sympathize with the situation there. Nakita ho namin yan sa ibang lugar din ho. So, aside from the school building program which hopes to decongest and provide the adequate learning environment, may voucher system ho kami. So siguro tingnan namin sa distrito ho ninyo. I think it's QC, no?
Yes, District 6.
So one way is we can give, pag overcrowded na yung public school, tinitingnan namin kung meron bang available private schools na where pwede mag-enroll, pwede bigyan ng voucher, kaya may voucher system ho ang DepEd. So para mabawasan ng estudyante yung public school na yon.
Secretary, most ng ang overcrowded sa district namin is kinder. So, yung mga bata nalilito sila.
As of now, yung voucher does not apply to kinder. It only applies to junior high and senior high. But there is a proposal, I understand, to amend the law to authorize that. So, hopefully, even short of the law's passage, if there is funding and maybe we put a special provision in the General Appropriations Act, baka pwede na hong mag-pilot ng kinder voucher or grade school voucher.
Pero,
Madam
Secretary,
Chair.
as of the moment, paano ho natin i-address yung problem ng overcrowded students in one classroom one classroom but two sections?
Yeah, we'll have to build more classrooms. And maybe, perhaps if there is buildable space in your school, we have a concept called the temporary learning space. So this allows us to, it is not as strong as a regular classroom, but studies show that it can last for 20 years. And it's a little cheaper. It'll take maybe less than a month to put up. Pag may space ho kayo, para may agarang remedyo ho dyan, pwede namin subukan ho dun sa. So maybe if you give us the school and we will send our engineers there to study it, Your Honor.
Secretary, unfortunately, walang space yung school. When in fact, the said school is inside a subdivision, that the subdivision neighborhood homeowners doesn't like the existence of that school. Kaya medyo limited talaga yung aming space. Kaya I appeal to you, Secretary, na baka pwedeng ma-reconsider natin na pag sobra-sobra na yung numero, baka naman pwedeng may exemption na doon sa policy nyo na wag nang tanggapin muna kasi kawawa rin yung mga bata, Secretary.
Yeah. Well, tama ho kayo. We need to address it immediately. There's an EDCOM study which wants to prioritize classroom use for the kindergarten or K-3 students ho. So, one possibility there is you decongest the higher years by doing blended learning ho. Kasi nakita namin, even a jurisdiction like Singapore, for instance, who has very good educational outcomes, nagre-blended learning sila for what they call independent learners. Madam Chair, ibig sabihin pag senior high school, they can do some of their lessons off-site. So that will free up some days of the week for classroom learning. Then yung malilibre, pwedeng gamitin ho ng mga kindergarten. That's a possibility. So siguro puntahan namin yung school and we'll pag-aralan namin ng maigi yung sitwasyon.
Sir, yes, DepEd QC, paki-check nyo na lang kasi a lot of parents have been complaining kasi that is not the only school ha. We have a lot of schools in District 6 having the same situation. So yung mga parents talagang naghanap ng paraan na baka pwede na ma-reconsider yung policy na yun. Well, Secretary, that's all. Yun lang yung pinaka-concern ko and thank you very much and I hope that you could address the said policy immediately po. Maraming salamat po. And Madam Chair, with that I would like to manifest my strong support that hopefully the budget of DepEd will be increased more, especially with regards to the school base, expanding the school base feeding program then for the kinder, to cover all the kinder learners kasi maraming study na yung mga bata hindi naman sila mahina talaga yung kanilang learning ability. Talaga lang minsan dahil sa kahirapan ng buhay humihina yung kanilang kapasidad na matuto. Again, thank you very much and congratulations Secretary Angara.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman. We'll be working with you, especially si ASEC Joyce. We'll take a look at your district. We'd like to also innovate a little bit. So leasing is another option ho. Kung may makita tayong lugar na pwedeng i-lease baka to decongest the school. So that's something we're doing in Laguna ho. So there's one school that nagsara. So ili-lease ho namin. Baka may ganun ho sa distrito niyo. Pag-usapan na lang ho natin. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman, Madam.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Popular. Next to ask question is Representative Tito.
Magandang hapon po, Sir Secretary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Jude.
Kahit gaano kalaki yung problema, pag si Secretary Angara na ang nag-explain, medyo nagkakaroon ho kami ng kumpiyansa na DepEd is in good hands. Although I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Higher Education, ako naman naniniwala that the bigger bulk of the budget should go to basic education. And I think having to spend for or invest in the requirements for basic education should be a paramount priority. Meron lang akong mga siguro 3 areas of concern ng Secretary na gusto ko lang ma-clarify because these are concerns that are very close to the advocacy of Tingog Party List. Unang-una tungkol sa mga teachers natin. At the moment, we have, correct me if I'm wrong, 932,000 teachers nationwide. Pero almost 1/3 po sa kanila Teacher 1 position pa rin despite na ganun nakatagal yung service nila. And in the current budget, we have 2.9 billion. I hope I'm correct, no? That's been set aside for human resource development. Ang tanong ko lang ho, Secretary, because this is a law, a bill that's very close to our heart, yung career progression. What's the status po ng implementation? I know it's being implemented via the EO right now, pero hopefully we'll be able to have the law signed. Pero what's the status of its implementation and how will the allocation of 2.9 billion for human resource help our teachers finally move up the ranks?
Magandang tanong ho yan, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Congressman Jude. And balik ko rin po sa inyo dahil nandyan ho ang EDCOM medyo kumpiyansa ho kami sa mga galaw namin na may matindi ang pag-aaral at yun nila Kong Roman at nila ED, at hindi bara-bara po yung mga gagawin ho namin. Thanks to you, Your Honor. But tama ho kayo, about 1/3 of the number you mentioned are teacher ones. And if you recall, the President said na dapat walang nagre-retire ng teacher one. So, pursuant to the career progression which you and EDCOM have been advocating for and pushing for a more robust implementation. Next year, we'll be promoting 140,000 or reclassifying 140,000 of these 300,000 teachers. So that's not only a recognition of their talents, it also means a pecuniary benefit as well, Your Honor.
Pero yung mas tanong sa amin naman, coming from Eastern Visayas, how can we be assured naman, Secretary, that in the identification of these promotions, there will be equitable access to the career development of our teachers in the provinces, especially those in areas where
it's nationwide, and we assure you it will be equitable, Your Honor.
Second point, Madam Chair, I'll go to the lack of classrooms. Hindi ko na masyadong, kasi marami nang natanong. Ang tanong ko na lang, in the past 3 years, the completion rate for DepEd building projects has averaged only from 50 to 60%. Tama?
Tama po.
So what lessons has DepEd learned this year to improve its delivery?
I think the main lesson ho is that nahihirapan po ang DPWH as the lone implementing agency of the school building program, which is why we're promoting we're advocating let's call it the flexibility provision in the special provisions of the NEP, and hopefully it will make it to the GAA, na allowing other instrumentalities of the government like local government units, provinces, cities, Tacloban City, province of Leyte, province of Samar, to have their own school building program with the resources downloaded from the DepEd school building program, Your Honor.
So this year, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, 22,000 classrooms lang ano po for next year, I mean, ang naka-assign.
No, the budget is only for 4.8, Your Honor. I think 22,000 is the figure cited by the President for the first 3 years of his administration, Your Honor, na complete.
Hindi ba na-consider ng department, because we're thinking about this, how to help the department accelerate the construction of classrooms. Would the department be favorable? Kasi considering that the situation we find ourselves in may be considered as an emergency, di ba? Nako-complete natin 50%, tapos ang funding natin less than 11% yata sa total requirement natin. To provide special or probably even emergency powers to the President so that we can accelerate the construction of more classrooms, especially if we'll have more special space freed up in the budget, and ensure that we can implement it better. Maybe we can grant emergency powers to the President to provide special procurement guidelines for the construction of school buildings so that we can, at the soonest possible time, realize our goals in terms of classroom deficit.
It's a very intriguing idea, Your Honor. It's not something on our planning board, but now that you mentioned it, well, we would not be disagreeable, Your Honor. And of course, it's something within the exclusive purview of Congress to grant the grant of emergency powers. But perhaps maybe as long as there are adequate safeguards, and then I think a recent parallel would be the Bayanihan 2 law, which we worked on, where the regulatory requirements for dun sa pagtatayo ng cell sites, I was relaxed. So we saw a lot of cell sites being constructed because of the lack. They were citing that compared to Vietnam, other Southeast Asian countries, yung density ng ating cell sites per population. Kaya nagrereklamo tao sa signal, pero maraming hindi pumapayag na magtayo ng cell site dun sa lugar nila. So that's a parallel that perhaps we can cite. And I guess if you want to cite also the emergency powers given to President Ramos before for the power crisis in the 90s, although the critics would point out that some of the agreements were not always advantageous to the government, but certainly the problems were addressed at least partially.
So we have a parallel, sir. During the time of the first Marcos administration, there was all these bagong lipunan classrooms that were massively built, di ba? If we're going to we're really determined, baka kailangan na extraordinary measures to really bridge the gap with the classroom deficit.
It's certainly very creative on your part to advocate this, Your Honor. Thank you for that.
Last point, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, I would like to focus on the alternative learning system. For backgrounder, Tingog Party List authored the institutionalization of ALS, Republic Act 11510. But in 2024, the statistic would show that of the 2.4 million learners, less than half, only 42%, were able to complete their programs. For the budget, if I'm not mistaken, 8.2 billion is allocated to ALS. And that's only about 1.5% of DepEd's total budget. My question is, how will this allocation improve ALS outcomes so that learners will not only enroll but also complete their programs and achieve full equivalency within the formal system?
Yeah, we'll have to work on the nitty-gritty of the agreements with the ALS learners, Your Honor. We thank you for your work here. I think it's a very high-impact program for our population, especially the more disadvantaged sector. So, tingnan ho namin kung anong ma-improve at bakit nagda-drop out yung mga, or hindi natatapos yung ibang, but to begin with, they're already in difficult situations, Your Honor. Diba? Yun yung kaya nga hindi sila nakakapasok sa conventional schooling because maaring they're working or matanda na sila, or so these are some of the things, but certainly we're looking at expanding access to the program, Your Honor, and we've increased the budget, and we're also building ALS centers all over the country, Your Honor, pursuant to the law you advocated for. That's a program, continuing program of the department, Your Honor.
And also the plantilla positions.
Yes, Your Honor, of course. Yes.
Is it possible then, Secretary, to get a more detailed
Yes, Your Honor, we'll be
progress
happy
report
to.
on the implementation of ALS?
Will Director Almeida, we'll ask her to report to you ASAP, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Congratulations again for your leadership and service.
Maraming salamat, Chairman Jude, and thank you for your work at Tingog and as well as at the EDCOM too. Maraming salamat, sir.
Thank you very much, Kong Jude. That's the end of the first round. Let's proceed to the second round. The chair recognizes from the minority, Representative Renico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello again to the Department of Education. Gusto ko pong dagdagan yung mga earlier questions that were raised by my colleague po, si Representative Antonio Tino, in relation po doon sa Department of Education memorandum last August 19, 2025, kung saan nagbigay po sila ng information ng verified enrolled ALS learners in cleared barangays identified by the NTF-ELCAC. So ang answer po ni Honorable Secretary ay kinlear po ito ng legal, no? Ano po exactly yung kinlear? Legal ninyo, legal po ng NTF-ELCAC in relation sa compliance po sa memo na ito?
Para mas mabigyan ng detalye, with your permission, Ko and Madam Chair, can we ask ASEC Masapol, who's our privacy officer, and Yusek Javier to be both recognized to share? ASEC Roger Masapol maybe can give the initial. He's our privacy officer, Your Honor. So.
Good afternoon.
ASEC
Roger po.
ASEC Roger, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. So, this data is covered by the DSA, data sharing agreement, which was endorsed by the legal service. So it is endorsed by the legal service of NTF-ELCAC to your legal service, tama po ba? Yes, Madam Chair.
May we ask our Yusek, with your permission, Congresswoman Ko and Madam Chair, si Yusek Javier, to shed light on this.
Yusek Javier, you're recognized.
Congresswoman, yung meron pong draft na DSA, Data Sharing Agreement, kailangan pong pirmahan yon bago po ma-share at saka kailangan pong sundin lahat po ng panuntunan sa Data Privacy Act. Yun po yung sinasabi din po ng ating Data Privacy Officer.
Can I ask po kung sino pipirma ng data sharing agreement? Ano po yung nilalaman ng data sharing agreement? And to what extent po yung data na ibibigay po ng out-of-school youth ng kabataan na pwedeng ma-share no, under that agreement?
Opo. Pinag-uusapan pa po yung detalye bago pirmahan yung data sharing agreement, pero sa intindi po namin sa pag-uusap ay gagamitin po ito para po sa mga benepisyo na maaari pong ibigay. Sa pipirma ho, depende ho sa ma-authorize ng departamento kung sino po ang pipirma. Normally po, ang secretary po ang pipirma, pero yung secretary po ay pwedeng mag-designate ng representative. Normally ho, pagka data sharing agreement, yung data privacy officer po ang pumipirma.
So there is a data sharing agreement between the Department of Education and the NTF-ELCAC.
May draft po na na-clear po namin. Basta po, ang malinaw po doon, pipirmahan lang po yun kapag co-compliant sa Data Privacy Act.
Yung out-of-school youth po, if they want to be part of ALS, can they opt out of this data sharing or they can't?
Kasama po yan sa rights na napasa loob sa Data Privacy Act. Ang isa pong data subject ay maaaring mag-object o umalis po sa kasunduan kasi po karapatan po yan ng data subject.
So yung data po na shinare ninyo, ano po yung gagawin after ma-consolidate at ma-validate po yung profiles nila? Ano pong gagawin sa data nito once submitted to NTF-ELCAC?
Madam Congresswoman, i-check ko lang po yung detalye tungkol po dun sa kung na-share na. Yung sa amin lang po yung pag-review ng agreement. Wala pa pong nag-share, Congresswoman, na data. Ang meron pa lang po ay preliminary exploratory talks. Sinisigurado po na yung batas ay masusunod. Pero yung actual sharing po, wala pa pong nangyayari.
But there is a memorandum already issued by your office in relation sa pag-consolidate ng information and for this purpose, no? Na specify ng NTF-ELCAC.
Pero subject po yun sa pagpirma ng data sharing agreement. Mangyayari po lang yan kapag napirmahan, naaprubahan yung data sharing agreement subject po sa pagsunod sa alituntunin ng Data Privacy Act.
So you are clarifying that right now, you have not submitted the information to NTF-ELCAC.
That's the information I received, Your Honor.
Okay. I'd like to ask further in relation doon sa compliance ng is this an order? Ano pong pinagbabatayan ninyo? Bakit po kayo sumusunod sa ganitong klaseng request ng NTF-ELCAC?
Normally ho, kapag kami data sharing agreement, inaaral ho kapag ang pag-share ng isang impormasyon ay makakatulong sa mga learners or sa mga teachers. Dito po nasa exploratory stage pa lang at saka sigurado na masusunod yung batas. Kapag ho ang sagot doon ay ang batas na masusunod at magbebenepisyo ang learners at ang mga teachers, normally po yung departamento naman ay papayagan yung pag-share ho ng mga data.
Bahagi po kasi ng nakalagay sa memo ay pagkakaroon po ng verification ng learners in cleared barangays na identified by NTF-ELCAC. Can I ask po, is there higher quality education in cleared barangays?
Kunin ko lang po yung detalye, Your Honor. Unfortunately po, Your Honors, hindi po namin alam ang detalye dun sa higher education nasa basic.
No, higher quality education. Is there higher quality education in cleared barangays?
Your Honor, if I may, with your permission, wala naman akong komendatos dyan dahil hindi pa namin napag-aaralan, sa totoo lang. In fact, it's the first time I've heard about this request from NTF-ELCAC. So maybe we can look into it and see what's the purpose, etc.
Will the good department consider lodging a disapproval of the request if syempre maraming mga civil society organizations and fellow congresspeople would provide information that this request may not be in compliance sa respect and yung mga karapatan ng kabataan, and of course may actually put them in danger?
Kasama po yun, Your Honors, ang condition precedent ho ng mga ganitong klaseng bagay na aming ina-approve ay dapat ho ay nasusunod yung batas. Kung meron pong mga comments o feedback na hindi po nasusunod ang batas, particularly yung data privacy, ay maaari pong i-reverse o baguhin yung isang polisiya.
The reason why we're raising this to everyone, Madam Chair, we see this as questionable and dangerous at worst if i-entrust yung personal details ng ating out-of-school youth, even out-of-school adults, sa NTF-ELCAC, the same agency which willfully misidentifies unarmed civilians as armed combatants and terrorists, which is not in line with policies, international and national, where we like to recognize schools as zones of peace. And this misidentification and this red tagging will has led to illegal detention, enforced disappearances, and extrajudicial killings. I'd like to cite the names of just youth and volunteer teachers who have dedicated their lives to the vocation of teaching that have been victims of this red tagging policy of this agency and by extension of the government. Chad Book, Jirain Mujo, and other Lumad school teachers na this happened to them 3 years ago. No, this representation urges the Department of Education to rethink its compliance with this policy and even the Executive Order 70, especially since this profiling process isn't even mandated yet. It's going to be susceptible to misuse and abuse. And supposedly civilian institutions like the Department of Education, we don't want them to be instruments of research and intelligence of agencies that can use the information of youth that can be of detriment or of harm to them.
Ma'am Chair, may be able to respond. Your Honors, I assure you that the rationale, the reason behind the potential data sharing agreement with them is not what you have mentioned. If you will allow, we will coordinate with your office, Your Honors, so that we can get your feedback and we can consider with respect to this policy.
We would appreciate that dialogue very well po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next to ask question for round 2 is Representative Romanov.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, going back to the earlier discussion, could we be clarified on how the peer counseling will be conducted by DepEd?
Well, just to, Your Honor, magandang hapon po, Madam Chair, Chairman. Well, in our newly issued DO, I hope we furnish you a copy. Hindi naman namin nire-require yung peer counseling. It's a peer counseling is a supportive process employed in various organizations and schools. But again, it's not required. But in certain contexts, it's proven to be helpful. I just don't know. I don't know enough if it's been helpful in the context of RH. But certainly, in terms of anti-bullying, in terms of teachers sharing best practices with each other, the peer counseling has been very useful, Your Honor.
Yes, we have no question with respect to peer counseling amongst teachers because they are adults already. They would be over 18 years old, definitely. The question really is, will there be peer counseling? Will DepEd be promoting this peer counseling for the learners in senior high school and below?
Well, according to ASEC Mel, who is a former principal, many schools already employ this peer counseling, Your Honor. But we will not require it, Your Honor.
Yes.
Maybe we'll give freedom to the schools and to the individuals. We'll not, if they don't wish to do so, then maybe they will not. They do not have to do that.
But that is very risky because when you have not defined it, and you're saying that principals right now are doing this without our knowledge, in fact, about peer counseling. And when many parents are questioning this, imagine a 17-year-old counseling another 17-year-old. That is what you're saying. And the DepEd is allowing this without parameters. You always say bullying, but it can be more than bullying, effectively.
I was told it's just a practice where it's like a sharing circle, Your Honor, where students get together with their peers and they share, like if they failed in a subject, so sasabihin, anong pakiramdam mo nung, it is a coping mechanism for them, Your Honor. So it's not always in the context of reproductive health, Your Honor. It's just, basically at its root, it's just students sharing best practices with each other and coping mechanisms, Your Honor.
Yes, Secretary, it's not always possible na ang RH mapag-uusapan or even the CSE amongst peers. That is a possibility. That is what you are telling this Congress.
Well, if it will comfort his representation, we're willing to issue guidelines that it be not be misused to speak about topics which are not are not proper for minors, if that's the concern, Your Honor.
Yes, that is a real concern. The question now is, how sure are we? Because you've provided a venue for them to talk to each other. How can you assure us that that will not be discussed? Because the DepEd now has provided the venue. That is the problem.
Well, perhaps we can download those instructions to the field, Your Honor, na wag i-discuss yung mga ganun klaseng topics, Your Honor.
Yes, in these peer counseling activities, is there an adult, a teacher, who is overseeing it? How do we know that the topic is really limited?
Usually it's the guidance counselor daw, if there is a guidance counselor, Your Honor.
There is no guidance counselor.
The class advisors daw.
So there is an assurance that there is always an adult in the room.
Yes, Your Honor.
So maybe we could get some directive on that to assure us that there will always be an adult in the room, not necessarily to be the one to give the counseling, but at least someone who is able to oversee and hear what is being discussed.
We can do that, Your Honor.
When do we get this directive or department order?
As soon as we can, Your Honor, we'll work on it in coordination with your office.
Sige. Well, good Secretary, is there a Curriculum Standards Development Division under the Bureau of Curriculum Development?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Ilan yung personnel dito?
Maybe I could refer it to the 42, Your Honor.
Iba-iba yung description of titles nila. Is there a education program specialist?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there a senior education program specialist?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many are the senior and just simply education program specialist? Because sila po yung umiikot para magbigay ng lectures, I suppose, sa mga teachers on how to teach various subject matters.
We're getting the information. There are 11 supervising education specialists.
Madam Chairman, could we have a...
Can we give it to you in writing,
yes,
Mr.
could we
Chair?
have a minute suspension so I can see the names?
Okay, yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
1 minute suspension. Committee hearing resumes.
Madam
Congressman
Chair,
Robredo.
with the assurance of the Secretary, the good Secretary in the Department of Education that CSE and DepEd's personnel will be reminded that there is no such term and that it should not be taught as CSE. This representation is happy with that assurance by the Secretary, and we have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, good Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman Roman, and thank you for your gracious gesture. We assure you everything we discussed, we will carry forth and assist you in any way possible. Your Honor, thank you po.
Thank you very much. Next was question is for the second round, Representative Antonio Tuño.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Una po, kaugnay sa enrollment figures ng DepEd, napansin ko po that in your presentation ay ang total enrollment dito 26,000,068. Pero for this current school year, it's only 24.8 million. So there's an over 1 million drop in enrollment. Pwede po bang mapaliwanag ito? Is this just a report? Reporting.
Yeah, it's a reporting issue, Your Honor, kasi
Okay.
number one, may mga late enrollees. Tapos number one, kahit nag-enroll na, minsan late yung pag-encode ho. So even into September, October, we're expecting these numbers to increase, Your Honor.
Pero yung this data is as of August 28, so medyo tapos na ang enrollment by that time.
Ho, may late enrollment ho talaga.
Okay.
At saka late encoding. So it's late enrollment and late encoding, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So at this point, this is not yet a cause for concern, Secretary.
Hindi pa naman, but
Kasi
if you're
malaking bagsak to ng enrollment.
But we're really seeing some tapering off, Your Honor. That's when we're looking at the data. So it's something we will also seek to understand going forward.
Okay. So in particular, mukhang malaki po yung binagsak ng junior high, tama ba? No, ng saan ba ang pinakamalaking bagsak dito? Actually, it's elementary. No? Almost 1 million, I think, from elementary.
The kinder ho, we're seeing a little bit of tapering off.
Opo. So, do you have any explanations? You're mentioning a tapering off.
Maybe we'll study it better, Your Honor. I don't want to venture any guesses, but could be economic factors. It could be a lot of factors, Your Honor.
Okay. So in other words, we're flagging na there might be, sabi nga ni Secretary, a tapering off. Historically, palaki po ng palaki. Lumalaki ang populasyon natin.
Yes.
So why should there be a tapering off? Okay. Next issue po ay with regard to classrooms, the classroom construction, magkano po yung pondo nyo for classroom construction?
For new construction, it's a little over 13 billion, Your Honor, which covers 4,800 approximately classrooms, Your Honor.
Yun lang po ba ang pondo na available for classrooms for DepEd?
Meron pong pang repair ho. I think that's 6.1 billion for repair of classrooms, Your Honor.
That's just for repair.
For repair, opo. Yun ang
Okay.
budgetary line ho.
Okay. So the budget is only for 6,000 classrooms. For
4.8, Your Honor.
4,800 classrooms. So paano po yung binabanggit yung PPP na 100,000 classrooms? Hindi pa po yan for 2026.
Opo, pero hindi pa aprobado ho yung PPP. So dumadaan pa po sa proseso. Dadaan po ng NEDA ICC, tapos NEDA board. So
So that
has to
remains
go
a
through.
proposal.
Right now, it's a proposal, Your
The
Honor.
actual target for next year is only around 4,000 classrooms.
That's under the Your Honor. But again, we have this flexibility proposal, Your Honor, na buksan hindi lang DPWH ang gagawa, pati yung mga local governments, yung mga probinsya, yung mga lungsod. At doon, may kumpiyansa kami na it will be faster than the PPP because yun, release mo lang yung pera sa local governments and then they will be the ones construct or bidding out the construction of the school building. So from one agency, you're talking about one agency plus potentially 150 cities, 80 provinces, and we're not sure how many municipalities are capacitated to do it, but we know at least a few can, Your Honor. So kung gano'n, at least mawala yung traffic o yung bara dun sa pag-construct.
Okay. Sige po. Ang sunod na topic ko po is senior high school. You have a piloting of a new curriculum for senior high school. At dito po, drastically babawasan yung mga subject. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, kasi sa ngayon, 33 ang subject over 2 years ng ating senior high school students, which most people say is too much. There's no mastery of the subject matter. So if you look at other countries, baka 10 lang. Yung sa UK, for instance, 4 lang po yung subject for 2 years. So I think Australia is about 6. The US is maybe 6 to 8. So, you know, I think we have to align ourselves with best practices around the world, Your Honor. At saka listen also to the feedback from universities, from employers, as to the quality of our graduates, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Okay. Of course, ang naririnig po nating concerns are from the teachers. Pag sinabing streamlining ng subjects, may epekto yan sa possible displacement. So paano po yung mga senior high school teachers natin sa DepEd moving forward? Obviously, magbawas ng subject, magbabawas ka ng teacher.
Hindi naman namin babawasan yun. It's just that maybe their load may change because from being a core required subject, elective na lang siya. Kasi hindi naman namin babawasan yung elective. If the teacher is teaching that, then we'll continue to offer it as an elective. One of the principles of the senior high school reform is the freedom of choice. Mas malaki yung choice ng learner. Kasi ganun nga eh. Kasi he's already an independent person. So similar, it's like similar to college where you have core courses, then you have electives. Dito sa pilot natin, 5 na lang yung core and the rest are electives, Your Honor.
Okay, so masaasa. So you don't expect displacement of senior high school teachers in the public schools?
Permanent employees, Your Honor.
They are
So,
permanent employees. Okay, but I am raising the concern brought to us by private senior high school teachers. No, kasi yung mga iba rito with K to 12, actually yung iba mga nagtuturo sa college noon. Tapos the law itself, actually the K to 12 law said, pwede kayong lumipat. Then you are given 5 years to certify, di ba? Magkalisensya. Marami pong gumawa noon. Lumipat sa senior high school from college. Tapos ngayon, nangangamba sila na babaguhin nyo yung curriculum, wala na silang ituturo. Pag sinabing elective sa private, kung may mag-enroll, okay. Pero kung wala, sibak. Ganun po. So, these senior high school teachers are ang concern nila, they're in the middle of their careers already or towards the end of their careers maybe. Ano po ang kalalagyan ng mga ito?
Well, maybe we can absorb them in DepEd since we have teacher items. They can be considered also for,
Okay.
It's not unheard of for teachers to move from the private to the public sector. In fact, it's happening as we speak, Your Honor.
Okay. So maganda po nasabi niyan kasi hindi ng concern nila. But of course, ang pangamba nila is okay, lipat mga ano na pa to, middle, they were former professors in college. Ngayon, ang concern nila makikipagsapalaran sila sa mga bagong aplikante, mga new graduates, no?
Your Honor, we will credit there if they're professor. We will give credit to that experience, Your Honor. So hindi
Okay.
naman sila papasok na teacher 1 sila, kundi titingnan din natin yung karanasan niya at saka yung kakayahan niya.
Okay. So hopefully we have that commitment, no, para sa mga ito, that you will have an explicit policy for that.
Your Honor, but the law requires them to be let passers. Yun lang naman ang minimum
Ganun na nga
requirement.
po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ganun na nga.
Opo.
Nag-let na nga sila, in fact. Okay. Ito naman po, pasensya na po, marami pong mga concern na sabi ko, i-raise natin. For head teachers, phase out na po, naka-phase out na po, pero marami pa kayong head teachers. Their concern is parang, for them, they want a just transition for them, moving from head teacher to either administrative track principal, o yung karamihan sa kanila naman will go back to teaching. Pero ang concern po nila is, before, gusto nila, paglipat nila sa teaching, hindi yung dapat corresponding kung ano yung salary grade nila noon ay pareho rin ito. No?
There's no diminution, Your Honor, we assure you.
There is no diminution. May mga naririnig po kasi may concern sila na hinahanapan sila ng mga teaching experience, yung mga classroom observation. Obviously, wala po sila nun kasi ang tinatrabaho nun sa kanila bilang head teacher ay non-teaching. No?
Hindi daw, retitling lang daw nung titulo nila, pero
Okay.
there is no diminution of benefits.
So,
Your Honor.
klaro po.
Opo,
Kung
klaro.
ano yung salary grade, pag pumili po sa class sa teaching track, same salary grade.
Yes, Your Honor, we assure
That
you.
is clear. That
Opo.
is assured. Okay. Ito na lang po, last. Mga supervisors and superintendents naman. Okay, yung supervisors, bakit daw binaba from 800 pesos a month to 500 pesos a month ang kanilang communications allowance? Sa halip na dagdagan ay binawasan.
At apparently, it's a DBM circular at hindi lang sila yung apektado, pati secretary, USEC, at saka ASEC,
Ganun
apektado
po
din.
ba? Okay, pinaglalaban po natin. At least para sa mga...
Baka sumuporta ko kami sa inyo.
Baka ganun ba?
Your
Okay. And then finally, yung ating mga superintendent po, may nagpabot sa amin yung about the relocation subsidy. Okay? Yung mga superintendent, parang mga sundalo yan, kung saan-saan itapon hindi naman i-assign ng DepEd. Meron daw nakatanggap ng relocation subsidy pero pinabalik ng COA. Bakit ganon?
Nakowa ho sila.
Nakowa. Oh.
Well, medyo hindi namin kontrolado yung COA. As
Okay.
you know, it's an independent
Basically,
body.
sabi daw,
Oo,
walang
Your
legal basis. So, Madam Chair, can the special provision, at least for now, provide a legal basis?
I think the basis of COA was in saying that, Your Honor, in ruling that way, is that they said there's nothing in the GAA to justify it. So perhaps
Okay.
we can work with you to,
Yun na nga po.
to craft a provision to justify it.
Yun na nga. Okay po ba?
Opo, opo.
Okay,
Siyempre,
sige.
sabi nga. Pero basta
Opo,
kasama
para
yung
sa mga
DepEd,
superintendent
yun lang,
po,
opo.
at saka yung regional director, kasama din ba doon?
Opo.
Kasama din.
Third
Kasama
level
din.
officials daw, Your Honor.
Hindi na kailangan. Yung ba sinasabi nyo, Secretary? Okay. Anyway.
Baka kailangan, ho.
Baka kailangan.
Your Honor.
Sige po. Okay. And final, yung World Teachers Day allowance ba yun? Okay. It's been 1,000 pesos for so long, Secretary. Tagal na nun. No? Di ba panahon na para itaas natin ito? 1,500 man lang? Pwede po ba?
Gaho yan. So Congress is free
Gaa
to
po ba?
free
Okay.
to amend it, Your Honor.
Okay, pero para sa inyo, tingin nyo,
Ay, opo. Kung para sa teacher ho full
dapat
support po
lang.
kami dyan.
Madam Chair, again, as part of the institutional amendment, sana po ay maipasok natin sa special provisions ng DepEd dito, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, okay po ba yun? Ano tingin nyo?
Yung Teacher's Day allowance, may proposal ho si Kong Tonchi na dagdagan, ho?
We'll take note of that.
Please take note as well as yung para sa mga superintendent and supervisors, Madam Chair. Okay. No, sa halip na flood control ay dapat insertion, tama. Ito yung insertion na kailangan. Di po ba? O
Tama, hindi
diretso
lahat ho ng
sa
insertion masama, ho.
diretso sa personnel mismo, Madam Chair.
We'll take note of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, maraming salamat. Yun na lang po.
Maraming salamat, Kong Tonchi, sa malasakit niyo sa ating mga guro. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The next to us question is Representative Ferdinand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I'm not going to ask question. I'm only here to congratulate Secretary Angara and his team for doing a good job. Good pa lang, hindi pa excellent. Kasi historic budget to. Diba? First time that yung education naging number one and more than 1 trillion within the 4% GDP. No, and in fact, kung 400 plus yung sa 900 plus yung sa DepEd, record pa rin 'yon, 'di ba? And rest assured na nandito po si chair ng APRO, andito yung vice chair, ako rin vice chair. Makakasiguro po kayo, andyan si Tonchi, na kung magkabay ka man, number one pa rin ang education. Diba? Like, tama ba, Chair? Sabihin, hindi na babawasan, madadagdagan lang. And I've seen Secretary Angara go around the country. Bumisita po siya sa region ko. Dala-dala lahat ng kanyang USEC and mga regional directors and going around the schools, getting in touch with the public school teachers. Nakikinig po dun sa mga, alam ko naman, hindi naman lahat mabibigay niya, pero at least nagkakataon sila ng pagkakataon makipag-dialogue, no less than the secretary. So yung sakripisyong ginagawa ni Secretary Sani, in fact yung mga director nakita ko kasi yung iba-ibang director dumaan na rin yan sa region ko. Nakita ko namang masayang-masaya sila the way DepEd is being handled now. So hopefully with the budget na parating, baka maging excellent na. I'm hopeful na with Secretary Angara sa DepEd, DepEd is in good hands, no? Masipag naman siya at saka yung team niya. So isa pa, Mr. Secretary, nagpass po ako ng bill katulad ni Chair na dagdagan yung salaries ng mga public school teachers by 10,000. Ang tanong ko lang, will you be supportive of our bill na taasan yung sweldo ng ating mga public school teachers?
Yes, una-una, thank you, Vice Chair Dinan, for supporting the budget of DepEd and the possibility of increasing the budget. Maraming salamat. Yun na appreciate natin. And of course, for personally taking time to entertain our officials when we visited you in South Cotabato. That's also much appreciated. Ako, syempre, anything for our teachers, we will support, Your Honor. But we realize na may fiscal constraints din ang ating pamahalaan. So, kung kakayanin ho, why not? Definitely, we support it because I think our teachers deserve it. And it would be a good incentive to perform. But having said that, the President is also doing what he can to give non-fiscal incentives, yung pagbabawas po ng administrative loads, yung pagbabawas ng reports. So definitely, I think yung malasakit ng ating Pangulo sa ating mga teachers is kitang-kita at ramdam na ramdam po. Again, thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
And of course, papasalamat din tayo sa ating Presidente that base sa kanyang SONA na talagang tinayuan niya at pinandigan niya na ang edukasyon ang number one sa 2026 budget. So, siyempre, we want our students na magkaroon naman ng safe at saka conducive to studies yung educational environment nila. So, Mr. Chair, I'm supportive. I fully support the passage of the budget of the Department of Education. And if possible, na madagdagan pa po ito para mas lalo nating matutugunan na ngayon yung mga pangangailangan na matagal na rin nilang inaantay na suporta na finally siguro sa mga nangyayari ngayon siguro baka mas tutukan na lang natin yung edukasyon para yung future ng mga kabataan nakasalalay po dito. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat muli, Vice Chair Kong Dinan. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Next to ask question is from the minority, Representative Paulo Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is about the ARAL. I believe the department is asking for a 4B augmentation on the ARAL. Where in the 2026 NEP is the explicit ARAL appropriation? And how much is earmarked per learner or region? How much is needed to reach DepEd's stated targets? And if ARAL is subsumed, what are the cost assumptions and how will outputs be monitored? What output indicators like reading, math, and science catch-ups will be reported quarterly at the division or regional level?
Thank you, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Yung kung saan siya naka-locate sa NEP, under the basic education curriculum ho, meron is part of the ARAL program, implementation. Merong 1.8 million doon, broken down as follows. Yung 1.2 billion mapupunta sa learning resources, yung 502.4 million mapupunta sa rollout and orientation ng ating mga tutors and even the parents. There will be sessions with them. Tapos may 100 million for monitoring and evaluation of the program. Tapos doon naman sa textbooks and other instructional materials and learning resources, meron pong 2.256 billion. So a total of 4.059 billion. Yun ang nasa NEP sa kasalukuyan, Your Honor, Madam Chair. Pero yung appeal ho namin is sana for 1.9 for the aral tutors, another 1.7 billion for the training of the tutors, and another 1.159 billion for the honoraria or teaching overload pay for our aral tutors, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Salamat po sa inyong kasagutan sa pinakagwapong cabinet secretary ngayon. Ang susunod kong katanungan ay
Kami magalit dun sa sinabi niyo, sir.
parang wala namang contender. Oo, parang kayo. My question is on the inclusive education cuts. Why is there a reduction on Indigenous Peoples Education Program or IPED by 51.6% and Special Needs Education Program or SNED by 18.6%, given that SNED enrollment rose to 91 point, enrollment rose, SNED enrollment rose to 91,337. What services will be scaled back, and what's the per learner funding gap per region?
Maraming salamat sa tanong, Your Honor, Congressman Marcoleta, Madam Chair. Tama ho kayo, dahil pagka kinumpara ho yung 2025 sa 2026 NEP, tama ho yung figures na sinight nyo. But just maybe to take a step back and look at the 2025 NEP ho, kung ikumpara yung figures, roughly parehas ho sila eh. Kasi yung 2025 NEP for IPED, 74.3, yung 2026 NEP, 74.8. So actually lumamang pa ng a few million. Yung sa SNED, 843.8 for 2025, 849.98 for the 2026 NEP. Ang nangyari ho dyan, kaya nadagdagan, sa tulong po ng Kongreso, sa tulong po ng Senado, nadagdagan po yung items na ito sa IPED at saka sa SNED during the course of the budget deliberations, and it was sourced internally within the DepEd budget. So kami, sa panig ho namin, wala ho kaming objection kung gusto nyo hong dagdagan itong mga budgetary items in the same way that it was done last year. I'm sure your father supported it ho. And I'm sure sa pag kayo nagsabi, isusuportahan po niya sa Senado ho ito. So we would welcome that kind of intervention and work with you on that, Madam Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, my last question is on the ICT DepEd computerization program. Can you give us a breakdown on the 16.45 billion budget for ICT DCP as to the device types, connectivity, digital content, and teacher training? What lessons can be drawn from the 2.43B 2025 budget execution on the ICT?
Well, medyo nahirapan kami dun sa pag-cut ho nung DCP namin, but thankfully, there's been some restoration through the unprogrammed fund, Your Honor. Pero yung tinanong niyo hong breakdown, Your Honor, nung 16B, so 9.286 billion of that will go for the laptops and gadgets. 999 million will go to the smart TV packages. 1.453 billion will go to the e-learning cards. This is composed of also laptops and chargers. Tapos 2.075 billion will go to the school-wide internet program or yung connectivity program ng departamento. So, sana ho ma-maintain ho ito dahil sa computation ho namin, pag naglaan ho tayo with the help of Congress ng little over 9 billion for laptops every year until 2028, yung pagbabaho ng ating mahal na presidente, meron ho tayong lahat po ng public school teacher natin ay magkakaroon ng laptop po.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Chair, let me wind up my interpellation with a manifestation. Sana naman po ay hindi na maulit yung nangyari nung 2025 GAA na kung saan tila ba nilinlang ang DepEd na pinalabas di umano na mataas pa rin ang budget ng DepEd, pinakamataas pa rin ang budget ng DepEd, samantalang pinagdadagdag lang nila yung budget ng PNPA, PMA, just to create an illusion na ang DepEd pa rin ang pinakamataas. Dapat sa 2026, DepEd alone should have the largest share in the budget pie. Hindi, sana wala nang manipulasyon na mangyari ulit na ganun. Please lang, dahil hindi po tayo tumutugon sa layo ng ating konstitusyon. And let me end with a manifestation of support. In line with the constitutional mandate that education be given the highest budgetary priority, I strongly and passionately manifest my support for the augmentation or increase in the fiscal year 2026 budget of the Department of Education. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Kong Marcoleta. Mabuhay po kayo. God bless po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next to ask question is Representative Tony Rojas.
Good afternoon ho, Secretary Angara. A few questions. Umiikot po ako sa distrito. First district ko Bataan, ang unang napupuna ko, walang library, no? May mga sariling initiative yung mga bayan magtayo ng library, pero hindi sapat yung library. Pagpunta naman sa mga paaralan, parang kulang yung mga libro o halos wala. Alam naman natin, pag wala kang maabot na libro, wala kayong babasahin. At saka kung anong nasarapan mo, yun ang pinapatulan mo. So I'm talking about not just how does this budget, the proposed budget, actually address the need for books to surround basically students so that they have something to read?
Your Honor, thank you for the question, and it's a concern that not many people will ask about, so we appreciate your shedding light on it. There is a 1 billion peso budget for library hubs. So if you, we could perhaps work with you on that. The concept of a library hub is one ideally centrally located public school will serve as the hub to provide books for other schools. So parang sentro siya. Tapos yung meron siyang stock of many titles of books, and pwedeng hiramin ng lahat ng adjacent schools or nearby schools. So that's the concept of the library hub po. And then we have I think it's an 8 billion budget for textbooks. We're hoping to increase that going forward. And we've spoken about how we're trying to make the purchase and delivery of this quicker. We also have this thing called the supplementary learning materials. So the budget there is that within that's 3.6 billion. Ito yung materials which are specifically for libraries. So we'll be happy to work with you. Ito dito naman, we noticed we tried to study the practice in the past. Parang iilan titles lang ang binibili. So we're trying to widen the menu for titles here. And with a special emphasis for Key Stage 1. This is the kinder to grade 3 students. Kasi proven na certain types of books, this is when you hook the students into love reading and love learning. So we're trying to buy more of these types of books to encourage reading among our young people, Your Honor. So I will be happy to work with you on these programs.
Secretary Angara, it seems that the trending term nowadays is hubs. Everybody loves hubs, but there's an ad hoc hub for every particular area. No, if you're talking in the innovation world, there's an innovation hub. Back in the day, during our time, we had physical libraries, and now you're talking about a library hub for school, basically trying to take advantage of the efficiencies that comes with clustering, clustering localities. So a thought came to mind: why not a multi-purpose hub with the proper collaboration with different agencies, with the ICT? Under the Innovative Startup Act, they're supposed to have an innovation hub, and sort of like have a multi-purpose learning center that has the aspects of a physical library, digital library, startup, working co-working spaces. So that way, hindi ho, we won't burden you with a cost of putting up and maintaining these hubs. Mas marami hong ahensya ng pamahalaan ng tutulong para pondohan ito. I hope that's something that is worth exploring, maybe for the coming year. Yeah, I'm all for the library hub, definitely. Since it's very, we don't have the resources to basically help every school. So, just a thought. Second po, do you agree that there's a backlog in filling positions for principals in schools?
Yes, Your Honor. There's also a supply problem because not every applicant passes the NQuest or the test for the principal. So we're trying to have a workaround where it's not purely dependent, the filling up of principal items is not fully dependent on just passing the principal exam, but also on maybe achieving a certain score, but also undergoing certain training so that we can have a faster filling up of these positions, Your Honor.
Opo. I just filed a bill to develop a school leadership pipeline. Basically, so I'll give you a copy of the bill. Just take a look. Hopefully that'll help.
From the sound of it, that's a much needed bill, Your Honor, because many of our people in the field are asking for the return of these trainings. Once upon a time, apparently, we had trainings not just for teachers, but even for future administrators and leaders. But somewhere along the way, medyo nawala siya. So I think that would be most welcome. And regarding what you said about innovation hubs, we welcome that. Under the DTI, there's a shared service facility which functions or intended to function as sort of a hub. Sometimes they're located in the souks, sometimes they're standalone facilities. But I think this is really something which would enhance the ecosystem for learning, for innovation, Your Honor. So again, we welcome it.
Sana ho mangyari, Secretary Angara, dahil alam nyo, yung 1994, bata pa ho tayo noon, meron ng congressional law na pinag-uutos yung pagpapatayo ng mga library sa bawat munisipyo at bawat congressional district na nauwi sa wala po, 3% lang ho yung compliance. Samantala, dahil meron ho akong mga anak na lumaki sa Amerika, talagang sapat na sapat po, pinaliligiran sa ng mga libro. Kaya, and formative years po, the window of opportunity, bago magsara, ay nakinabang na po sila. Doon ho sa mga bayan na maliliit po yung Sept, yung Special Education Fund, paano ho tinutugunan ng budget na ito yung kakulangan nila sa pondo?
That's something that's been called to our attention that you mentioned by EDCOM 2 also, Your Honor. Kasi nga, nung nalaman namin, maliliit pa lang Sept yan. It's just in, baka wala pang 10 milyon kada munisipyo, unlike the big cities where the SEF is in the billions, Your Honor. So I think this is something that we have to look at and maybe tweak our MOE formula. Make it a factor na how much support is that school getting from the local school board, the locality. So these are some things we have to, it will involve a lot of information gathering, but I think it's worthwhile, Your Honor. So para, it's a leveling of the playing field, ika nga, sir. So.
Secretary Angara, in the context of the present, of the proposed budget, do you have the flexibility and capability to actually do that? In the context of the proposed budget, do you have the flexibility and the capacity to actually intervene and help these municipalities with
how much?
Low SEF?
I've been told, Your Honor, we actually have a school innovation fund now in the 2026 NEP to help the fourth and it's in the 25 to help fourth and fifth class municipalities in the amount of 300 million. So kung meron man ng would qualify, we'll be happy to work with them all.
Yung pondo po, yung budget para sa Office of the Secretary, I've noticed is a hefty budget. It's pretty big. Do you have the flexibility to actually use that and help the...
That's downloaded to the regions.
Wala.
Kasama ho doon yung regional funds.
Wala
So more than half of that
yan.
is downloaded. But we have freedom, of course, Your Honor, with there's some leeway, but it's not, these are not huge amounts, but we'll certainly be happy to work with you here.
I guess I have no further questions. Madam Chair. Thank you, Secretary Angara.
Thank you very much, Congressman Roman. Thank you for your concern. Thank you,
Thank
Madam
you. Next to us question is Deputy Majority Leader Marilyn Benicias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the DepEd family, my dear colleagues, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. May kaunting katanungan lang po ako. Mr. Secretary, ano po ang student classroom ratio natin sa elementary at saka high school?
Is the actual or the desired ho? Yung
The
tinatanong.
desired. Yung
The
kung
desired.
paano po natin
The
kinocompute
desired
sa
for
EBEIS para malaman po natin kung may
Stage
shortage o wala ang isang school. Ano po
For
ba?
may ibang numero po sa kada key stage ho. So yung key stage 1, that's kinder to grade 3, mas rekomendado nung na ang desired ratio is 1:25 ho. Kasi nga usually kailangan i-disiplina yung mga bata, so it's very difficult pag malaki ho ang klase at that level. For the rest of elementary, it's 1:30. Desired. One is between 1:30 and 1:35. For junior high school, it's 1:40 and between 1:40 and 45. For senior high school, it's 1:40, Your Honor. So ito po yung working desired ratios po natin.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, ito po kasing nagdaan. I requested the Department of Public Works and Highways at saka ng DepEd po to conduct jointly an inspection at saka validation regarding sa mga shortages ho sa distrito namin. Kasi po, narinig ko po, nung pumasyal po ako sa opisina ninyo, na may plano nga po tayo na magpatayo ng PPP classrooms natin. So, pinabalidate ko po lahat. And may pinarnish po kayo lately sa Congress na kopya ng mga schools na may shortage. Kinumpira ko po yun, medyo malayo po yung actual na lumabas doon po sa naka-appear sa inyo. So I can only surmise na baka nagkamali ng reporting sa EBEIS yung mga nagre-report na mga teachers, with all due respect, na mga teachers po natin sa baba. Kasi po ang nakita ko po, kung minsan, dahil mayroon pa silang classrooms na nakatayo, nire-report nilang classroom pa rin yun, kahit hindi na po nila nagagamit, kahit lumang-luma na. So, napansin ko po, sa mga ibang schools na gano'n nga nangyayari. Like for example, ang sabi po natin kasi pag sinasabi natin classrooms, conducive pag-aralan ng mga bata. Marami po kasi nitong nagdaan ang naitayo po na PPP. Yung PPP po, marami po doon sa distrito namin. Yun pong pre-pub, okay, na ang wall po niya ay yero, na naitayo ko minsan, hindi ho na-elevate. Pag umulan, pumapasok ang tubig sa baba. Yung bintana po niya, jealousy. So, kung mainit po, talagang parang pugon na talaga hong nililitsyon. Literally, yung mga bata, talagang pinagpapawisan. Yung second floor naman, kung may second floor po yan, kung utaakyat ka sa taas at magja-jump ka, tatalon ka, umuuga ko po talaga. So kung ako po yun at ako ay magulang, talaga namang medyo ninervisin ka na mag-aaral ang anak mo doon. Kasi nga, hindi na po conducive yun, pero dinideclare pa rin natin na classrooms po yun. So, yun po bang 105 na classrooms po na shortage natin? So, I'm sure, as far as my district is concerned, I can say na hindi yung reflection noon sa distrito ko, it does not present the real situation of my district with respect to that 105. Would you agree with me, Mr. Secretary, sir?
Well, maaari nangyari ho yun kasi kaya nga nire-require namin na mag-joint validation yung engineers ng DepEd at saka yung district engineers ng DPWH at pipirmahan nila yung site validation at saka yung datos. Kasi talagang nagpapasahan minsan ho na ito yung datos ng DepEd, ito yung datos ng DepEd. So sabi namin several months ago, mag-joint na lang tayo at let's sign off on it. So in your case check ho namin kung anong nangyari ho doon. Maaari tama ho yung sinasabi nyo na baka hindi klaro yung instruction as to baka nga condemn na yung classroom pero binibilang pa rin nung mga principals or teachers, Your Honor.
Sir, considering also, marami pa po kaming Marcos type building. Ang sabi po sa akin, tinayo ho yun 1970s. So, ibig sabihin, pwede na siya, mabilis na siyang pwede maging senior citizen. 55 years old na po yung mga buildings na yon. Ang lifespan ho niyan, usually, di ba, 25-30 years, okay na. So, ilang earthquake na rin po ang dinaanan ng mga ito. And aside from that, ang size po kasi ng Marcos type buildings, maliliit. So kung doon po yung mga bata talaga, hindi na rin conducive na yung one classroom ay doon sa Marcos type building po natin pumapasok. Opo. So, Mr. Secretary, mayroon po akong kopya nito ngayon. Dala-dala ko po yung jointly validated, signed by the district engineer as well as yun po sa superintendent po ng division namin. So, isasubmit ko po sa inyo. Po, pwede po ba? At napansin ko rin po kasi, yung mga ISO na bago create na class schools sa amin, newly created, as well as yung mga new schools na newly created, hindi rin po naka-include sa mga kailangang bigyan na nasa shortage na listahan ho ninyo. So, at talagang nangangailangan na rin po kami ng mga schools. Madam Chair, yun po rin di sana yung isang tignan natin kasi ang daming IS na mga pinag-create tayo pero wala naman pong mga classrooms na binibigay sa kanila. I appeal kasi ang dami po sa amin na talaga pong wala. We have the local infra, kanya lang napakaliit naman po din nun. And sir, may isa rin po akong tanong. Ano po bang ibig sabihin ng localization? Kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko po, ang dami po kasing pumupunta sa akin ng mga teachers natin. Yung mga applicants po natin, makikiranking po sila. Dati-rati po, ang passing rate 70. Naging 65, naging 60. Ngayon, nagulat ako, 50 na lang. So, pag pumupunta po sila sa akin, alam po ito ng distrito, sinasabi ko sa kanila, ever since umupo po ako, magpa-ranking kayo at sisiguraduhin ko na kung tama yung ranking ninyo, susuportahan ko kung ano yung tama. Unfortunately, may mga nagsasabi po na yon na yung ranking, hindi na ranking. Ang sabi po sa Ilocano, banking. Hindi ho pantay. May Tagalog naman ho yata na ronking. Mali. Parang gano'n. So ano po ba ang localization? Is it barangay level or municipal level?
Actually, may batas ho yan yung localization law sa hiring of teachers. So, yung rule dyan is pag may taga-barangay, may priority siya kahit hindi siya yung highest rank to. Kasi nga, you have to comply with the law. But if wala taga dun sa barangay na yon, then you look for the nearest barangay and within the same municipality, Your Honor.
Sir, ang problema po kasi ganito. Please bear with me. 99 ang grade. 150 ang grade. So, yung may barangay na yon, siya yung may grade na 50. So, siya yung makukuha. So, how can we choose the cream among creams kung hindi naman natin talaga aayusin yung ranking noon? So, siguro, baka, I don't know, kung baka sa level po ninyo, ay maayos po natin yon. Nadidemoralize ho ang maraming matatalino mga teachers natin because of that.
Sa ilalim mo nga nung localization law, basta na-comply yung minimum mo, siya yung priority. So, siguro dapat amyandahan nyo yung batas Madam Congresswoman, Madam Chair.
We would appreciate it very much, Mr. Secretary, sir, if you can give us a list ng mga pwedeng baguhin natin na sa tingin nyo ay makakabuti po sa institusyon ninyo. And I assure you, isa po ako sa magiging principal authors ng mga bike.
Opo, thank you. We'll do that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, last, with your kind indulgence. Yusek Cabral, yung administrative officer, kasama din po ba yun, Madam Chair, yung regarding po sa localization?
Po, teachers lang ho.
Teachers lang po, di po ba? Ilan po, di ba nasa banggit niyo po sa amin, you have provided our district ng 78. Bakit po yung number 1 sa amin ay hindi ho na-appoint? Out of 78?
With your permission, Madam Chair, may we recognize Yusek Cabral?
Yusek Cabral, we recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I relayed that information to the superintendent and even to the regional director to provide explanation why the administrative officer ranked number 1 and was not appointed. So I have yet to receive the explanation from the SDS.
Mr. Secretary, I'm bringing this kasi alam ko po na hindi lang ho yun ang may problema. I talked with one mayor in one municipality last Sunday. And then sinabi rin niya, doon din sa bayan nila may problema. Yun din tapra, 1, yun din ang hindi na-appoint. So ang palaging sinasabi, prerogative, sa 5 daw na listahan. Pero we have 78 na nakirank. Anong rason? Bakit hindi makukuha yung mga nasa top at bakit yung mga nasa baba ang nakukuha? So siguro po, I know, ang ating secretary talagang ginagawa ho ninyo ang paglilinis sa ating DepEd. Pwede po bang pakitignan po natin yon? Kasi ang dami na po talagang nadidemoralize na mga applicants, na mga teachers dahil ho sa mga ganitong nangyayari. So I'll be waiting, Yusek, kung ano pong magiging result para alam ko rin po ang sasabihin ko sa lahat ng nagko-complain sa opisina ko. Maraming salamat po. Madam Chair, thank you very much. My dear colleagues, thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you po.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Kong Marlene, for bringing this to our attention and we will really look into it kasi dapat in-incentivize natin yung mga magagaling. Thank you. Madam Congresswoman, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next last question is Representative Coco Yap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to our DepEd family, stakeholders, attached agencies, majong hapon na tong tanan. Yung question ko naman yung regarding sa RQA. Ano po ba ang meaning ng RQA?
Registry of Qualified Applicants, Your Honor.
Ito po ba yung the only basis in hiring for teachers?
Yes, pag wala siya doon, hindi siya ma-hire, Your Honor.
Kasi in my observation with the rankings, maraming makapasok na wala sa top 10 or top 15, no? Kasi sobrang laki ng discretion on how to hire, no? Kung nakapasok ka lang sa RQA, from top to bottom, hindi natin makikita kung sino pwedeng makapasok. Ano?
Your Honor, well, it's part of the power delegated to our superintendents to the power to hire. So it's part of this decentralization. So, but if you have any complaints, we'll be happy to look into it, Your Honor. Pag may abuso man, titingnan ho natin at we hope to correct any possible abuse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have also an observation regarding the DepEd, no? Na medyo may great influence coming from the LGUs. If the LGU refuse to accept the teachers or principals, pinapatransfer. DepEd serves during election, dapat hindi partisan. Please check my district if merong nangyayari doon sa district ko.
Yes, we can look into it. We'll coordinate with you for the details, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the school buildings. What will happen to the school buildings na hindi natapos during 2023 GAA due to lack of budget? Is it included in the GAA this year, Madam Chair?
Yes, pwede hong isama yon sa listahan pagka pasa nyo po ng mga listahan ng projects ninyo. I think the Speaker's Office and the Chairperson of Appropriations and the Vice Chair are discussing how to go about it. But the assurance is that kami, susunod lang kami sa decision po ng leadership, and whatever allotment is given, we will provide. And kasama ho doon, kasi dati, may repair lang, tapos may new construction. Ngayon, with that special provision, pwedeng i-complete, may completion ho. Dahil dati wala ho.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ito po naman yung sa repair and new construction school buildings damaged during Typhoon Odette. Marami pa rin po sa aming district. Typhoon Odette was one of the biggest typhoon that landed in the Philippines. It's been 4 years. Palagi kaming humingi po ng tulong from the national government through DepEd dahil karamihan ng municipality namin is 4th and 5th class municipalities. We have also including na ito yung Marcos Building na nasira sa Baguio, and pina-check na namin, hindi na sound structure pero ginagamit pa rin because of lack of classroom. So pwede bang bigyan ng halaga po, Madam Chair, ang pag-check ng mga school buildings?
Sure, Honor, we will prioritize. Pasensya na kayo, 4 years ago, hindi pa ho tayong secretary, but we'll be happy to coordinate with you as to your priorities, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ito naman po, I already asked this issue last year regarding the TVL with the NC2, NC1 exams that should be free. Wala na sanang bayad from the government ngayong taon. Libre na ba ito lahat ngayong year?
Yes, Your Honor. Sa tulong po ng TESDA, may pondo na po yan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue po ito regarding naman po to sa equipments na may kulang pa na electrical needs na hindi pa kasama sa mga procurement. Dapat masama para wala ng problema yung parents and teacher natin, to do away with fundraising from the parents.
Yes, we'll coordinate with you. Kasi dati ang naging patakaran one size fits all. So kung anong bigay ng DepEd, yun ang kailangan i-provide. So, but now we're trying to have a more, a better approach na tinatanong natin ano yung gustong i-pursue ng mga bata at yun ang i-provide ng DepEd ho.
Kasama na po yung sa procurements, lahat ng electrical needs po.
Electrical?
Yes.
You mean the electrical needs of the school ho? Oh.
Kasama po sa equipment na mayroong kakulangan sa electrical needs.
Ay, siguro tingnan na ho natin at pwede naman i-provide ho yun. Kasi especially with the added MOE, may dagdag po silang pondo para bilhin itong mga equipment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a personal experience, Madam Chair, with DepEd. I am a product of DepEd Public School, no? Sugod Central School. Alam ko yung nangyayari sa baba. DepEd needs our support. We are happy na medyo malaki na ang pondo ng DepEd, but we are pushing for the increase of their budget. My heart goes to our teachers who goes out of their way para mabigyan ng quality na pagtuturo despite the limited budget. To the parents na gagawin ang lahat para makatapos lang ang kanilang mga bata. Dagang salamat, mabuhay ang mga guro natin, mabuhay ang DepEd.
Thank you very much for your manifestation and support, Congressman Yap. We'll still send some of our staff to coordinate with you dun sa mga electrical needs, among others, TVET equipment. Yung director namin sa TVET, we can send to you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next last question is Vice Chairperson Kari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, DepEd. What steps are being taken to guarantee the timely implementation of school building projects and the effective use of MOOE by schools at the local level?
Yung sa school building ho, napansin namin na yung current system natin where DPWH is the one building is not very efficient, Your Honor. That's why may proposed special provisions ho kami to allow local governments, maybe by city, Tacloban, in your area, to be able to build also the classrooms, Your Honor. So, ida-download na lang ho namin yung pondo, tapos ang mag-administer ho yung local government. That way, hindi lang si DPWH ang gumagawa. Dun sa effective use of MOE, usually naman ho, nauubos talaga yung MOE. In fact, yung reklamo is kulang. So, kaya this for 2026, dinadagdagan ho namin yung MOE ng bawat eskwelahan.
Can you tell us more about the Para Lang Bukas dashboard program?
Yes, Your Honor. This is an initiative that we are pursuing together with the private sector. Kasi matagal nang hinihingi ho ito na yung mga communities, hindi nila alam yung performance ng mga schools in their localities. So gusto namin ilabas ano yung performance sa national achievement tests nung particular schools in various communities para makita ng community, kulang pala tayo sa ganito, kailangan mahina pala tayo dito sa aspetong ito, baka kailangan tulungan ito. So it's just really opening up the information to the public para umbaga participant siya sa setting education policy kasi pagka nakakaalam ang madla, ang publiko, then I think we will have better policies, better educational outcomes dahil involved yung community at mag-galvanize yung community to help the schools and the students, Your Honor.
In short, to be more transparent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you clarify the difference between the Para Lang Bukas dashboard and the department's existing learning information system?
Yung LIS ho, yun lang yung basic facts about the schools ho, yung population nila, yung who are the names of the learners, the population, etc. Pero wala hong quality outcomes, walang quality indicators, walang educational outcomes. So the Bukas will take it even further. Parang palalimin po yung datos na available to the public. Yun, I think it's a step towards improving quality. How can you improve if you don't even know where you stand, Your Honor? Diba?
Ano po ba yung status ngayon ng Para Lang Bukas dashboard?
We'll be launching it, I think, at the end of the month, kung di ako nagkakamali, Your Honor.
saan po yung pilot nito na area?
There are 5 regions that are the pilot areas. Region 1, Region 3, CAR, Cordillera, Region 8, region po ninyo, and Region 9. Ito po yung pilot areas. And of course, susunod naman yung ibang regions ng bansa after.
Ano po ba yung total creation cost ng paaralang bukas dashboard?
What's the cost? Walang cost. There's no additional cost. It's just opening up the data and providing it, Your Honor.
Wala din pong maintenance.
Wala ho kasi you're just going to, I guess, yung cost of maintaining the website, etc.
Yes.
But that's already budgeted ho eh. So, as long as
pwede
hindi
po ba
mag-crash
natin
ho yung
malaman?
sistema, kaya niyang yung information, at saka siguro hindi, not all 120 million Filipinos log online at the same time. Medyo kayanin naman ho ng sistema, Your Honor.
Tsaka yung dashboard, bukas po ba siya sa private?
Ay, opo.
Sa lahat?
It's meant to be open sa lahat ho. Sa lahat.
Sige. Same as with Kong Kokoyap, yung area ko din po kasi natamaan din ng Odette. So, yun nga po, apat na taon na nag-aantay din kami ng repairs din sa mga school buildings. Sana po ma-prioritize po.
Opo, we give you the assurance, Congressman Carey, that we will give priority to this kasi parang hindi maganda na 4 years na pong nag-aantay.
Sige po, salamat.
Yeah.
Tsaka Madam Chair, meron din po akong 4 na mga bagong national high school. Then sa pagkakaalam ko po, package po yun, kasama po yung school building. So, inaantay po namin yung school buildings po.
Well, hindi ko alam kung package ho yun kasi minsan pinapasa ho ng Kongreso, wala ho kasamang pondo para sa classrooms. But sisikapin ho namin na mapondohan yung ginawa ninyong national high schools. Your Honor.
Sige po. Thank you. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Carey, Madam.
Thank you. Next to ask question is Representative Lagook for his manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I am not here, Madam Chair, to add agony to my good friend. Hinabol ko talaga to just to show my support to Sik Sani, no? Nakita ko po yung sigasig niya on the issue of electrifying, no? The last mile schools. Talagang tinawid po niya yung 4 na ilog sa Agusa Norte. Mailawan lang yon. So, paano ko pa magawang magtanong kung ganyan ang ating secretary? So, Madam Chair, I am here to show and to state my manifestation of my appreciation to what the secretary has done to the Department of Education, especially in my sector, the electrification of the last mile school. So I am just here to manifest my support to the budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Kong Serge. Ako'y din nagpapasalamat sa inyo sa sektor ng co-ops at saka tinutulungan nyo rin kami sa lugar nyo sa Surigao. So maraming salamat, sir, sa suporta ninyo. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your manifestation. Next to give her manifestation is Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before the manifestation, Sec, and also I don't want to add agony further to Secretary Angara, whose care really, no, wala naman ho kami masabi sa Mandaluyong. So, sir, very parochial lang because one question lang. Sa Mandaluyong, sir, kasi what happened? Meron lang incident this year. Hindi ko po alam kung bakit sa urban areas medyo tumataas kasi yung violence, no? So, sa mga grade 6, grade 7, meron hong incident na actually hindi na lang na media pero nasaksak yung parang violence talaga, nasaksak yung isang grade 7 student, ang isang grade 6 student. I do not really know why this happens often now. But ang meron silang siguro parang suggestion na kailangan daw meron ng mga metal detectors daw at least sa urban schools because the violence is getting prevalent. So later on ba, if worse comes to worse, meron kayang budget for that or yun lang po.
Tama ho kayo. I think pag masigip po yung paaralan, pagka urban ang context, nagkukumpul-kumpul, mas frequent ho yung incidents of violence. I'm sorry to hear about the incident in Mandaluyong, but I want to take this opportunity to thank Madam Chair, Congresswoman Queenie, and of course, former Majority Leader Boyet, kasi ang gaganda nung pinapagawa nilang mga classroom sa Mandaluyong at talagang kitang-kita po yung malasakit para sa edukasyon. But we'll look into this. Baka kaya nung MOE, but we don't really know the cost of a metal detector. But we will look into it, Kong Queenie, Madam Chair. Opo.
Other than that, this is just a manifestation of my support for the budget. Dahil in fairness po naman talaga sa DepEd, at least in my district, hindi ho sila nagpabaya. And always nandiyan dyan yung ready support and talagang because of the urban area, urban setup na nagdo-double shifting, nandiyan dyan po yung cooperation nila and concern always na talagang matanggal ang mga double shifting for quality of education. So thank you, Sec, and the whole team.
Thank you, Kong Queenie, and of course, yung kinikilala din natin yung suporta ng Office of the Congresswoman at even the local government unit in terms of providing some of the needs of the city. Maraming salamat po, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one last hirit. Pag hindi ko pagbigyan, baka tataas ang blood pressure ni last question from the representative.
No, sir. Thank you. Alam ko medyo pagod na lahat. Thank you.
I just want to ask if the answers given by Yusek Olaybar were the cause for the additional round of questioning, Your Honor.
No. And I was just somebody texted me. Sabi po kasi nila, ma'am, pakitano nga rin, ano po ba ang proseso daw sa pagpapaalam kung paano malalaman ng mga teachers ang vacancies?
Kung mga gusto magpa-hire ko,
allegedly, parang ang pagkakaintindi ko po, kung minsan tinatago yung item. Hindi o alam na may item. So, that's what I understand. So, hindi po ba dapat pinopost ho yun sa Facebook page halimbawa?
Vacancies are advertised on the CSC website, Your Honor.
Kung hindi, other than sa CSC po, meron po bang dapat obligasyon ang division na doon sa Facebook page nila, dapat nakapost din po doon?
Opo, Your Honor. Meron kong kami na-discover sa isang lalawigan na binibenta daw yung mga items. So, sinuspend ho namin yung SDS doon.
Yun lang po. And then lastly lang ho, yun pong may comment ho doon sa localization. Kung minsan po kasi, ang binabasihan daw po yata yung certification ng kapitan na naka-reside doon. So, kung minsan, yung localization natin, akala natin kung sino yung taga roon ang talaga na-appoint. Pero at times, hindi naman po nasusunod yun dahil nga may certification. Biglang nag-transfer ng residence. So, kahit ilang months lang, naging resident siya doon, pag-appoint, nakuha. So, yun lang po yung additional comment doon, Sec. Na possible po na pwedeng pag-aralan para po maging mas maayos po ang sitwasyon sa mga...
Pag-aralan ho namin. Sa ngayon, 6 months requirement to kasi similar to the voting ho ata yung
yes, sir.
requirement ho.
Kaya po, nadidefeat yung real purpose kung yun po. So, sorry, Yusek, Thank you. Hindi ho.
Opo.
Thank
Sa
you.
susunod si Yusek Cabral na po ang sasagot sa concerns ninyo.
Thank you, Secretary. On behalf of all the teachers in our district as well as to all my constituents, maraming salamat po sa lahat po ng ginagawa ng DepEd family. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Kong Marlene. Thank you, Madam.
Baka kailangan lang mag-usap ni SBS at ni Kong. Mukhang may communication gap. May hugot.
You're absolutely correct, ma'am.
We're about to end but may last spirit pa si Kong Tonji. Pagbigyan ko with a promise na hindi daw siya magtatanong sa plenary.
Okay, ganun ba?
The chair recognizes I'll continue for a very quick
Okay, thank you po. Thank you, Madam Chair. Una lang po, kaugnay dun sa security, naalala ko po, ni-raise to na concern. Sa DepEd rationalization nyo noon, inabolish nyo yung mga security positions, yung salary grades 1 to 3 sa schools. Ngayon, ang concern po ng mga school heads and superintendent nyo na nakausap ko is security. No? Now they have to, malaking bahagi daw ng kanilang MOE, pati yung MOE ng LGU ay pinambabayad sa agency, private security agencies. No? At lalo pa sa kalagayan, you're investing more in computers, in all of these smart TVs and so on, nananakawan daw sila. So problema yung security. So, Madam Chair, I'm raising this kasi meron din tayong rule about institutional amendment. I'm raising this to the Committee on Appropriations. Baka kailangan pong mag-provide ng regular items for school security because hindi po obra yung agency lang. Malaki po ang MOE ng mga schools, divisions, pati LGU, kailangan ilagay doon, no? Para i-secure yung mga ano pong masasabi ng DepEd dito?
Tama ho kayo. Tama yung dati may item for security guards ho. Pero ngayon ho, with the increased MOE, baka pwedeng ma-absorb na nung ibang school. We're not saying all, but perhaps some of them can already absorb them. And dun sa sinabi nyo na may mga local governments na nagpro-provide, that's true ho. There are some provinces, some cities that provide the security guards for the schools.
No, they provide, yes they do, but ang sinasabi sa amin, like sa Baguio, nanggaling ako kamakailan lang, alos yung buong SEF nila, a large chunk of it is for providing security. So, baka hindi, baka mas may mga ibang mahalagang kailangang paggastusan ang mga ito. No? So, mas mainam kung ibalik yung mga item na ito sa gobyerno. No?
Yeah. We allow the schools to fill it up, Your Honor, use their MOE to fill up these items, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero, Madam Chair, ako, mas ang ibalik yung regular plantilla positions for security. Para hindi na po sa MOE kukunin ang pag-provide ng security. Lahat po ng school kailangang i-secure. No? So, yun po yung concern natin. And last, I am the author of the Filipino Sign Language Law. No? We are in regular dialogue with Filipino deaf advocate groups and advocates, and may ongoing concerns po sila sa full implementation ng Filipino Sign Language Law in education. No, so could we request a dialogue briefing with the relevant offices in their behalf, no, para ma-update at ma-address sa status ng implementation ng Filipino Sign Language Law?
Yes, Your Honor, we'll go see you before we finalize our policy. We're in the process of finalizing the policy pursuant to the law, Your Honor. Thank you.
Po. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much.
Salamat po.
That ends the second round, Sec. But the chair would like to inform the good secretary and the rest of the DepEd family that for this year, the House of Representatives have one initiative, which is the involvement of the CSOs. And the Committee on Appropriations have made a commitment to the group of CSOs to relay all the questions that they would like to address to the department. So before we proceed to the questions, the chair declares for a 3-minute suspension for a toilet break.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Diyan sa labas.
Si Angara, nag-Senate President, di ba? Nag-Senate President Angara. Teka. Ayan. Di ba? Committee hearing resumes. May I request everyone to please take their seats so that we can proceed to the question and answer portion. As earlier said, last week, a group of CSOs were gathered and had conducted dialogue with the chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, and several questions were raised, and the Secretariat has consolidated these questions, and it's a matter of compliance and for record purposes. These questions from the CSOs, particularly the Multiply Ed Philippines Amplify Ed Budget Campaign. This representation, the Vice Chairperson, will be reading all these questions for the Secretary to answer. I understand that some of these questions were already raised by the members of Congress earlier, but again, for purposes of record, I'd like to ask the indulgence of the Secretary to briefly answer this question raised by the CSOs.
With pleasure, Madam Chair, and congratulations on this initiative, Your Honor.
Thank you. So the first question from the CSO is about the classroom shortage and infrastructure. Does DepEd conduct assessments on classroom construction projects implemented by DPWH, considering that the source of funds comes from the basic education facilities? And also, how does DepEd plan to improve this process next year?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair, we conduct a joint validation and monitoring with DPWH dahil nakita nga namin na mahirap pag isang ahensya lang po. So we ask both agencies, minsan nahirap mag-schedule kung kailan free yung dalawa. But this will clearly define the roles of each agency. And under this joint validation, the DepEd is responsible for providing the validated master plan of school needs and priorities para hindi lang kung saan-saan magtatayo ng classroom, Madam Chair. While the DPWH is tasked with preparing the corresponding program of works and implementing the said construction projects. So we'll improve this process by updating on a periodic basis and making it a rolling menu. Meaning pag napondohan na po, ditanggal na po sa master list of needs, and then you need to, everything adjusts, Your Honor.
Thank you. Second question is still about the infrastructure. DepEd reports 165,000 classroom shortage, yet billions remain locked in flood control projects under DPWH. What is DepEd's plan to ensure reallocation toward classroom construction, especially in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, or GIDA, where shortages are most severe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, sa GIDA areas, many of which are similar to the last mile schools, may significant overlap po yan. May allocated funding ho kami dyan. So that definitely tutugon ho yun. Although admittedly, hindi siya in 1 year masosolve. But over time, masosolve po ito. Tapos yung with reference to flood control, kung gustong ilipat po sa DepEd, natanggap naman ho kami ng CRASA.
Okay, thank you. Monitoring shows that many classroom projects remain unfinished because contractors abandon sites after receiving 80% of funds. How will DepEd and DPWH strengthen enforcement, such as blacklisting and procurement reforms, to ensure contractors deliver on time?
Meron pong sanction yun pagka inabandon na po ng contractor. Subject po siya sa liquidated damages, among others. At saka potential blacklisting din po from either DepEd or DPWH or both, Your Honor.
Thank you. Given DepEd's underperformance in completing only 605 out of 1,628 targeted classrooms in 2024, what accountability measures are in place to prevent further delays and wastage of time of funds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pero I think na-raise na to by many of our of your colleagues, Madam Chair, na kaya nga we want to, yung bara na yon nakikita namin sa current process, masasagot kung winaide natin po yung role ng mga localities. We allow them to be participants in the classroom or school building construction. Definitely bibilis po yung accomplishment dito sa school building program.
Thank you. Next question is about the learning resources and digitalization. The 1 billion cut in textbooks and learning resources will leave millions of learners with outdated or insufficient materials. How will DepEd guarantee that every learner has access to updated and complete learning resources?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wala naman hong cut sa textbooks. If that is the worry, if that is the concern, Madam Chair, I've seen the figures. For textbooks, the figure for 2025 is 6.82 billion. For 2026, it's 7.136 billion. So there's actually an increase of 300 million, Your Honor.
That's well noted.
Madam Chair, thank you.
The DepEd computerization program jumped to 16 billion in 2026 despite disbursing only 2.75 billion of 11.36 billion in 2023. How will DepEd address these bottlenecks in procurement and school readiness to ensure the budget is actually spent and utilized effectively?
Well, just to share with the committee, kung payagan niyo po, the disbursement of this program for 2024 is at 90%, Your Honor. It's the highest in the history of DepEd, Your Honor. So I think we can absorb I think we've learned our lessons from past years, and we're doing EPA or early procurement activities. So yun nga, kahit hindi pa pasado yung GAA, short of award, we are already initiating the procurement process, Your Honor.
Thank you. How will DepEd balance its ICT push with the more urgent and basic needs like classrooms, textbooks, and teacher hiring so no learner is left behind?
Well, lahat naman ito importante and are among the priority areas mentioned by the President, and bahagi din po ng 5-point agenda ng ating department, Madam Chair, Your Honors. So, malaking yung teachers, number one ho yan according to our President. Kaya yung hiring ng teachers, yung hiring ng AOs or administrative officers, project development officers, lahat ho yan ay para tulungan yung ating mga teachers makapag-concentrate sa pagturo. So, yun namang digitalization, sabi nga natin pagka gusto natin tulungan ng Presidente na mabigyan ng laptop ang lahat ng ating teacher, we need to budget a little over 9 billion every year. That's already in the 2026 NEP. Pero for succeeding years, ganun din sana yung halaga, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next following questions will be related to inclusive education. And inclusive education programs such as PED and IPED have exceeded their performance targets but still suffered budget cuts. What is the justification for these cuts, and will DepEd support restoring and even expanding these allocations?
Yes, Your Honor, I think natanong ito earlier. I will just reiterate that if you compare NEP 25 to NEP 26, wala hong cut. It's just that we were able to work with Congress in internally sourcing the augmentations to this. So that's something we're willing to do again going forward, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
How will DepEd ensure that IP and madrasa learners who are historically marginalized do not get sidelined further by shrinking budget?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the same. With respect to the budget, we're willing to work with Congress, and we'd like to inform the body that during our early tenure or first few months natin, dinoble po natin yung allowance ng ating asatits. These are the madrasa teachers, and the class requirement hindi na gaano ka stricto, meaning for it to be considered a madrasa class, I think it's 5 learners. 1:5. Kahit 5 lang po yung nasa klase, we will fund it and we will it will be considered a madrasa class, Your Honor.
ALS reached nearly 6 million learners in resource distribution, yet fell short of enrollment targets. How will DepEd scale ALS support to ensure both enrollment and quality outcomes?
Well, siguro, kasi parte ho, Madam Chair, nung trabaho ng ALS teacher is iikot siya yung tinatawag na mapping to find yung kanyang clientele dahil wala nga sa school, so hahanapin nila at i-enganyuhin para mag-enroll. So siguro mas maging masigasig yung mga ALS teachers at bibigyan natin ng transportation para makapag-ikot sila na maigi, Your Honor.
Thank you. On teacher and human resource development, with a 48% increase in the HR development budget, but a cut to the teacher quality and development program, how does DepEd reconcile its stated goal of improving teacher competencies with these contradictory allocations?
Kasi hindi naman ho nabawasan yun, nalipat lang ho sa Teacher Education Council. Kasi nga, and in fact, that activation of the Teacher Education Council for the first time ho, nabigyan siya ng permanent secretariat. At regular na po yung quarterly meetings namin because the DepEd chairs the TEC ho. So, ED Hoxon will validate that we've been meeting regularly at masigasig po ang direksyon ni ED Hoxon in improving teacher education and garnering or pushing more resources towards teacher training, improving the pre-service curriculum, working with the likes of PNU, UP in improving and meeting the needs of the system, Your Honor.
So for the record, there's no cut for the HR development.
Well, pag tinignan mo as a whole, holistic, nadagdagan pa ho siya.
Pa, and especially with the TECs.
Yes, baka different line item lang ho.
Many teachers continue to shoulder administrative tasks because of the lack of non-teaching personnel. How will DepEd ensure that increased funds for non-teaching staff actually translate to reduced teacher workload?
I think na madalas na rin natin nabanggit, Madam Chair, is that the President has emphasized the deloading of our teachers from the administrative tasks. So yung pagbawas po ng reports nila, yung pag-hire po ng 10,000 or 11,000 AOs or administrative officers under the 2026 NEP, at saka yung pag-hire ng 5,000 project development officers. Lahat ito makakatulong sa ating mga guro.
Thank you. On learner support, safety, and well-being, the school-based mental health program got only a modest increase despite 1/3 of schools lacking guidance counselors. How will DepEd close this gap to comply with RA 12080 and ensure every learner has access to mental health support?
Well, ang discovery ho nung EDCOM at saka ang nakalagay ho sa mental health and well-being law na ginawa po ng Kongreso, Madam Chair, is dahil nakita nila na mahirap po mag-hire ng guidance counselors and matagal nang may bakanting libo-libong mga pwesto. The supply just doesn't exist, Madam Chair. So for this year, we're doing what's scrap and build, meaning we're creating new guidance counselor associates para may tao ho sa eskwelahan to deal with the counseling issues and the mental health issues of our learners. At the next year, we'll be hiring 10,000 guidance counselor associates, Your Honor. So this is partial compliance with the law.
May we know just for the purposes of information to those who are asking, what's the difference between the guidance counselor associates and guidance counselor sec?
Yung mas mahirap maging guidance counselor ho dahil under the PRC requirement, you need a master's degree in guidance counseling, and apparently these individuals just don't mushroom overnight. And there are, dun sa pag-aaral ng EDCOM, there are regions where either there are no takers or walang course na ganun sa mga higher education institutions. So that is a systemic problem, Your Honor. Kaya sa guidance counselor associates, kahit may units lang ho sa psychology and other in guidance counseling, pwede na hong mapuno yung position.
Thank you for that clarification. So, next, the Child Protection Program received a very minimal increase despite rising cases of school-based violence. How will DepEd expand protection programs like TeleSafe and ensure sufficient resources for prevention and response?
Thank you, Madam Chair. DepEd is strengthening its TeleSafe program. We're partnering with the PNP with its 911 program, the CWC or the Council for the Welfare of Children. They also have a Makabata helpline, and this, along with the reinforcement of pathways to the city and municipal social welfare and development officers, should ensure swifter response, Your Honor. We'd also like to train our staff so that they're capacitated to respond, and we're also establishing new positions in the LRPO or the Learner Rights and Protection Offices, Madam Chair.
With 3,000 classrooms damaged in just one disaster event, how will DepEd push for disaster-resilient classrooms and pre-disaster preparedness funding beyond the quick response fund?
Well, sa short term, totoo ho yun, Madam Chair. Sa short term, we have the TLS, Temporary Learning Space, which is meant to be a short-term reaction only. But in the long term, we need to build talaga more classrooms and maybe strengthen the design. So yung yung nabanggit natin kay Kong Bondok kanina, yung design, tinanong din ni Kong Crisel Lagman, yung design for disaster-prone areas perhaps has to be, may ibang design na po siya.
With the implementation of RA 12080, has the department been able to allocate sufficient funds not only for the upgrading of the salary grade of guidance counselors, but also for other mandates of the law, such as the creation of additional plantilla positions, capacity building programs, and the provision of appropriate facilities and resources?
Yes, Your Honor. Ito yung nabanggit natin kanina na for 2025, we're scrapping and building. So yung screen up na po natin yung 4,474 vacant guidance counselor items na hindi mapuno-puno. And we created 218 schools division counselor positions and 5,844 school counselor associate positions. This is in compliance with the Mental Health Law or Republic Act 12080.
Okay, thank you. On budget priorities, DepEd's travel budget rose to 3.7 billion while inclusive education programs were cut. How does DepEd justify this prioritization, and will it support reallocating a portion of travel funds towards SPED, IPED, and madrasa programs?
Yes, Your Honor, as we mentioned earlier, we're very open to working with Congress towards strengthening these very important programs.
Thank you. With 4.56 billion in confidential and intelligence funds under the Office of the President, larger than even the intelligence agency itself, would DepEd support calls to reallocate a portion of CIFs to urgent education needs, such as classroom and teacher hiring?
Hindi na po namin sakop yung national security, Madam Chair, so we'll just stick to our mandate of education.
Thank you. Given that over 250 billion remains in DPWH flood control projects, how will DepEd advocate for rebalancing the national budget to prioritize education over oversized infrastructure?
Well, tulad ng sinabi natin kanina, Madam Chair, tumatanggap naman ang DepEd po ng grasya.
Really? And for the last question, how can DepEd and Congress work together to ensure that special education fund allocations by LGUs are tied more directly to classrooms, textbooks, and teaching personnel instead of allowances and administrative overhead?
Well, Your Honor, yung SEF, that's part of local autonomy. So we can only advocate and perhaps educate communities. The Project Bukas is one of them. If communities and local governments know that these are the shortfalls in their schools, then perhaps there will be no misallocation, or there'll be a better allocation of resources like the SAF, Your Honor.
Thank you. That would be all for the... So that would be the last question from the CSO. And
Fourth round the fourth round of questions.
and I'm sure the CSOs who raised this question are also monitoring and have heard the answers straight from the Secretary. And rest assured, all the answers will be noted by the committee. And so that, and may pahabol. Fifth round, Sec. Just one last quick manifestation from Representative Marlo Bangforo before we finally terminate the hearing.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Secretary Angara, sir. I'm just a Nayupay representative, sir. Nung nanalo po ako, grupo-grupo dumagsa yung mga teachers sa akin. Tinanong ko sila anong problema. Isa lang po ang sinasabi nila. Classroom. Pina-inventory ko po yung lahat ng kakulangan. Validated po iyon. Based on the new computation, aabot ng 1 billion po ang kakulangan. Yun na nga ang nadismaya po ako, nagtaka. Bakit ganun po kalaki, nag-accumulate? I understand the limited budget for now. So, alam ko po na limitado talaga, hindi kaya. Pero sa akin lang po, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, sir, baka po sa next year o may ibang paraan na sana po yung distrito ko po mabigyan ng pansin. Kasi yung 1 billion po, ang dami pong classroom talaga po yun. Halos maiyak yung mga teachers na pupunta sa akin. Bumabiyahe po sila more than an hour just to meet me and ask my commitment na baka mapaabot daw dito po yung concern nila na yun na nga, yung classroom po. So, yun lang po, Madam Chair and Secretary Angara, sir.
Kong, salamat po sa pag-share ninyo yan. Baka dahil magandang lalaki ho kayo, kaya kayo dinudumog ng mga teachers ninyo. Pero bukod dyan, sir, seriously speaking, I think kung malipat, right now, if you divide 13 billion by 300 congressmen, that's only maybe 40 or 40 million per congressman. So, yan ang realidad ko. So, ako, sabi ko nga, nag-aantay lang ho kami ng directive from the House leadership, Chair Mika, Kong Martin, Speaker Martin, and Kong Maricar. And the leadership, of course, alam ko, hindi basta-basta na-decide ho ito, may konsultasyon ho. So, nag-aantay lang ho kami. Pero sa akin, I've been a congressman, I know your needs. Ako sa akin, kung kaya kong ibigay yung kailangan ho nyo, bibigay ko ho yun. Pero kung nailipat ho yung 250 or 300 billion na funding, di bibigyan ko ng tigi 1 billion ng bawat congressman ho, mula dun sa flood control progress.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And with the permission of the Chair, kung pinagbigyan si Representative Bangkoro, hindi pwedeng hindi pagbigyan si Kong Labat-Labat. For one big manifestation, you are recognized na Kong Labat-Labat.
Pasensya na po. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And sa Kangara and DepEd family, good afternoon po. Pasensya na po sa pahabol, but it's actually, just want to point out po, no, if, so currently for the 2026 NEP, DepEd is asking for 928.5 billion for your budget po. And if we look at this as it compares to other departments, yes, highest po ang DepEd as it should be mandated po by our constitution nga po, no, prioritizing our education for our people. But if we look at it sectorally po, as education compared to infrastructure, looks like po DPWH budget alongside the transportation budget po, if you add those two up, it will be higher actually than the DepEd or education budget. And so I just want to urge this body to hopefully fight for a higher, if we can po. I know we're working with a tight fiscal space, but if we can do our best to urge this body to increase the budget for DepEd, I think it would be best for the future of our republic. And I just want to manifest my support, this humble representation from the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Norte po. Sec, ang success niyo po magiging success din po ng ating bayan. Kaya sana po, no, mapagbigyan po natin ng DepEd. Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Salamat.
Salamat po, Kong Labad-Labad, Madam Chair. Yan din ang narinig natin kila Kong Mika, sila Majo Sandro, that sana nga ho magkatotoo, Madam Chair. So sabi ko nga, tumatanggap ng grasa po ang DepEd.
And at this point, as the budget sponsor of the Department of Education, allow me to thank the DepEd family for your time and for a successful briefing. And congratulations, from 12 hours last year, we're down to 7 hours this year. So, and I think
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat, Chairperson Mika, and to our distinguished...
I think with that, you deserve another round of applause. From 12 hours to 7. Hopefully next year, 3 hours na lang. So again, I'd like to thank you also for the opportunity to be your sponsor. And I look forward to work closely with the department as we prepare for the budget defense in the plenary. So at this point, I'd like to turn over to our Chairman Mika.
Thank you very much, Chair Marcos Zamora. Again, thank you to our Department of Education family for your time and your invaluable inputs. Ito po yung record number as to the number of congressmen who interpolated, a total of 38 over the course of the last 7.5 hours. And yun po talaga, it just goes to show how critical the budget of the Department of Education is. Kasi again, it's so central to the human capital development, which we also strongly advocate for. So again, thank you very much po, Sec Sunny, and to the whole DepEd family for staying with us for 7.5 hours and for fielding the questions from all of the congressmen, as well as our civil society organization partners, and we're with you. We especially in terms of addressing the classroom shortages, in terms of addressing the needs of our teachers, in terms of creating a better, more conducive environment to learning. We are with you, and we will do our best to fund all of these initiatives, and we will work closely with you all the way through the plenary to see where else we can increase funding, again, when there is ample fiscal space that we can find po. And siguro po, I will just add to what Chair Marcor said, perhaps the reduction in the number of hours of the deliberation by a staggering 5 hours, a reduction of 5 hours, is also a testament to the good work that the Department of Education has been putting in. We are all testaments, we are all witnesses to the hard work that the whole department, all members of the Department of Education family have been doing, from Secretary Angara all the way to our SDSs in our respective districts. Ang laki po, sobrang galing po ng DepEd family. And kami po siguro, ibang klase po talaga si Secretary Sonny Angara. To see a secretary crossing a river, crossing a stream ng nakapaa, just so you can reach the most geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, yung mga last mile schools. Ibang klase po talaga. Pag nakita mo yung secretary na gano'n magtrabaho, it really resonates all throughout the agency. So we'd like to commend our Honorable Secretary Sonny Angara, our undersecretaries who have been working very closely with us, our assistant secretaries, our directors, our regional directors, and our SDSs and our DSS in our respective districts. The regional directors are here. Thank you very much po. Pumasok talaga sila. Thank you very much po. You are the heroes for our learners and our teachers. Thank you very much po. And for a thank you na lang yung sinasabi ko eh. Kasi I think we're really all in support. We're very happy that the education budget, as indicated in the NEP, is at 4% as constitutionally mandated, and this is and we're also happy that this is the biggest education budget in history. So we are with you on that, and we are in support po, and we will see what other areas we can improve on in this regard. So after 7.5 hours of extensive deliberations, I believe I can actually formally say that there are no other interpellators who wish to interpolate the Department of Education. So with that, may I hear a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Baronda.
Upon arrival, I did ask you, before we terminate, Madam Chair, dadagdagan mo ba ang pondo nila? Without doubt, sabi niya, yes, dadagdagan ko. Knowing the Secretary for almost 3 dekada, 3 dekada, I have known him when he was still like studying in college sa UP Diliman, 1998. Hindi po siya nagbago. I'm glad that I was able to see him working in the Senate. Naging chairman yan ng budget. Nakikita ko sa kanya yung hard work, yung work ethics, hindi nagbago. Napakaswerte ng Pilipinas at saka ng Department of Education. I know, napapatunayan mo, hindi lang pangako. Ang sinabi mo kanina, Sec, those who have less in life should have more in education. Mabuhay po kayo. Sana naman ito ang daan patungo sa tunay na bagong Pilipinas. With that, I would like to move to terminate the budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies. To move, Madam Chair.
I second.
Second.
Madam Chair, with your permission, salamat Kong Jam.
Before I rule on the motion po, Sec. Okay, go ahead po, Secretary Angara.
I just,
Yes, po.
ayoko lang palipasin yung moment na hindi ako nagpasalamat sa komite. To you, the brilliant, gracious, beautiful chairperson, to our brilliant defender and sponsor, Akong Maricar, 7 years. Wow. Hindi ko alam paano mo nagawa ho yun. To all the members of the committee, yung mga nagtanong, at mas lalo na sa mga hindi nagtanong, maraming salamat po. At especially ho sa aking magagaling ho na kasama sa DepEd, our bureau directors, our regional directors, our ASECs, USECs, lahat po to hindi natin magagawa kung wala po sila. So maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much po, Secretary Sonny Angara. On our side po, as the President said, we want this budget to be an education budget. So I will take the words of Secretary Angara, who was also a brilliant chair of the Senate Finance Committee. If we are able to find ample fiscal space, we commit to prioritize funding for education. So with that, I would like to rule on the motion. There is a motion to terminate the budget hearing of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies. Is there any second? It has been moved and seconded. The motion is carried. The budget hearing of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies, is hereby terminated.
Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po to our wonderful Vice Chairperson who has been stewarding the passage of the Department of Education's budget for the past 7 years. Representative Maricar Zamora, thank you very much po.
Madam Chair,
Any further motion po?
Yes, we move that we suspend the budget hearing until tomorrow, September 4, 9 a.m. So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
There is a motion to suspend the budget hearing until tomorrow, September 4 at 5 o'clock. The motion, at 9 o'clock in the morning. It has been moved and seconded. This hearing is hereby suspended until tomorrow, September 4 at 9 in the morning.
May we request Secretary Sonny and the rest of the USEC to come over for a pictorials? And some members of the committee as well. USEC pa?